Hello, everyone! How are we all doing tonight? Hi. I just realized that overlay... Well, that overlay does confirm that I think what the issue was just that, like, I was messing with it and that, like, fucked with the formatting, so it was just like, I don't know, 5 instances all at once. Does seem like the Mix It Up bot chat does work, in fact. Just so we can confirm this. Hell yeah! Oh, wait. Kind of works. Oh, hold on. Let me see something. Does the full screen one work properly? Does that have, like, issues with overlapping and form? It does not. I understand perfectly what must be done. So... browser... Let's... do overlay. Hide chat. Jungle. I think what I may be able to do in the future is move this over to the right. That way I can just have like one full screen overlay. But for right now, I think this might actually work. Anyway. Yeah, like, looking at that, that looks like it's properly formatted. I might want to fuck around with the formatting a little bit more, maybe to see if I can make it look a little bit sexier, but otherwise, that actually looks like... Guys, I am fearing we may have found a permanent solution to the simultaneous chat issue we've been dealing with. Life may be good again. And speaking of things that might be good, GameProTV, because that's what we're going to be doing tonight, if you didn't read the title. So, what is GameProTV? Because there is a little bit of history to this. Now, I just want to start out by saying this has been interesting to research, because there's not a lot of information about GameProTV, and the little that there is, I'm pretty sure is inaccurate. Just to start off, Wikipedia says the show aired, the original run of the show, sorry for a little bit of spoilers, the original run of the show aired from 1991 to 92. The first episode on YouTube has a release date of 1990. So, either YouTube is wrong, Wikipedia is wrong, or they are both right, and actually it aired in 91, but maybe was taped in 1990. But then I start to think, well, okay, you know, tape a show like this in advance, obviously. It's not going to be live. Nobody would expect that. But you can't really like tape it that far in advance, I wouldn't think, because especially if you're covering brand new off the shelf games, and especially games that as of air date are not released, you kind of can't really air them too far in advance, I wouldn't think. Or you can't really like tape the shows too far in advance. So I'm inclined to believe that the YouTube uploader is actually correct, and it aired from 1990 possibly to 91, maybe into 92. But there's more to this onion that we will see even more. So. And some totally no, not yet. So, GameProTV, its first incarnation, again, bit of a spoiler, its first incarnation, I believe, started airing in late 1990. In fact, does it say an exact year? Oh, this one doesn't even say 1990, but one of the other ones did. So... Oh, actually, this one says 91. I have no idea what to believe anymore. Hello, Karumi. So this show was hosted by J.D. Roth. Now, that name might sound a little bit familiar. Possibly. If you grew up in the 90s, because J.D. Roth was originally the host of the children's game show / I guess you could say reality show Funhouse. If you're not familiar with Funhouse, it's kind of like Double Dare. Same kind of concept. Basically just like, really it's just an excuse to get kids and ideally adults dirty. Like dump slime on their heads, make them like, search for a flag inside of a cream pie or something. I'm making it sound a lot more filthy than it probably was, but essentially that sort of shtick. And J.D. Roth did that for a number of years, but for a short time he did GameProTV. After GameProTV, I would argue, is when he found his greatest success, because he started producing television shows. And he went on to produce a pretty big show that lasted for a number of years, The Biggest Loser. That was from, I want to say it started in 2002. It would have started around that time, because that's when a lot of these sort of like Survivor and Amazing Race shows kind of started. Big Brother kind of started hitting the airwaves when people kind of figured like, hey, we don't actually have to script TV. We can just like point a camera at some idiots and watch them be idiots, and viewers will be entertained. And that was our slow downfall towards idiocracy there. But yeah, Biggest Loser lasted a really long time, up until 2020, apparently, when it went off the air. I guess they figured, I don't know, nobody was losing weight during the pandemic, so may as well just yank this off the air. Anyway, all of that said, we're not going to watch every episode. There weren't too many, but there were a decent amount. So I may revisit this topic again if it proves to be kind of popular. And the other thing to kind of note is this is definitely a show geared towards children. So you're going to see a lot of adults screaming, kind of. It definitely is that sort of like dangling jingling keys in front of a child's face, be like, be entertained, be entertained. There is a little bit of that energy. So, you know, they show a lot of interesting games, but you do kind of have to get through a little bit of that energy to really find sort of like the gold nuggets in the kind of brain rot stew, essentially. So, without further ado, meow. Let's watch some GamePro TV. GamePro television, in fact. Ooh, we can make that bigger. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'll just leave the black bars there. Because you don't know how, like, capture equipment between uploads is going to fuck with the aspect ratios and if it's going to be a direct 4:3 capture, whatever. Anyway, let's go. This one actually kind of starts slightly in the middle of an episode. But it should capture most of it. In fact, this upload is 21 minutes, so that's about the length of a typical episode. How is the audio? Oh, this might be kind of quiet.
How is the audio? Oh, this might be...
Oh, it is quiet. Oh, it's... Oh, I see. It's set to max, actually.
Sorry about that, man. My condolences. Thanks. But you know something? We've got a lot of eggheads in the game lab, and they've got some good stuff for you this week.
Fuck yeah.
Tips, tactics, reviews, and it's all here from GamePro magazine, bud. Yeah. The ultimate source of home and arcade video game knowledge. So, bud, what do you say we hit the screen and get into a little SWAT action there, buddy?
Okay, this should be good. I might even turn it up a little bit. This is just a very quiet upload.
Secret weapons and tactics.
Aha!
Testing.
I'm in the middle of one of your favorite carts again. Yep, this place
Okay, this might be perfect. I actually have this set to max. This is actually the maximum volume on both ends, so it cannot physically get louder.
In Crystalis for the NES. I'll be back.
Crystalis. Yeah, that's how that's pronounced. DLP was playing Crystalis the other day.
Want to jump from one
I do want to
location
get to that
another at
game
will?
at some point.
No sweat. All you got to do is hold down buttons A and
So
B
essentially,
on
this
controller
is
one at the
basically
same time,
GamePro
and press button A on controller two.
television.
Every time you press
It's
button
like a
A,
television-ified version of GamePro. There were a couple of shows kind of like this, and not many.
Now
And I think I kind of understand maybe why that might have been.
Maniac Mansion.
It's a
for the
really
NES.
good idea, but
If
like
you've been
the
hooked by
actual
this game,
production
you know
that
that
would
you
go
can
into
never get
this,
too
I
many
imagine,
tips.
would be a
Watch this.
nightmare.
To get the rusty key that
Capturing
sits
all
on
the
top of the
footage,
chandelier in the
writing,
living
and
room.
then writing
Get
a
the blank
review,
cassette
and
from the secret panel in the
you know,
library.
kind of like
Now,
making it
that's the dark room to
digestible
the
for
far
a
right
television
when you first enter
audience,
the mansion.
all of that.
Next,
And you'd only
head for
have
the green
like a
tentacles room.
short amount of
That
time
room
to
is
do it.
located up the
Because like
ladder
I
from the
said, you
shortwave
can't
radio
really
room.
take
the
these
record
too
that's
far in
sitting in the
advance,
room.
otherwise
It's
these
called a
brand new
tentacle
games
mating
aren't going to be
ritual
so
recorder.
brand new anymore. It's not like, you know,
Now,
like most
bring the
game
blank
shows or
cassette
something where you can
and
get
the
away
recording
with
to the
taking
rec
them
room.
like
You know,
3,
the room with
4,
the TV,
5
stereo,
months
and
in
piano.
advance.
All right, here's the easy part. Put the blank cassette in the tape recorder and put the record on the stereo. Turn them both on. A high-pitched whine will
Is
emit
this
from
the
tape,
good port
shattering
of
glass.
Maniac Mansion? Because there were like 2. There was one in Japan and one in America. No, this is the one... I think this is the good port, but it's the one that was censored in America, I think. Like the rats in the microwave.
Now the chandelier will shatter.
Didn't
and
realize
crash
it
to
was
the
game.
ground.
It
And with
actually
the
is
rusty
GamePro.
key.
This is the show you saw back in the day. Didn't realize what it was called. It didn't air very long, but I think it might have been shown in
Got some new
reruns for a
carts
couple
coming
of
in every day
years
for the
after its
all-new
initial
Super
run.
Nintendo game system, and Bud,
We're
as
gonna
fast as they
see
make
later
them,
on,
we're gonna show it to you, okay?
Over the
Now,
years, definitely
we've got
there's
an
some
all-time
format
favorite now
changes.
available for
It
the
turns into a
SNES.
very
You
different
played this
show.
game in the arcade, you played the classic
as
version
it
on the
goes
NES,
on.
and you played it on the Genesis. I'm talking about Ghouls and Ghosts, and now you're gonna play it like you've never played it before.
Ghouls and Ghosts, let's fucking go.
It's Super Ghouls and Ghosts! Yeah! Look at Evil Dude, check it
Evil
out.
Dude!
Now, they're not lying when they say Super Dude. I mean it.
Oh, this is Super Ghouls and Ghosts.
Sir
So this
Arthur the
is...
Knight's lady has been kidnapped by the evil Prince of
I
Darkness.
didn't know this
Loki.
was this
And
early of a
sinister
show.
Prince is also terrorizing the countryside with a horde of gruesome creatures led by the sneaky magician, Boo Hiss. Now, you're saying to yourself, I bet, yo, sup, buddy? I've heard this story before. What's going on? Now, okay. I know you've heard it before, and if you've been playing Ghouls and Ghosts on your Genesis or Sega Master System, but just hang with me, okay?
Did the Master System? I guess it must have.
Now,
I didn't know the Master
storyline
System
may be
version
the
came
same,
out over
but
here.
the play of the game is totally different on the SNES. And when I say totally, I mean totally. I'm talking that every level of this popular game has been redesigned to bring you new meanies to fight.
Yeah, J.D. Roth, I
completely
think,
different
is...
bosses,
Well,
and some
he's
totally
definitely
fresh new
still alive,
obstacles.
I'm pretty sure.
Now,
And
Sir
I believe
Arthur's
he's still in the
journey is
TV
to find the
production
low-down
business.
Loki. It covers 4 levels, and every level has 2 stages. And guess what, dudes and dudettes? The ending of this game is actually
Dudette is a term that
I think I'll leave that to you to
unfortunately
figure
has
that
not
out, okay?
really
Now, if you've
survived
enjoyed
the
graphics for this spine
90s.
tingler
We need
when you
to
played it
we
on
need
the
to
NES,
bring
just check it
all
out, okay? 'Cause
genders,
the background and the characters
all
on the SNES are
versions
just gonna blow you out
of
of
the
water.
dude spectrum
Just
back
wait till you
together.
see these rotating rooms. It's just awe-inspiring. I'm talking awesome. And soundtrack, yo, orchestrated tunes. Yeah, we got this like background music that just sends chills right up your spine. And you've got these like earthquake
Imagine,
sound
what if
effects
video
that just have
game
you look around
music
going,
almost
"What,
kind of
San
sounded like
Francisco or
actual
what?"
music?
Yeah, Super Ghouls
Not
and
just
Ghosts.
beeps and
It's a welcome
blips.
addition to the Ghouls and Ghosts family, and if you've got your SNES in this cart, you want to spend some time on it. Guaranteed. When we come back, defensive tactics to shut down the offense of John Madden football.
John Madden!
On GamePro!
GamePro!
But you can't always stick around the house because
Jimmy, get down here!
in emergency.
Oh my god, there's ads!
New R-Type for Nintendo Game Boy.
Oh,
See how good you really
Some
are.
ads. R-Type.
All right, I'm on my way. Here we go.
I guess there's some video game ads. That's the... This really is just a GamePro TV. Even right down to just the overabundance of ads.
Whoa. Hey, man. Look at that. Frozen in fear. Look around me. What do you see? It's Sword of Sodan for the Genesis game system.
Although if
And
this
here's a
were
level
the
one
actual
code that'll
GamePro,
take you right
literally
past
every
any
other
of the first
second
4
would be
levels
an
in the
ad.
game. Check this out.
Sword of Sodan. Oh, this game is ass.
Now, before this game allows you the privilege of skipping 4 levels, you gotta show
Skip
the
the
game what
entire
you're made
game,
of.
Jesus.
That means you have to get the
Honestly,
number
I don't
one
even need to
high score on
explain.
the
Look
game
at this
list.
game and tell
No
me
big
it looks
deal, dudes,
appealing.
because the scores on the top 5 table are pretty easy to beat. Now, once you make it to top banana, you get to log your name in the number 1 position. Hey, forget about your name and enter this password: HINANP : and the right parenthesis. I don't know what it means either, but it works. Trust me. Once this password is in the high score table, you are cleared to skip any of the first 4 levels in the next game you play. You skip the levels by hitting the start button on controller 2. Now get that. Not controller 1, but controller 2. And that is all there is to it. As long as we're doing the password thing, here's a couple combinations that will skip you right to the semifinals or the finals of TV sports basketball for the TurboGrafx 16 system. If you want to go directly
Cheat
to the
codes were
semifinals in
these
TV
cheat
sports
codes were
basketball,
arcane
enter
knowledge back
HV,
then. Yeah, well, I mean,
FA,
like
VBR,
even nowadays,
ZEEUND.
even nowadays, I don't think like people really know. Well, I guess nowadays you could just look them up, but even at even at the time, like you would not.
Now, if you want to get into
The thing
finals
though
without
is
all
like
the early
you
competition
wouldn't be
and do
able to
some
like
serious
really
slamming,
easily write
enter
them
CEB,
down as he's typing them.
SCB,
So you would
LKX,
you not only
KK,
really
JVP.
like you really wouldn't even want to watch this show. You would kind of want to like tape it on your VCR and then reference to it later. like, take whatever episode, hope that it has one of the games that you have, and then you can, like, try it if you happen to have a copy of Sword of Soda Air.
Jump on Nintendo
Because,
when
like,
they
you
hit the
wouldn't be able
market
to
first with their
memorize
Genesis game system, right?
I don't know, maybe some Rain Man, maybe like some Rain Man savant
color game system
would
called
be able
the
to
Sega
definitely,
Game Gear. And the
semicolon,
CD-ROM
and
games. Yeah!
left bracket,
Going out the
definitely.
store door at $149.95.
There's some
this
savant that probably
all-color
would be able to
portable
just
system
memorize
puts the
all the
Game Boy to
codes.
shame when it comes to good-looking graphics and happening sound. This game
Memory skill issue? You're telling me you could memorize that?
Consider the optional rechargeable battery pack and AC adapter, because this energy-thirsty
I think most kids
batteries
probably
after
would
24
have just
hours, okay,
taped
bud?
the
So
episode
check
on
it
a
out.
VCR.
Around Christmas time, Sega will introduce a VHF, UHF tuner that'll turn your Game Gear into a TV. You're stoked! Now, if you
LCX, did you have the TV tuner? I forget.
How about
I forget
the
if you told me if you
Genesis
had
CD-ROM?
that.
You've heard about it, you've read about it.
I wonder if
Well,
that might still
1992,
work
you're
in
gonna
a
be stoked,
country
'cause
like the
you're gonna be playing on it.
Philippines.
That's right. CD video games are just around
I
the
think
corner with
most
this new
places
machine
in the
that'll make
world
its debut
analog
in
TV
Japan
is
during the
turned
next
off,
few
but
months.
there might be
The
some
machine
places
is
where
designed
it's
to plug
not.
into your current Genesis system and will not only mean major improvements in graphic and game quality. Just think about what it's going to be like to hear CD quality sound just like in the arcades. Ooh, I got goosebumps, don't you? Now, we don't know the price or what games will be
Like
introduced with the new
memorize. Oh,
system,
well,
so stay
memorizing
tuned, because
phone
when we
numbers.
find out, you
Memorizing
find out.
phone
I
numbers is a
promise.
thing that is a different thing, though. It's like usually you can only memorize like a couple of phone numbers, and they're like the really important ones, like, you know,
Terrific game for the
your mom's phone number, your dad's phone number, your best friend's phone number. Usually, I think like people could only really memorize like 3,
Monster
4,
question,
maybe
dude.
5
Now, you
phone
remember old
numbers.
Fred who we showed you at the
I
beginning
still
of the
remember.
show? Well,
I
that was
still
the question
remember
that
like
put
my
man Fred
parents'
in a
phone
deep
number,
freeze,
because
but
like they
we got
still.
an answer anyway.
I still
So check
remember
it out,
like my
because we have a
parents' phone
defensive
number, even
formation
though
that'll send
like
the computer back to the locker
it's just like
room
the
talking
world
to
we live
itself.
in, like, you know, like
Choose a dime formation. Cover
you
set
have
and
like if
CD
you have
blitz.
like a girlfriend
Next,
and
tap
you've
the B
had
button
that
just once to gain
girlfriend
control
like
of the left
since
cornerback. Now move the
after
cornerback up the line of
2010 or
scrimmage.
so,
When the ball is snapped,
like,
charge
you
in
probably
with the
don't
quarterback
even
and
know
nail
her.
the quarterback. And for a little bonus, kind of in honor of my buddy old Fred, you should know that this defensive trick works best when you're using Kansas City, Pittsburgh, San Francisco, Philly, Buffalo, LA, or Atlanta.
You
as
don't
your
have a
team.
TV tuner,
Excellent
but
question,
yes,
my
we
man.
do still have analog
Nice.
signal here
And,
for all of
hey,
one
you also won
channel.
yourself a
Oh, well.
GamePro t-shirt, and it's on its way right side up. A quick reminder, the rest of you out there.
I guess there
put
are
us to the
still
test,
some
dudes. Put us to the test.
places
Send in those hard
that's-
questions and keep
There's
the
like,
game eggheads on edge.
I
We
think
like
there's
it that way.
like a
And if you put your question on TV, I'll take this
in the
t-shirt and
U.S.
throw it right out to
apparently
you.
still
Watch
that
the
are like
address at the end of
right
today's show.
along like the U.S.-Canada border. But like, yeah, for 99.9% of the rest of the country, yeah, all of those like old analog TV tuners are completely just paperweights. You can't use them. Although, I think didn't the Game Gear TV tuner, I think that might have had like a video pouch, so technically you could use it just as like a video
I got 315,900.
You can play Xbox games
Whoa,
on your
strong stuff,
on your
you
game.
guys. Your 1 year free
Hell, you
to
can play like
GamePro
PS5
magazine
games
is
if you
on
got
its
like the
way,
right
baby.
series of adapters.
And if you want to
Like,
win, you gotta send
you
them in.
need like an HDMI to AV and then AV to whatever the fuck the Game Gear uses, and then you'd be able to play PS5 on your Game Gear.
On GamePro.
People still using dial-up internet somewhere in the U.S. apparently. I think.
Yeah, just a little stroll through the castle.
Well, actually, I
You know, one of
think
our
they
classic
quite
favorites around
literally
here is the
just
Skynex for the
shut
NES.
off
Now,
dial-up
like all
internet. I
classics,
think
they
as
need to
of
be
last
spiced up
year.
every now and again. So check out a
And
tip
yeah,
that
that
puts
is a
new
bit
life
of
into
a
the
problem
successful
because
game
there
called
are
Have
still
Fun.
places in the U.S. where the
If you
infrastructure
want
is
to
not
achieve
updated
invincibility,
enough
bring up the title screen.
to accommodate
Then press
for like
up,
broadband internet.
Up, then down.
So
left,
there's just
right,
places
then up
in the
again.
country now that
Let's
just
run it
aren't going to
down
be able to
one
have
more
internet.
time. First, bring up the title screen, then press up 4 times in a row.
A Steinax.
Press
This is
down,
this
then
is
left,
a
right,
definitely a
And don't forget,
polarizing
that's it.
game. I
Now
quite
go
liked it,
master
but I
those
know of a
monsters.
lot of people who don't.
Hey dudes, I'm bringing you one for those heroes in a half shell. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in the Fall of the Foot Clan for the Game Boy.
Is this the
Now, you know how Splinter
Metroidvania
will
one?
sometimes come to your rescue and bail you out with an energy refill if you can beat him in a bonus round? Well, sometimes a turtle has to go to the master instead of waiting for the master to come to him. You know what I'm saying. Anyway,
Honestly, I was not
check out
sure
some
how
of
this
these secret locations where
watch-along,
you can
watch
enter
party
a bonus
concept
round
was gonna
and
work,
fill up with
but
some badly needed energy.
like,
In
so far,
stage
this
one,
actually
level
works
one,
really
you need to
well.
go to the middle barrel in the picture
Definitely
and kneel
offers a
down and
lot to
break it.
commentate
Now,
on.
head into the
Okay,
bonus
this
game
looks
and
like
take
it's
on Splinter to
standard
bring up some
left
of
to
the energy
right.
meter.
Oh shit, does it have the
In
Konami
stage two,
code?
level 1, if you can jump near the
I'm not
right-hand side of the
gonna go
second
back
circle,
too
now,
often,
for a
but
bonus
was it
round, so
Konami code?
Anyway, check out some of these secret locations where you to come to your rescue and bail you for the game. One for those heroes in a half shell. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in the Fall of the Foot Clan for the Game Boy.
Radical Rescue is the
You know how
Metroidvania.
Splinter will
Okay.
sometimes come to your rescue and bail you out with an energy refill if you can beat him in a bonus round? Well, sometimes a turtle has to go to the master instead of waiting for the master to come to him. You know what I'm saying. Anyway, check out some of these secret locations where you can enter a bonus round and fill
these
up
are
with some
secret
badly needed
okay.
energy. In stage 1, level 1, you need to go to the middle barrel in the picture and kneel down and break it. Now, head into the bonus game and take on Splinter to bring up some of the energy meter.
Well, that's cool that it has those, though. Oh, it was an Astyanax. It was an Astyanax. Really? I'd have to go back and look into that.
If you can jump near the right-hand side,
Astyanax isn't even a Konami game. I guess even by that point, just the Konami code was just mean at that point.
Jump near the
Even at
left-hand
that
side of the fourth moving pillar for another crack at a bonus
Like
round.
if you,
Pretty cool, huh?
like even
Cowabunga,
today, like
dudes.
if you don't know literally any cheat codes in a video game, you probably know the Konami code. I'd say like I probably have memorized 2. I've memorized the Konami code and I've memorized ABACABB in Genesis Mortal Kombat. Also ABBA in Atari Warriors.
First out of the blocks this week, Wolverine for the NES. That's right, Marvel Comics, dudes. We've got one of the X-Men.
Dude, I would love to see fucking
dude, Magneto and his.
I would love to see them like.
Now, before we run this one down for you, remember, we'll be rating.
I would love to see them try and like recite the entirety of the level select code in Atari Warriors, because that's like.
Factmeister.
Hey, Factaroo.
I don't know.
Wolverine. All right. So,
Wolverine.
If you didn't like the first X-Men game cart, well, who did? But
Everyone.
The first one was sort of a major bummer. Don't turn your back on the sequel because Wolverine things work out a whole lot better than the first
It's like,
go-around.
yeah, no, who didn't like that game? Nah, we're kidding. It sucked. Anyway, here's this. It's better.
The dude is a mutant with an
From what I've heard, this game isn't great, but I mean, it is better than the thing that doesn't work properly.
This dude could use quite a manicure. Now, even though Wolverine can heal quickly, he still needs the power and energy he gets from the burgers and power potion he scarfs up as he moves through the tough 9-level
Yeah,
challenge,
power potion.
fighting awesome
Yeah, that's
bad guys
entirely
at
what
every
that
turn.
is.
And we're talking some Mondo serious bad guys here, bud. The X-Men arch-enemy Magneto is back, and he's mad, and he's brought a few of his.
Do you think anyone actually unironically talked like this? Did even California surfers talk like this?
Sabretooth is joined in this time along with that entire band of ruthless villains, the mutant terrorists.
So, my friend,
Soundtrack
how
of this
did
is,
we
of
rate
course,
this
really
game?
good. It's a Tim
Well,
Fallon
for starters,
soundtrack.
this game cart sports a side view, 360-degree scrolling presentation of the game instead of this bird's eye view that was used in the original X-Men game cart. So, you know something? We're off to a good start. Yeah! The music's pretty solid, and it's got this good beat, but you know, we gotta diss the sound effects because they're kind of average. And challenge? Well, my friend, this game is tough. It is tough. Tough as Magneto's army. Yes, let's hear it there. Come on, kids, speak the truth. You'll spend a whole lot of time just trying to get the best
3,
of this game.
4,
And while the
3.
game's a major step forward
Was this
in
out of 5?
LDM's crusade to bring the popular X-Men to the screen.
They gave it like a 3
Well,
out of 5. That is
there's still
way
ways
nicer
to
than this
go,
game
but
deserves.
We hope they keep on trying. Hey, you sound like you like it a lot, man. You know, I love the X-Men comics. I wonder if they're thinking about turning more.
Michelangelo.
Oh
Yeah, that's
that'll be
true.
happening,
That's
bud.
true.
Very happen. All right, thanks, B-Man. You're welcome. Let's check out Castlevania 2: Belmont's Revenge for the Game Boy. Now, if you love the original Castlevania,
This is,
like I did,
from what
then
I've
you're
heard,
gonna be
the
totally
least
psyched when
bad
they pop
of the
this
Game
new
Boy
Dracula
Castlevania
adventure onto your
games.
small screen.
Actually, I have
And as
played
the
a little
saying
bit of
goes in
this, and I'm kind of
Transylvania,
inclined to
a
agree.
vampire's hunter's work is never done. Blah.
Well, the original bloodsucker
Blah.
himself has just made a blood milkshake out of Christopher Belmont's firstborn, Soleil, and Belmont is not a happy dude. Now, if you thought the original Castlevania
Of course
was
it's
a
got
nightmare,
great music.
wait till
It's
you
a
get a load of
Castlevania
part
game.
2.
It kinda has
Instead
to.
of being challenged by one castle like in the first episode, check it out, gamers. 5 castles, each containing evils unimaginable by mere mortals like ourselves.
Oh no.
You don't even get near Drac until you get past the first 4 levels.
For context, it was the
Plants,
90s.
crystal,
Evil
rock,
had
and
not fully
cloud,
been
with
invented.
each level's environment
until,
matching its name. The
November
weapons,
2016.
totally happening. Christopher's coffin crushing arsenal is sharper than ever, including a rootin' tootin' fireball shooting morning star, the battle axe, and holy water. And he's gonna need them all, because the Dragster has set out plenty of traps and snares to put the crush on Christopher Belmont.
I bet you're wondering how we rated it, right? Here goes. All around awesome. The graphics are good. Not the best we've seen on a Game Boy, but good enough for serious play, dudes. The cart has totally
It's
terrific
short.
tunes.
I mean,
Like
yeah,
said,
a lot of
if you
Game Boy
thought
games were
Castlevania
pretty
gave
short
something to
around
work
that
on,
time.
You ain't seen nothing yet, baby. As for a fun factor, well, you just gotta love the Castlevania series. I mean,
Castlevania Legends
graphics,
stream?
guts,
Which
and
one
gore
was
galore.
that? Was that
Oh,
the third Game Boy game?
The Drac Man.
Yo, chill, 'cause we
I've
got the Blues
heard
Brothers,
kind of
Snow
mixed
Brothers
things
on the
about
Let's
Legends.
Go.
I might have to
Put
play it
your
at
thumbs
some
on
point.
hold. We're coming back on
Definitely gonna play
GamePro.
the new Castlevania whenever that launches. Even though I'm not really a fan of Dead Cells, I kind of owe it to myself.
from Manhattan Beach, California.
Yes,
and
okay.
I have a tip for the GamePro fans. You can play a short-time version of the Snow Brothers for the Nintendo by just pressing select at the title screen.
Nowadays you'll have to like
Thank
sell
you
your
for
left
the tip,
kidney
dude.
to
Want
actually
yourself a
afford that
GamePro
game.
in the mail? Yeah. All right, time's up for today, but we're coming back again next week with more super fresh stuff to make you the best gamer on the block. You know it. That's right, bud. And don't forget, we're waiting for you to make the mailman mad with all your questions and tips so you can put yourself on video. Get
Piss
back
off
to
the
serving
mailman.
here.
It's the 90s.
GamePro,
What could possibly
PO
go
Box
wrong?
1678, Venice, California, 90291. All right, cool, baby. That's it for today. For Brenna on the B-Man and me, JD Roth, take care and peace.
All right, let's watch episode 2. Like I said, I think eventually we're gonna kind of skip around some of these episodes, but for now, let's just watch episode 2.
All this and more on GamePro.
Here we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome to GamePro. I'm JD Roth.
And I'm Brennan.
Hey, sup?
Yeah, it's time to check in with the Game Lab Gizmo Techs here. We're gonna see what they have for us today, okay, bud?
All right, what do we got that's chilling and hot today? Give it to me. Yes. Oh, baby, you know what this is? You want to hold on to it for me?
Sure, dude.
Psych! Ha, this is the Ace More Game Action
Whoa,
Replay,
Dark
and we're gonna
Souls.
show you all about this cutting-edge
Darkenheimer.
along with a whole lot more today
Dark
on
Souls,
GamePro.
totally
Yeah,
balls
you wanna
hard.
get the news that you need to know, bud? From GamePro magazine, yeah. That's the source for home and arcade video game knowledge. So, dude and dudettes, if the JD man over here is ready to book, think it's time to turn on the engines and take off to Swag World.
At least they're more rad than
Okay, man, double
Alicia.
psych, I'm ready to fly.
Yeah, IGN. This is why IGN is failing. They aren't radical
Okay,
enough.
start it up. All right.
right, as we get started today, I'm hanging here in SWAT World with the password. And it's guaranteed to make the NES adventure game Rocketeer from your buds at Bondi a whole lot more exciting. Hey, check these out. So, you've mastered levels 1 and 2, and you are tired of having to replay them time and time again.
Are you
tired? To the real challenge? Well, guess what? Here's the password that'll rocket you to any level of the game you want. Later!
What game is this?
All right, remember, dudes, in Rocketeer...
Oh, Rocketeer.
For direct entry into level 5, 318-469-417. If you're ready to challenge the closing chapter in the story, check this one out.
I've heard this game is kind of okay. It's not as bad as the Super Nintendo one. Hello, Renee.
Now we also have the codes for levels 2, 3, and 4. All right, we'll put those on the screen right now so you can copy them down. Okay, you got the word. Now go rescue Jenny.
I was thinking of Jenny.
Whoa. Hey, I don't know about you, but I just can't seem to whip the Cyclops monster in the NES game Shadowgate. At least I couldn't before the Game Lab Gonzos laid this solid tip on me. So listen up.
Gonzo is another just term that really didn't survive the 20th century, and really it should have.
He's one tough customer.
I think people, I think it's probably just because like they associate it with Gonzo from the Muppets.
All you need is
it was like, wait, Gonzo was named after another thing?
In the hallway at the very beginning of the game. Open up the closet, take the sword and the sling. Also, remember to grab a few stones when you're over by the waterfall, because you're gonna need them for the
shit,
sling.
I missed what it said this one was. Is this Shadowgate or Uninvited? No, I don't think it's Shadowgate. I think it might be Uninvited.
Use stone on sling to put a rock into the sling. Now use sling on the Cyclops to knock this dude for a loop.
414215. Lude for C. Oh, that's true. Is like back then you could like. Well, that's the other thing too. Is like
once he's down and out and feeling pretty lousy,
you could like actually like exercise your memory because there's like fuck. What am I thinking of? Like mnemonics.
All right, gamers, let's check it out one more time.
Mnemonics. Is that like the study of like?
Also, remember to
finding
grab a
like
few
weird
stones when you're on your way
convoluted
over to the
ways of
waterfall,
memorizing like long numbers and shit.
Now, use stone on sling to put a rock into the sling. All right, use sling on Cyclops.
Yeah, or yeah, I guess you could just do that.
Loop. Check it out. Once he's down and out, all you need to do
mnemonics.
is finish him
Okay.
off by using the sword.
Demonics, Bubsy.
Hi, I'm Caleb Zani from San Carlos, California.
Oh, it doesn't show the emotes on. Oh, well, that's one thing that sucks.
Three identical designs on the floor.
Yeah.
Each design has holes to fit the red gems I have. But which holes should I put the gems in?
That's the one thing that kind of sucks about doing the mix-it-up way, but otherwise...
The Game Lab Techno Turkeys hadn't quite come up with the big answer that you're looking
Techno
for.
Turkeys? Shit, we need to bring that term back.
Follow me.
What do you talk about, Jive Techno Turkey?
Yo! You guys come up with the answer to that dude's question?
All right!
You know, it's interesting, like, that's how your emotes have always appeared to me, and I'm just like, oh yeah, that's right, people... Like, I'm just used to it looking like that for me, but then it's just like, no, you guys can actually see the
referring to your
emotes.
puzzle, right? Starting with the left design, put a gem in the upper right hole.
Ooh, is this the Immortal?
In the middle design, in the upper left hole. and the right design in the center hole in the very middle of the pattern. When the last gem is in place, a secret door will open and you're off to level 3.
I think it is.
All right, way to go, bud. Good question. You'll be getting your free GamePro tee in the mail. Thank you. Now, if you other gamers have a hot one, put it on video. Send it to us. Get gutsy. We'll give you the address at the end of the show, okay?
Send hot tips.
Stay glued to your seat. We're coming back with a hot tip for Battletoads on GamePro.
Send me your smoking hot tips.
Psoriasis could use a little dental work.
Oof.
Secret weapons and tactics.
Die, Toad Face! I've always wanted to do that. How about a tip for the
What the
NES
fuck was that even
game
advertising?
The NES Superstar Battletoads that'll start you out with a few extra toads for the road. To start the game with 5 toads in reserve instead of the normal 3, here's what you need to do.
This actually could be
Bring up
useful.
the title screen. Now, at the same time, hold down button A, button B, and down on the controller. Okay, cool. Now, hit start to begin the game, and you should notice a few extra hearts on the scoreboard.
Really? That's not even that hard of a code to memorize. It's just A, B, and down.
Let's run it down one more time. First, bring up the title screen. Next, hold down button A.
And this
button
game
B,
doesn't have
and down
unlimited
on the control
continues, so
pad.
that is actually
Hold
a
them
really
all
helpful
down at the
cheat.
same time. Now, hit start, and the 5 lives are all yours, Toad.
Yeah, take a video on your phone. Oh, wait, never mind. Actually, to be fair, like, doing that would have been even easier at the time, though, because you could just, like, record it on your VCR and send it that
the
way.
upper right on the control pad. Okay, great. Now, press start and watch sound test appear at the top of the screen. Cool. Select all the different sounds
Yeah, you just
by
be able to,
pressing
like,
up and
tape it
down
on your
on the
phone and
control
you get
pad.
a direct capture.
Check it out. These sounds are totally happening.
Totally happening. Oh yeah, this was still around the time that sound tests weren't guaranteed.
All you
in the
need to
game.
do is bring up the title screen. Next, hold down
Whatever
the
happened
upper
to
right
sound
on the
tests?
control
We need to
pad.
bring that back.
Now, press start and watch sound test appear at the top of the screen. Select all the different sounds by pressing up or down on the control pad. Check it out because there are some hot sounds.
VCRs. Oh yeah, that's true. VCD was a thing there.
Jinx! Yeah.
So you just
now,
didn't
if you're into
record
games
your
based
TV
on
shows?
Popular comic books. You might want to check this one out, bud. It's a new cart featuring a rabbit from outer space called Bucky O'Hare. Now,
Oh,
this
hell
game, like
yeah.
the comic books, based on the heroic hare who takes on the evil toads in what's called Toad Wars.
That sounds like some of the arguments we've had.
Indeed.
Well, our techies decided to run this game cart through the Game Lab Testing Center and check it out in the 4 favorite categories: graphics, sound effects, whether the game gives you a monster challenge, and finally, the fun factor. That is, just how much fun is this game to play? Now, we've rated each of these games with
GamePro guy, go fuck yourself.
2
You're on your
means
own.
The average guy looks kind of bored. 3 means good. 4 tells you it is definitely happening. And 5, that is the head honcho, top of the line, totally fresh, new, hip stuff.
Yeah, hip indeed. Okay. Now, first the story. Like I said, Bucky O'Hare is a renegade space.
You had, like, a
who,
Betamax,
with his
didn't
4-member
you?
Crew has declared an all-out war.
That was
on
even
the evil
less of a
Toad
thing
Marshal.
there.
Now, in this game card from Konami for the NES, Bucky and his boys trek through the Aniverse in search of the Toad headquarters, battling computer-controlled storm toads at every turn.
This
now,
is
the
a
journey
good
takes
game.
them planet hopping throughout the Aniverse with
Does this
each
have
planet
unlimited
a new
continues?
level.
I don't remember.
You got jungles, rivers, volcanoes, icy slopes, you know, the usual
Definitely one of the
run-of-the-mill
best
gamer
looking,
stuff. Each level has 8 or more stages, some are
or,
vertical,
I don't know about
some
the
are
back.
horizontal.
Like, look at
And
that
the game lets you switch
transparency
from character
effect.
to
I never
character, which is
realized how
totally
good
cool,
this game
because
looked.
each of these
for
characters have
NES.
special talents which come in handy in certain circumstances.
Should I do Bucky O'Hare for like a Saturday night, for like a Sunday night special,
what
maybe.
Dudes in the game lab think
I'm
of Bucky
thinking
and his
about
toes?
it.
Well, that's my job, so here goes. The story is pretty happening, especially for the younger gamers, but the graphics are pretty much standard issue stuff. The sound effects are okay.
What kind of
well,
rich
nothing
white
really
kid
special.
toy was that?
Since this card is aimed at the younger game players, it's no real surprise it's going to be
I
easy
guess.
play for the more seasoned game pros like us. I gotta say though, I checked out the giant mechanical
I don't know.
snake
I mean,
wings on the blue
VCRs were
planet
huge
and the
in the
flowing
90s.
lava on
You
the red
basically-
planet, and dude, I don't care how hot you are, you better power up, because these situations
I mean,
will put you through some
well,
serious moves.
obviously, like, if
Directly
you were,
onto
like, a
any
Dark Core,
Nintendo
you could
entertainment
afford one, but,
system.
like, they were
Game Card
relatively
allows
cheap.
you
They were,
gamers
like,
the
I don't know,
ability to
100,
save up to
150.
5 different game locations and have up to 4
Definitely by the
slow-motion
time
speed
they were,
settings by
like,
simply
going
touching a
out of
button on your
style, you could get a
controller.
VCR
So
for,
here's
like,
how it
40
works, bud.
bucks.
Once you plug in a game, there are 2 basic ways to operate the game action
Once
replay.
they kind of, like,
Press select, A,
cheapened the
and B at the
mechanism
same time to
as
activate an
far
almost
down
frame
as it
by
could possibly
frame
go.
slow-mo mode. Hit the same combo again to pick up the pace to a slow-mo, and then hit it one more time to turn
Konami will
off
tell
the
you to
slow-mo
play it
altogether.
in one hit mode.
To save a
Well,
position
you know
in the
what's
game,
funny about
press
Bucky
select
O'Hare
and A
is
simultaneously.
the
Then
early,
select and B. Press them again anytime to return to that point of the
Bucky
game.
O'Hare was
Now,
like
since
one of the
game action
earliest
replay
games to
has
really
a
have any
6-year
kind of
lithium battery in it,
anti-piracy
it'll
measure.
save game locations
So,
for
like,
years
if
to
it
come.
didn't,
And its
I think it
on-screen
was
display
basically
shows
like
you
if it didn't
snapshots of saved
detect a
locations in
certain
each game.
ship,
Okay, the
it
game
would
action replay
default
is a
the
major
game
step
to a
forward in allowing
one-hit
you the
mode.
ability to instantly transport to those
And,
scenes
like,
that you
early
either enjoy so
emulators
much that you want to continue
or like early
playing them,
ROM dumps
or to
didn't
those
really
scenes where
take
you
that
need
into
special
account.
practice.
So people
Also,
would
with
play
the
this
slow-mo
game,
feature,
see
you
like,
can now
oh,
take
it's just
special
like
notice of
balls
what's
hard,
happening
like,
in the
wait, is this
game
just
and
how the
figure
game
out those
was?
tough-to-solve
Because
game
not many
patterns.
people actually played this
dude,
game. It was a pretty
the challenge
late
of the game
one.
is a big part of the fun, all right? So use this type of gamer
By the
to
time
improve
this
your
came
game,
out, I think
but
a
not to
lot of
take your
kids had
wimpy
kind
way
of
out, and that's
moved
my
on to the
advice
Super
you.
Nintendo.
Hi, I'm Andre Grossenbach, Santa Rosa, California. I scored a whopping 333,005 points for RC Pro-Am on the Nintendo Entertainment.
What, are we just gonna take your word on that?
My name is Ryan Dunst from
I guess you had to back then.
And James Buss Douglas Knockout Boxing for the Sega Genesis.
You got 40 million points on Double Dragon?
Hi, I'm Greg Beard from Riverside, California. And on Super Sprint for the Nintendo, I scored 333,150.
Oh yes, dudes, hot score on the challenge board this week. A GamePro magazine freebies on the way. Ow!
And coming up next, a free pass for level 6, 7, and 8 in the Immortal.
6, 7!
It too soon because I think it's kind of strange-orama down there, you know what I mean?
Secret weapons and tactics.
Ew.
I guess was it just like
guy needs
an
some
instructional
serious dental
tape?
work.
Secret weapons
How
and
about a free
tactics.
pass to level 6, 7, and 8 in the popular Genesis card, the Immortal. Check it out.
Yeah, Karumi would. Oh,
This
I
fighter
see.
action is
Karumi
your
would
thing.
tell me to play
Enter
the
this
one.
password. BCFE
Probably.
F51010A41. Now remember to bring your bug spray.
Is this the Immortal again? I don't know. I guess there's a lot of games around this time used that same isometric. No, this is just the Immortal again. They're showing
if,
two
spiders
cheats
don't
from the
go for you,
Immortal in one
chill.
episode.
You can head
They
right
really
to level
wanted you to
7
buy the
by
Immortal.
entering 6B1 0F6 10
That is a game
10
that-
AC1.
That is a game that hates you. That is a game that will
That's
take
what Dunlap's
advantage
been
of your
hiding.
innate gullibility.
Sneaky guy. Now, if you think you're up to the ultimate
Where
challenge,
was the Immortal
take a
during
listen.
Hurricane
The
Katrina?
showdown with the dragon. Skip right to level 8, the final level. All you have to do is enter this: E01 1F7 301 78C1. In case you missed one of these totally useful passwords, we'll flash them by you again. Here it comes, level 6. BCF
Don't flash the kids.
1010A41. For level 7, enter 6B1 0F6 1010AC1. And level 8, E01 1F7 3017 8C1. And good luck.
Yeah, good luck. Hope you have a VCR handy, because you are not memorizing that after like 2 or 3 times of him like saying it.
Level selection capability. All right, listen up. First, bring up the options screen. Now make sure that the arrow is pointing at level and press these buttons in the following order: AC, BC. If you did it right, round select will now pop up below sound test. Pick your round and go to town, baby.
Pick new round and go to town, baby.
Later. Here it comes once again. First, bring up the options screen. Now, make sure that the arrow is pointing at level and press these buttons in the following order: AC, BC.
Dude, all right, I'm stoked to be talking to you about this game because it is truly my all-time favorite sports kart. I played this game over and over and over, and I'm still heavily into it. I'm talking about the all-time great John Madden football. Yeah!
John Madden!
Dude, it's coming out on the Super Nintendo, and it is better than ever. Yeah!
Hey, I made a Super Nintendo game.
Originally created for the Genesis, has sold over 250,000 copies, and it's one of the most popular sports carts in 16-bit history.
Madden?
Now,
that's never going to go
who would have
anywhere.
believed that this game could be even better, huh? Not I. But check it out. The SNES version has made major improvements in the defensive game. The defense is not only smarter, but the computer's defensive back pass coverage is the real raw deal. And this is really cool because, see, this was a problem on the Genesis game because you'd be right on the receiver and somehow he'd manage to catch a pass when he had no chance, and that was completely bogus. No more. The defense plays better and it plays fair, and you'll be stoked. The SNES version now has all the NFL teams instead of just 17, so you can be whoever you want to be.
Yeah, GameSack, CDR. Oh, I mean, like, yeah, this is just how game
It lets you see all the
reviews.
great plays again, or catch the dude who blew
Well,
the
I don't
sign
know, like,
and the passing.
yeah, like,
Awe-inspiring. I loved
it's kind of interesting
now you can
because,
choose
like,
to lob the ball over the heads of a blitz, or you can just throw a bullet to
like,
an
yeah,
open
like, this
receiver.
is how
Catch!
game reviews were, but, like,
Yeah.
definitely, like,
Now,
the difference between
the
TV
graphics are
and,
better, if you can truly believe that.
like,
And the
nowadays
grunts,
is,
the
like,
crowd
back
cheers,
then you kind of
perfection.
had to structure things
The
a
only
lot
knock
more.
is the SNES has trouble handling
you
all
had
the
to,
moving
like,
players, and the
it
animation
couldn't
gets a little
just be
jumpy.
video
But
game
otherwise,
reviews. It had to be,
you know, what
like,
can I say?
reviews,
This is the
tips and
best football
tricks,
game cart ever invented, and now it's even better.
you know,
Yeah.
and,
So,
like, a couple
you don't
of
see me here
different
next
things.
week? Come on over to my
CDR,
party,
I think,
because
might
you'll
have been,
probably
like,
find
one
me
of
in
the
front of my
first
TV,
to do
planning my
just
offense.
game
Major
reviews.
party,
I don't really
Monday
think
Night
they did
Football.
anything beyond
But
game
Captain,
reviews.
we're giving her
They
all
did
she's
game
got.
reviews and,
A
like,
beauty for Star
occasionally
Trek.
some kind of,
Next
like,
on Game
funny, humorous skits, but
Minnesota.
it was
Here's
pretty
the
much
thing with
just
Star Trek
game
on your
reviews.
NAS. Here's how to get the computer part behind the force field on the planet.
I guess Navigator,
First,
well,
don't
not
deactivate
Navigator,
any
Flights
of
of
the maintenance
Fantasy
robots.
kind of
Next,
turned
get a
into a
piece of
just
alien
games
trash.
thing.
Once you got
I might have to
the storage in your
show
inventory,
Flights of
go
Fantasy
to the
at some
room with the
point, because
computer
that
part.
one...
Once the maintenance robot gets close
If you
enough
don't
to the
know who
computer
Flights of
part,
Fantasy
throw it
is,
or
yes
use
you
your piece
do,
of
because
trash.
they did that
If the
one
aim
review
is
of Final
great, you'll
Fantasy
land right on
VII
the
where he was
computer part, and
basically
the robot will
complaining
pick
it
up both
wasn't
objects.
just...
When the robot comes back your way, blast them and take the computer part.
Solid tip, dude. GameProTV's on the way.
You know it, but that about shuts down the game screen for today. Oh, I know. But don't forget to send in your tips, your scores, and your tough questions. Here's the
Was
address.
GameSack
Grab a
that
pen.
old as
Game
well?
Ball,
I don't...
P.O. Box
I thought
1678,
GameSack was
Venice,
relatively
California, 90291.
recent.
Keep writing us.
Well said.
Thanks, B-Man.
You're welcome. Sweet. Now, that's
They
it
were
for
like,
this week. We'll
well,
be
they
back
like
next
started
week
in like
with
the
more
early
of the gaming
2010s,
news and
didn't
tips
they?
and all
I
that stuff that you're
thought it
looking
was
for.
basically,
Peace, dude. All
yeah.
right.
For my man B-Man, I am JD Roth. We'll be back in biz next week on your favorite show.
Let's
GamePro.
let's
See
watch
y'all
the
when
next
here.
episode.
Woo!
We'll watch like the first like 3 or 4, and then we'll kind of jump ahead a bit. Yeah, GameSack is a bit newer. I thought so.
Today on GamePro, we'll review the latest installment of the hit series Mega Man with Mega Man 4. Live play-by-play comes to your home in Joe Montana 2.
Like he kind of
A
started
secret
in
tip
like
to
the
recharge all
YouTube
your
era.
powers in Super Mario World. And climb
I've not
aboard the
watched
Monster
much,
Train with Bonk and warp
I'll
past
tell
the
you what
entire
though,
world.
GameSack did
All
just
this and
upload a
more
video on
on
working
GamePro.
designs. I might have to watch that.
Hello and welcome to GamePro. Now you're going to want to chill with us for the next half hour.
Or I think he just uploaded it. Either way, it was just recommended to me.
Take you to the top of video game techie-dom. Terrifying tips and tactics to take you to the top of video game techie-dom? Say that 5 times fast. Anyhow, as always, we've got the up-to-the-minute news you're waiting for, and we get it from the #1 source in gamer goodies, GamePro magazine. So, what do you say we fire it up and head on into SWAT World?
SWAT World? Can we show that on Twitch?
Whoa! Whew! This trip just keeps getting rougher and rougher. I think we've got to get a plumber in here to do something about these pipes. Anyway, here I am in the center of the universe for gamer tips.
I don't think plumbers get rid of
trick
pipes.
for one of the hottest shoot-'em-up games ever to blaze across the Nintendo screen. I am talking about Scat. And if you locked into this 2-player intergalactic battle experience, you are going to love this one. Take a look at this trick that lets you skip to any level of the game you like. Now remember, Scat is a 2-player game, and these tricks
don't word it like that.
So, you and your bud are gonna have to work together to make these level skippers work. All right, let's check it out.
I'm not even so mad that they called the game Scat. I'm mad that in Europe they gave it the much better title, Action in New York.
While player 2 holds down button A and B together on controller 2, and you both have to do it at the same time. Now, if you want to jump straight to level 3, player 1 needs to hold down button B.
I've actually never played this 2-player.
While player
Probably
2 holds down button B and A on controller 2. Again, remember to do it at the same time.
I didn't know Scat had such a good 2-player mode, though.
Oh, and finally, if you want to warp right to the Mondo Series action on level 4 and live to tell about it, player 1 must hold down
this game is
right on the
impossible,
directional
by the
pad
way,
and
if
the
you've
start
never
button
played
on
it.
controller 1, while player 2 holds down buttons A and B on controller 2. Again, do it all at the same time. Phew! That is a lot of buttons to remember. So how about we run that puppy by you one more time? Go ahead. To go immediately to level 2, player 1 must press buttons A and start on controller 1, while player 2 presses buttons A and B on controller 2. To go directly to level 3, player 1 must press button B and start on controller 1 at the same time your buddy on player 2 presses buttons A and B on controller 2. For the direct ticket to level 4, and this is the one I love, player 1 must press right on the directional pad and start on controller 1, while player 2 hits buttons A and B on controller 2. Now let the intergalactic battle of the century begin.
In Twinbee, you can link hands with player 2 and have one player control them for a stronger ship. I think, yeah, it looks like Scat has a similar mode. Yes, yeah, this is JD Roth. We were talking about, like, he got started doing Funhouse and later on produced and narrated, apparently, The Biggest Loser. I guess Biggest Loser didn't have, like, a formal host. It was just some guy narrating it. And, that guy was JD Roth.
So far, do me. Sounds pretty confusing, doesn't it? Well, you can translate the second part by using the lyrics do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Hello, Wolfpack.
Just like in the movie The Sound of Music.
Yes, so, JD Roth.
Do me, so far, do me translates to do me, so fa, do me. So use your sub to get over the mountain. Almost there.
Oh, Star Tropics, the super mid-Zelda clone.
Walk up through the mountain until you reach the giant
according to game reviewers
Where
at the time.
Keep going, you're looking for the organ. There it is. Now play the keys of the organ according to the
Am I talking about my Scat again? No, it's a different thing.
3, then 5.
I didn't name it. I was not the one who named the game Scat.
1 again.
I would not have named a game
finally,
something like that.
The big 3. The flames will be doused, and you can enter the secret passageway.
I love the one part in this game where you have to, like, dunk a piece of water, or dunk a piece of paper inside water,
Thanks for
But
the
don't
question,
like
dude.
submerge
And if
it
you guys
too
have
much
another
because,
question
you know,
or something
water
more
and
difficult you
paper
need from us,
don't
we'll
exactly
give you the answers at the
mix.
end of
So
the
you
show.
don't have to
Good
like
luck.
dunk it and
Next,
submerge it
it's the
just
Super
enough
Mario
for
World Show Montana
the
2
hidden
and
ink to
Bob's
become
Revenge.
visible.
Hey, hang in there. We'll be right back. Okay, time to take a look at a new game cart now playing in your home game machine. Now remember, we rate these games in 4 categories: graphic quality, sound effects, player challenge, and the overall fun
Okay,
factor.
this one might
Our
have
scoring
more
system
reviews
goes
than
like
the
this.
average one.
A 2 means, well, not so hot, and you can tell by that guy's face. A 3 is average, not so bad. A 4 means good game-playing stuff. And the big number 5 means don't miss it, because this stuff is as good as it gets. All right. The first game to go under the Game Lab gun this week is Mega Man 4, which is right here. It's the latest adventure in the classic Mega Man series for the NES. Now, I
I'm not
love
really
this
a Mega
one,
Man
and I have
fan.
to say that if you've enjoyed this popular series so far like me, you're probably going to be pleased with Mega Man 4. Like
Yep,
its
it is
predecessor,
entirely
this
just
cart
more Mega
continues
Man.
the tradition
Honestly,
of bringing crazed robot baddies,
I've always
good
said
character
like Mega Man
graphics,
4 and
great
up.
background
I'm
art,
not really a
and
fan
warped
of,
mechanical music
especially
to your
just
home
because
video
like they
game
added the
screen.
Mega
Now, if you're
Buster.
expecting a visit from good old Doc Wily, forget it. In Mega Man 4, evil has a new name, and it's Dr. Cossack. You see, Doc Cossack is the guy who's been designing all these evil robots for years, and yet nobody pays any attention to him. Cossack suffers a brain boilover and sends out 8 of the most powerful robots of all time to take out my main man.
This kid looks like he turned out to be a serial killer. Well, you
Take a
know,
look at all these new and improved
I was
robot
gonna,
raiders. These guys are bad.
you know,
There's Ringman,
I was
Diveman,
gonna mention that,
Starman,
but you kind of
Sparrowman,
spoiled the end. No,
Brightman,
he didn't turn out to be a serial
Toadman,
killer.
Drillman, and Dustman. The game features a few special guest appearances by some enemies of past Mega Man carts. The torpedo fish are back and making a second appearance. There they are. They are ugly looking. And then there are those pesky meteors. All right, this game throws even more monstrous foes at the Mega Master. It's got monster-sized robo-hippos.
Robo-hippos! Okay, never mind. This game is actually sick.
And take a look at this gigantic missile whale. He's cool.
Missile whale! Okay, yeah, you know what? Never mind. I take back what I said. This game is actually the greatest thing ever
you can steal
made.
their weapons just like in every Mega Man game. Plus, you get 2 new devices to give Mega Man a chance against Cossack's rude robos. There is the wire adapter, which is really cool. It enables Mega Man to fire a wire up to a ledge or ceiling and haul his metal can up to the top. And then there's that balloon adapter, which you see. It creates small floating platforms for Mega Man to stand on. Okay, so how do we rate this puppy? As we've come to expect in this series, Mega Man 4 comes through with a solid graphic display. Not bad, huh? The music and sound effects are offbeat and interesting, and the challenge of the game will keep even the most experienced Mega Man player busy for quite a while, even me. The fun factor? We think you are just gonna love this one.
That stands to reason challenge would go down a peg. Again, like I said, I think the Mega Buster just kind of breaks Mega Man.
Out last season. The all-new Joe Montana 2
Mega Man X did kind of course correct that.
Oh my, howdy!
This hot part of the Genesis system has been upgraded big time, and I think it's safe to say video game football has never been more exciting.
Did we have like dueling ludes?
New Orleans lines up for the kickoff. San Francisco set to receive.
This new version of Joe Montana football looks and sounds completely different than the original. While the camera angle that followed the action in Joe Montana football was a bit limited, Joe Montana 2 presents a side view horizontally scrolling. And check it out. Once a play begins,
that's not a side view, that's a top-down view.
Zooms in on the ball carrier and enlarges the player to over 200%. Look at that guy. These dudes look like they're coming out of the screen and right into your face.
Pitch out. Good blocking. Going deep. And he scores.
Why isn't Stephen Hawking narrating? Oh, yeah.
All right, what a touchdown. Now, if you think the action is happening, chill, because the sound is not to be believed. With a system called Sports Talk, this game will have you believing that Charlie Jones has moved into your game cart and is calling the plays right from inside your home.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like a human.
gets away a beauty. And he's got it. That's the 6.
With a vocabulary of
wow, that was almost comprehensible.
built into the system, the game will describe every play on the field situation in addition to telling you your field position, yards to go, and the score. This card includes an arsenal of plays that provides an offense.
There used to be a
17
game
runs
your
and
friend
19
and
passes,
you played on the Super Nintendo
17
called
defensive plays.
Quarterback
I know.
Club.
You want
Okay.
more? You gotta see this. So,
Yeah, there were a
you get
lot
to
of
the
good
offensive line
football
and you don't like
games
what you
on
see. Hey,
Super Nintendo.
No problem. Have your quarterback call an audible on either side of the ball and change the play to something else. Not bad, huh? And because you can change the direction of any play in the playbook, you'll have a whopping selection of 72 formations on offense. Now, there's one hitch in the game that I gotta pass along, and believe it or not, it comes in the passing game. Your receivers will often race out of the quarterback's view, which means that sometimes the only thing that'll help complete a pass is a whole lot of luck. Oh well, nothing's perfect.
Oh well, nothing's perfect.
Hey,
That should be
dude,
my,
I'm here in Super
that should be,
Mario World
instead
for
of
the
come
Super
get your
Nintendo,
satisfied,
to
my
give
new
you a tip on how
tagline
to
should
fly
be,
through
oh
this
well,
popular
nothing's
game card
perfect.
with the help of all the superpowers you will ever need.
Fuck yeah,
Want to
Super
find
Mario
out?
World!
Check this out.
The,
First, grab a cake and head
the
into World
totally,
2's Donut Ghost House.
existent sequel to Mario 3. I like Mario World, I just think Mario 3 is significantly better.
Perfect.
They
Now,
scaled
once you
this one
arrive,
back
take a running
lot.
start and fly up the wall on
I'm
the
sorry.
left-hand side. Oh, you're doing
I'm
good.
actually not
now land
sorry.
on the ledge. Next, follow the ledge all the way to the
He
right
is
until you
Simpson
come to a door.
yellow.
That's right. Keep looking for the door, Mario. Jump. Exit out that door and clear the course. A road will open leading to the top secret area. Follow the yellow brick road. Oops, wrong story. Follow the road and enter the top secret area. What you'll find is a bonus screen where you can start racking up freebie Marios, fire flowers, feathers, and Yoshis. Cool! It's party time in Donut Ghost House.
I do like the alternate paths you could take in Mario World. I think that was a great addition, but Mario 3 just like had so many more cool power-ups, and I think the level design was a lot more interesting.
Superpowers, not a problemo.
Admitted,
Once you open the way
you
to
could
the top
argue
secret
maybe
area,
it was a
you
bit
can
too
return there
gimmicky.
anytime you want
I
and do it
guess
all
I
over
could
again.
see
Pretty
that
cool,
point
huh?
of view,
You can even grab
but
one-up green mushrooms.
I don't know. I think the gimmicks worked in Mario 3. Like the pipe maze, I thought that was kind of cool.
First, grab a cape and head into the Donut Ghost House in World 2.
I don't even like teleporter mazes, but Mario
take a
3
running
did
start
it kind of in a
and
way
fly
that
left up
wasn't
the
like
wall and
super
land on the
annoying,
ledge.
so
Right up the wall.
I guess
on
my
the ledge.
respect
Follow the
more
ledge
so
to
than
the right
anything.
until you come to the door. You know what to
They
do.
did a
Get ready
pipe
to jump
maze
off.
and didn't make it stupid and bullshit and wrong and bad.
Oh! Go out the door and follow the road into the top secret area. Once you're in the top secret area, take what you can, because you're gonna need it all in the war against the Koopa Troopas.
This room is like super helpful, by the way.
I don't know how this little guy does it. I'm getting a headache just watching him. Where else could I be but heading into the classic TurboGrafx 16 card, Bonk's Revenge? Now, if you Bonkmusters out there are getting a headache like I am from butting heads with that bad old King Drool, I got one that'll put a real smile
This
on your
one's
face.
for the really
Watch
rich
this.
kids who had a TurboGrafx 16.
You know those smiley faces you come across throughout the game? Well, these are not just a bunch of pretty faces hanging around. Collect 50 or more of these smiley faces by the time you reach the monster train, and just watch what happens.
I gotta play more Bonk's Revenge. I like the first Bonk. Is this the one where, like, Bonk becomes huge Bonk?
Now,
I think
check
it is.
out the monster train that takes you straight to the top. Going up. Now the game gets cool, because Princess Za will reward you by warping you past an entire world. Now that is one fast-moving tip. Let's hear it one more time. So here it comes. Just collect 50 or more smiley faces by the time you reach the monster train, and let Princess Za do her thing. It's Warp City, right past an entire world. Go get 'em!
Turdo Crapix, how dare you? Hello, Cerulean. You remember watching this Saturday mornings? Yes. We are watching, this is, I think, now episode 3. We're gonna be skipping around in a little bit, but for right now, we're watching like the first 3 or 4 episodes in order. A slang word for sticky icky is Zaza. Stoners are the stupidest group of people ever.
So, you've been working your way through a game for what seems like, I don't know,
I'm sorry.
forever, and you just haven't quite made it to the end. You know, doesn't it just make you crazy that you can't...
How many euphemisms for a thing do you... I don't think sex has this many euphemisms.
I've decided to put you out of your misery. Here's a few tips to help you fight your way right to the end of the SNES card, Final Fight, and a look at the ending of this difficult game card. First, since Cody has the faster fist, select him for the best possible offensive potential. He is one mean, lean dude. Now, once you're inside Belger's stronghold, you'll probably be running short of energy. So, run under
This
the
is the Super
chandeliers
Nintendo
and grab
version
the
of Final
barbecues
Fight,
to fill
right?
up your lifeline.
Yeah.
Beautiful kick. They're dropping like flies. There it is. Grab it. That'll fill up your lifeline. Now, to trash Belger, block his arrows with quick punches. Then, rock him and roll him with your body throws. Slam Belger.
Yes, all the equipment. It's almost like game journalists can't play video games. But that can't be true, because if that were true, that would still be the case today. Oh, wait, no.
Metro City is saved from the villainous Mad Gear Gang and just...
Oh, it is? Well, yeah, I don't think there were any other versions of Final Fights. Any other ports,
rather. This is what it looks like when you make it to the final end of Final Fight.
Oh yeah, that's right. The Super Nintendo version missed one of the, like, scrapped one of the characters. I guess Guy.
Secret weapons and tactics.
Whoa! If you're into NES play-action football on the Nintendo, we've got a tip that is so hot, it has its own name. Ha! It's called the 49er outside kickoff touchdown trick. And while it doesn't work every time, it is almost always worth a try. Here's what you do. First, enter the team selection screen and choose
Oh yeah, Primo Dad Gaming. Golf.
Now, when you kick off, aim to the far side of the field, which is located on the top of your television screen, and be sure to kick a medium onside kick. After the ball is kicked, quickly press the A and B buttons at the same time.
Oh shit, I just realized this is like covering...
He's the closest coverage man to where the ball lands. Now once you've locked into Lot, tap the A button repeatedly to make Lot run fast towards the ball. Now, we all know that Ronnie Lott is one quick dude. And if you do it right, he can usually scoop up football before the opposing team can and take it in for 6 points for the opponent. The 49er onside kickoff touchdown trick. I love it. Now, we predict that this trick will only work between 33 and 50% of the times you try it. So go for it, especially if you're down a few points and it's near the end of the game.
Very specific prediction.
First, choose the San Francisco 49ers on the team selection screen. Aim your kick off the far side of the field, which is on the top of the screen. Next, kick a medium onside kick. Now quickly, press the A and B button at the same
Golf
time.
games are actually fun. I mean,
now tap button A as fast as you can to move lot to the
I mean,
ball.
I like. I mean, there are some good golf
the ball
games. There's
and
like
head for the
Neo
goal line
Turf
and
Masters.
score a
That's a
quick
fun
six.
time. Tiger Woods golf too was pretty fun. It like kind of like changed up the controls a little bit to make it a little bit more interactive and arcadey. You used like the thumbstick to like control the golf club.
Golden Axe and Centurion.
Honestly, not a
feature
bad
knights,
idea.
Castles, wizards, and dragons. All of these elements are medieval.
They kind of did that
The
for a
Middle
little
Ages
while,
stretched
and then
from
they kind of
500
just
to 1500
brought it back
AD.
to a more
Now check
standard
this
golf
out.
setup.
Just hundreds of years later, we amuse ourselves by playing games with medieval
Obviously,
themes.
Wii golf is
What
fun.
did people do for amusement in the Middle Ages? Hunting was big, with the art of falconry considered the noblest sport of all. Now, on the streets were traveling performers, you know, like jugglers, musicians, acrobats, maybe even hosts of TV shows, you don't know.
Falconer
Indoors,
is not a job
medieval entertainment
anymore.
included cards
Are falcons
and chess.
an endangered
Comedy was big then,
species?
too. And if you were a lord,
Is it just
you'd have
illegal
a
to
jester
hunt
on staff
falcons
to
now?
entertain you whenever you please. Who needs cable TV? Check out the Middle Ages at your local library. Well, that's about all
Learn to
we can get on the
read,
screen
kids.
for today. Now, if you've got a viewer tip or a question for me or Mario, don't be shy. Send it in. Here's the address.
Mario!
GameProTV, P.O. Box 3329, Redwood City, California, 94064. Okay, until next week, I'll be chilling here in the game lab, getting it all ready for you because that's what we do. I'm
Alright,
JD
let's
Ross. Take
skip
care.
ahead a little bit. Skip to... Oh, you know what, actually? Never mind, it skips ahead... Oh, no, wait, no, never mind. Let's skip to, episode 11.
They're rattling around in the game lab, and they've come up with a whole lot of stuff that I'm going to tell you about today. They're rattling around in the game lab, and they've come up with a whole lot of stuff that I'm going to tell you about today. And you know where it all comes from,
Mario,
bud?
exactly.
The number one source for home and arcade game information, GamePro magazine. Yeah.
Down the hatch. SWAT time.
Secret weapons and tactics.
Things are as hot as always here in SWAT World, where we lead off with America's favorite underachiever, the Bartman.
The Bartman!
How's it going? Hey, Bart. Let's go party, bud. Hey, dude, I'm in the middle of a kid. It's cool. Yeah, okay, later. Cool. Hasta, baby. This is for the NES game The Simpsons. Now, if you're tired of running out of lives before you make it to the end, here's a trick that'll get you 100 lives. Watch.
First, turn the game off. Second, return the game to whatever store you bought it from. Third, buy literally anything else. It's not a good game.
Now, wait until coins start to shoot out at you. Okay, here's the deal. For every 15 coins
Where's
you collect,
Game
you
Genie?
earn an extra life. You can hang out as long as
Well,
you
why
want
would you use
and
Game
keep
Genie when
racking
you
up
can
lives if you
just,
collect
like,
coins?
watch
There's
on the
no
GamePro?
limit, man.
GamePro got all the
Now,
tips you need.
as long
You
as
don't
we're in
need
the
to spend
Bart
money
mania,
on
we
Game
thought we'd
Genie.
answer a little
GamePro's giving
question
you all
that
the
has
cheats for
plagued the fans
free.
of The Simpsons video game since the day the cart first appeared. You know, the key and the whistle
That's just
you buy at stage
resourceful.
1? Have you ever wondered what to do with them? Well, wonder no more. To use the whistle, go
There's
to
a
the
similar
last pair
off-model
of windows at the retirement
plushie
home and blow it.
in the
Good
Nintendo
old
Power
Grandpa
Star
Simpson
Fox
will appear in the
64
top window
VHS
and
too.
shower you with a
Cool.
ton of coins. Pretty cool, huh? Then, go to the door off the Springfield retirement home where Grandpa lives and use the key. You'll warp back to Moe's Tavern, where you'll have another chance to buy some more of the things that you're gonna need, like bottle rockets and cherry bombs. Okay,
Cherry
if
bomb!
it's level jumping that you're into, here's some hair-raising moves for Bugs Bunny's Crazy Castle for the Game Boy.
This game is good. I will
These
fight
passwords
anybody
to
who
get to
says
any of these
otherwise.
stages. For stage 50, enter 2TWX.
Honestly, this entire series is good, I
Stage
mean.
60, enter YTKX.
Or at least the first, like, couple of entries. 4 and 5, like, after That's when it just got way up its own ass and started introducing Woody Woodpecker and shit.
Stage 7.
Man,
Enter She
Bugs
2.
Bunny.
That's right. SHE2.
Bugs Bunny ain't what it used to be.
And for stage 80, enter
Seems like this
X-H-O2.
transfer isn't exactly the best. Kind of seems to like glitch every so often.
Let's flash those again. For stage 50.
Oh yeah, they got a lot of
enter
mileage out of this
WX.
series. If you ever want to like,
For stage
if you ever want to
60,
do a deep
enter
dive of like all the
YTKX.
weird reskins
For
these
stage
games got
70,
all over the
enter
world, like
SHE2.
I think it was like Crazy Castle 3 was
stage
like
80,
over
enter
here it was
XHO2.
Bugs Bunny, and then like in Europe it was Garfield and Hugo, and there was like a Mickey Mouse game somewhere, and somewhere else it was like real Ghostbusters. It was a strange thing.
I was wondering if you could show me where the 6 pieces to the heavy barrel are.
It's no big deal, dude. The game
Heavy
Maniacs
Barrel,
has the
this
answer to
kid's
this one, so check it out.
insane.
4 pieces are here in Perimeter 1. You'll find one at the beginning of the bridge.
I like the Taz game on Genesis. It's a bit of a controversial one, and I totally understand why, like, some people don't like the Genesis Taz game, but I like it. I have a soft spot for it, despite its flaws. Mainly just kind of like touchy controls and sort of questionable level design.
In Perimeter 2, there's 1 piece in the last locker before you reach the 2nd elevator.
Definitely like 10 billion times better than the Game Gear version, if you remember that one, when we covered that.
You'll find the 6th piece located in the first locker on the right-hand side in Perimeter 3.
Oh yeah, this is. I was saying earlier, like, this is like very, like, kind of jingling keys in front of a toddler to entertain them. It's just kind of like. Like, there's definitely, like, points of this where it's, like, it feels like they're kind of, like, nudging you violently, like, be entertained, goddammit!
An awesome tip to get your
But,
treasures
whatever, that was
in
just the 90s, I guess.
So stick around, bud! It's GamePro!
Hard, dude! Shady's a stud!
Secret weapons and tactics.
Wow, very awesome. As we start to get into the new SNES games, we're catching on to some totally hot, cool tricks. This stuff is so super fresh that when we figure it out, you will be the first to know. Here's one for the Darius twin. Whoa! Whoa!
This is so super fresh, we don't even know what the fuck we're talking about.
Now, if you're finding this game tough to master, and who isn't, here's a trick that'll let you start the game with 50 men. All right, here's what you do. Now,
50
you
men?
need a friend
That's
to
so
help
many
you with
men.
This one, because it kind of requires a lot of finger work at one time, so listen up. First, bring up the title screen. Now, hold down the top left and top
Yeah,
right
exactly. Like,
Okay,
I was
at the
saying
same
that
time,
is like
hold down
tragically
the
there
select
weren't
buttons
too
on
many
both controller
shows
one
like this.
and
There
two.
was
Cool.
there were
That's
some.
where your
There was
friends
Video
may come in
Power,
handy.
which
Now, if you did
I
this
haven't
right,
seen
you
much
can
of,
begin
but
the
I
game with 50
to me
men.
seems kind of more like a game show than an actual like review show. I might be
Let's
wrong
try that
about
out
that.
one more time. First,
there was
bring
a
up the title
course,
screen.
like, you know, if you want to go way obscure, there was like Flights of Fantasy, which was literally broadcast on public access. Later on in like the internet era, there would be like Classic Game Room and
Very
stuff
cool.
like that.
You know,
and of
here's a
course,
hot one for Fantasia
many
for the
years
Genesis
later,
game system.
looking
that'll
back
let
on
you
these
a whole
games
bunch of hidden
retrospectively,
items.
there was
Watch
obviously
this.
like, you know, angry video game nerd and the
While you're in level 1, wait for the first
huge
marching
amount
room
of
to come out. Once you see it, lead it to the far
influence
left
that
of the
had.
screen. Okay, now when it gets all the
There
way
weren't
to the
really
left,
many
leap
of
in the air
these
and
like
bounce
video
on top
game
of the
TV
broomstick.
shows, though.
A spell
Unfortunately,
book with 3 extra magic blasts and 5
around the
bonus
world
items
there were
will
a
appear on
couple.
the
There was
stairs.
like the
Go,
Games Master in the UK. There was Video Game and Arcade Top 10 in Canada, I believe. Nick Arcade, obviously, yeah. That's a good point.
This game is barely hitting the store.
Captain N, yeah, that counts.
Gods managed to get their hands on Wizardry 2, bud. Knight of Diamonds, yeah, that's for the NES.
Oh, Video Power was kind of closer to Captain N. Okay, I see.
That's right, dude, you know it. They check for graphics, sound effects, whether the game gives you...
You ever feel not so fresh down there?
The fun factor. That is just how much fun is this game to play. Well, dude, I hope it's majorly fun, you know what I'm saying? It better be. Yeah, we've been waiting for this card to make it to the screen, and now that we've got it between our thumbs, we're stoked to report that Wizardry fans, you will not be disappointed. No.
Game Master, everyone
you
has
need to
made
understand the
that
legend
joke.
of the staff of Nilda. So here's how it goes.
Then it turned into a
The
game
action
show
occurs in the
later
city of
on
Ligament,
Video
a town
Power.
which was
So there were
once
two
full of
different
bad guys
shows
using the
called
magical
Video
powers of the staff
Power,
of Nilda.
but they were
There
both
was,
still
however,
kind
one
of the
most
same
serious
show.
problem
That's
with the setup.
interesting.
You see, anyone who was born in the city of Ligament was not affected by the staff.
Ligama balls.
So as
Sorry.
long as the dudes were born in the city were cool,
Abnormal.
no problemo. But if there was a bad guy born in the city, well, you know the story. One bad apple can ruin a whole city of Ligament. So that's where Dalpus comes in. You see,
What?
Dalpus
He was proud of that
and
one
knocked
for
out the
some
entire
reason.
family, with the exception of Princess Margda and her brother Prince Alavic, who got away. Now Alavic was able
That's
to
a
beat
shame
up the
because,
bad
like, I would
Dalpus in
love
the
to
castle of
do
Ligament.
more of
So
these
you think the
kind of
story's over
like
now, right,
watch
bud?
party
Oh,
type
no
streams,
way.
but the problem
As
is there
Dalpus
really
fell,
aren't that
he uttered
many
a
of
curse
these
so heinous that he took out
video
himself,
game
the
review
castle,
shows
Alavic,
out
and the
there.
magic staff, and that is where you come in.
Definitely
It's up to you
not
to
many
rescue the
doing
staff
this
or the city's
format.
history.
I might get into like
By
some of the
leading a party
game
of
shows.
6
There's
down
Video
and dirty
Power.
brothers,
There's
each
also
with his own
Starcade
special
if you
skill.
go back
And
far
some of
enough.
these skills are pretty cool, like the
That
fighter
was
who
like
does some awesome head bashing,
that
and the
that
mage
aired in
who
like
has the power to roast monsters
82,
alive.
83, like the year or
how
so
did the
before the
ratings
game
come out? I'll
crashed.
tell you what the in the hood.
I might cover
Well, the story
Starcade at some
happened,
point,
The graphics are
but,
most definitely not.
yeah, not a
All
whole
in all,
lot of these
we gotta
types of
say that,
shows,
well, they're pretty
unfortunately.
average. Just like in Wizardry 1, the tunes get pretty repetitive after spending some time in the depths of all those mazes. Now, what we
Ooh,
like
Bad
is the
Influence? That could be
challenge.
one.
The game takes an average of 150 hours of gameplay time to complete. Wow. This is not a game for the impatient or lighthearted, but if you do like to take on a major gamer project,
that's not what I
go
said.
for it. When it comes to an awesome role-playing game, Wizardry 2 is actually one of the best around. We just wish that maybe the designers had spent as much time on the graphics as they did.
I didn't know there was a
developing
port of
this
Wizardry 2
totally
for the
cool story.
NES.
You must agree with me, B-Man.
You must agree
Yeah,
with me.
We are in total agreement.
Atari Age, the early was that a TV series? Atari Age TV from the early 80s. Or, yeah, from the early 80s. I've never heard of that. I might. That is something I'm going to keep on my radar.
Check it out.
Wait, that's not the
graphics of the cars, crowds, ambulances,
That's not that
and
one,
animals. Road ride
like,
four-wheel drive.
was it
Puts
like,
you behind the wheel of a killer
it's not
four-wheel
like
drive
that
vehicle.
one
But
show,
this
right?
will get
Like
you
How to
thicker,
Beat
or you're
Video
butt in a
Games,
race
I
that
think it
takes
was
you through
called.
tough terrain and
It was all
terrifying
just like
tracks.
kind of strategy guides for
Doesn't
old
that sound
Atari
tough
games.
now, does it? Now, the drive's not as smooth as it might seem, particularly when
I
you
think that's a
introduce the
different
stun gun
show,
in the
but that
competition,
couldn't
so
be
check it
another
out.
one to look
You
into.
take your aim at your competition.
Atari
here,
Age,
and
though,
you
is
stuck
one
it
I'll
full
have
of
to
you down
check
with the
out.
grid, okay? Now, while you have to whip your way through the delectable tracks in one piece, gotta tell you that you just gotta go for a crash scene every once in a while, like so. Totally awesome. And besides, when you live through
Wizardry
a
2,
crash,
you just
get this
bought the
bonus play at the
Digital
end of the game.
Eclipse
It wouldn't
remake
allow you
of the
to go to
first
the next
Wizardry.
round free
I didn't know
of
they
charge, but if
did
you
a
don't
new
finish first,
remake of
add
the first
another quarter
Wizardry. That
rest.
sounds cool.
It's gonna kind of cost you, bud.
Oh, it's nothing. You just made it up,
Feature I
Sam.
haven't told you about just because I'm into saving the best for last.
You got my
Four
hopes
by
up.
four-wheel
That
drive comes
sounds-
with a rump thump. You heard me. That means you can actually feel the shakes, the rattles, the rolls you encounter during the
Maybe I'll have to check out Atari.
Atari.
Well, there is that, what is it? There is that one Atari Force, was it called? Magazine? That could be one to look at. I generally kind of like to have more objective magazines. Like, especially, like, if they're doing reviews, I kind of prefer to have more objective magazines, but I think I might loosen that rule going forward, because I do want to cover Nintendo Power at some point, and that is 100% like a Nintendo propaganda piece.
20 on Splatterhouse on a TurboGrafx 16.
Like, that's the entire point of it.
Hello, I'm Callister. I live in Absentee, Tennessee.
Wizardry...
-3 for my Nintendo.
Proving Ground of the Mad Overlord, released in 2024. It won a Grammy for Best Video Game Music. Interesting.
Whoa, hold up, pal. It's time for me to head down and take a bite at SWAT World. And if I got it right, I am going to be doing some serious submarine time.
Submarine time. You better be careful, okay? Because there's a lot of scary things in the ocean, bud.
Hey, come on. What could happen to me? All right, I'll see you later.
Okay.
Whoa. I see what he means.
I haven't played
Maybe I
much of
could
the
catch a
Wizardry
plane
games,
instead.
but like if
Or maybe
they've
you should
kind of
just take care,
modernized it, I might
good
be.
plan. All right, later.
I might be potentially interested.
Secret weapons and tactics.
Whoa. Nice wave, dude. One of my favorite movies in the past year was The Hunt for Red October, and I gotta tell you, I enjoy the Game Boy version almost as much as the movie. Here's a tip that'll increase your firing power big time.
I've heard kind of conflicting things about
During the
this
stage
game.
where you see the map of the Atlantic Ocean, push
Some
the
people
A and B
really
buttons
like
down at
it,
the
and
same
others
time.
really,
Now,
really
while
hate
holding
it.
down A and B, hit up,
I
then
do
down.
think the Game Boy
When your
version
game
is
begins,
slightly better than the
your game
NES
log will
one,
show
from what I've
25
heard.
missiles. Not bad, huh?
It
Let's
is
run that
definitely
one down again.
modernized. That
During the
could
stage where you see
be...
the map of the Atlantic Ocean.
There's definitely
Push
like
A
a
and
lot
B
of those
buttons down
really
at the
early
same time.
CRPGs are
All right,
kind
so
of
far,
just
so good.
like
Now, while holding down A and
built
B,
to hate
hit
the
up,
player.
then down. And when that game begins, the 25 missiles are yours.
So I've always kind of been a bit scared of like Wizardry and Ultima and games like that, but modernized Wizardry, I could be down for
Here's
that.
one for that NES classic.
And it's by Digital
Now, if
Eclipse,
you've been playing
so...
Fact Xanadu like I have for a long time and wish you could figure
Fact
out how to finish
Xanadu,
the
let's
game,
go!
Check this out. It's as easy as the following password. Capital B, Q, question mark, capital U, N, question mark, comma, capital G, capital M, M, capital Y, X, capital U, capital Q, H, period, capital C, capital E, capital I, capital Q, G.
Oh my god,
Okay,
that
enter this
password
password
screen is
and
so
show them what
long.
they've won, Don.
You won the rank of Lord, a Dragon Slayer, a battle suit, and a battle helmet. You'll also receive a Sapphire Elf ring, a Demon's ring.
He's
a
still
magical
typing
rod,
in the
and 8
password.
Red potions. JD?
Thank you, Don. Now, with all that stuff, you can't help but make it to the end of the game. Good luck. Let's run that one down again. Capital B, Q, question mark, capital
You need to get
U,
back to Lunar
N,
Silver Star? Hey, I never
question
left.
mark, comma, capital G,
That game is
capital
great, at
M,
least on the PlayStation.
M,
I haven't played the
capital
Sega
Y,
CD one.
X, capital U, capital Q, H, period,
Fuzzanadu?
capital E, capital I, capital Q,
I
G.
don't like saying it that way, but fine. People are gonna yell at me if I don't say Fuzzanadu, but that just sounds wrong. I don't like the way that dances on my tongue.
Now, as you know, dudes, we've got Game Lab spies everywhere, so we can get the scoop on what's happening now and what's going to be happening in the future. So watch your backs. Well, one of our spies managed to get a hold of a super sneak preview of the SNES game Rocketeer based on the Disney movie. Now, remember, this game is still being worked on even as I talk about it, so it is truly the early word.
Hush, hush, my friend. Now, this game
Spoiler,
is
the
designed to have
game doesn't
5
get much
episodes.
better.
Each episode represents a level, so check it out in the graphics. The first episode...
Wait, is this the
Trusted
NES?
Bud Petey gives
Is this
our
the
hero
NES or
Cliff
the
a few
Super
awesome
Nintendo
airplanes to
version?
try out, including the Mondo Cirrus X3. And we also get to quickly check out this rocket pack in a man.
Sorry if the
race.
redeems
Now,
are gonna be like
what
super
Cliff did
loud
not
compared
know
to
is
this.
that
I
hanging out
literally
inside
have
the
the
hangar
desktop
is this
audio
Nazi
turned
SS
all the
officer
way
and a
up so
Nazi
that you can
rocket
actually
man.
hear
Bogus
the
dude.
you can actually
Yeah.
hear this. It's just
So
a
now,
very
these
quiet
dudes are waiting to grab
transfer.
Cliff and his buds, and of course the rocket pack.
And that takes us to the next level, where the Nazis grab Peavy.
I
Jenny,
literally have
and the rocket
to
pack,
like
but the
turn
Cliff
my
Man gets away.
PC
He's
speakers
stuck.
almost all the way up to
Then you
even
take
hear
over
it
control as
myself.
Cliff, and you fight off Nazi rocket men. If you succeed, you'll regain.
Yeah, let's hope
control of
this isn't the
rocket pack,
SNES
and then
version.
You'll swear to use it to save Cliff's girlfriend Jenny and his best.
Oh, it
pal,
is the.
Pete.
Oh no, it
So,
is. It
Cliff
is.
takes off after the Nazi fighter plane, the Locust. That's where Jenny and
I think
Peavy
this
are
game
being
was
held
created by
captive, okay?
Nazis.
On this level, Cliff succeeds in freeing Peavy, but Jenny remains a prisoner of the Nazis inside this enormous-looking Zeppelin. It is massive. I speak the truth. So, now Cliff and Peavy have control of the Nazi Locust, and then he fly to the Zeppelin.
Nazi
They gotta dodge
locusts.
all these, like,
Damn
all these
right.
flying tanks, and they got these air,
Surf Nazi
air mines
locusts
coming at 'em, and
must
missiles,
die.
And then, if you make it through level 4 alive, you can get on board the Zeppelin and head off in search of Jenny. Yeah.
Wow, that is quite a story. Now, there's one final level we haven't showed you yet, but hey, there's got to be some surprises. Start looking for this game to hit the store soon, and stay tuned to GamePro for reviews and tips on this awesome new game cart.
If you want 30 extra lives in Gradius 3, don't move!
What the fuck was that thing? It's like Pee Wee Herman mixed with
This is Daniel Garrett from
what am I
Valencia,
thinking of?
California, and I know a good tip for Gradius 3 for the SNES.
Fuck.
When the title screen appears, press down and then left.
I don't know why. I don't know why I'm blanking on it. The guy who like was in TV commercials and like it had like the wacky like weird editing. Was it just the Konami code in this game?
Tip. You know what? You've got a GamePro coming, and it is on its way. You know it.
You're stoked, bud?
Absolutely.
That puts us on pause for this week, absolutely. So don't forget to send in your questions, tips, game scores.
Yeah, Starcade is one I definitely want to get to in the future.
Game here, sharp, get gutsy.
Yeah, the SNES version is better. I still wouldn't say it's great, but it's better than the SNES one.
And only he can
Yeah, I definitely want to get to Starcade in the
on
future.
GamePro, I'm JD Roth. Peace to ya.
Your level and Rocketeer. And take a hop through space with Bucky
Alright, let's
all this and more.
Alright, let's do this.
GamePro.
Here we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome to GamePro. I'm JD Roth.
And I'm Brennan.
Hey, sup?
Yeah, it's time to check in with the game.
I like the one episode of Starcade where they got like that one Amiga dev. I forget his name, but he was just like super cracked at video games.
Oh, baby, you know
He
what
was
this
just like
is?
kicking this
You wanna
one
hold on to
kid's
it?
ass
Sure,
because like the
right.
thing with
Yeah. This is the
Starcade is
H1
like
game action
they would
replay,
have
and we're gonna
adults
show you all
and
about this
kids
cutting-edge toy pretty
like
soon,
paired
along
together
with a whole lot more
or
today
like paired
on
against each other
GamePro.
rather.
Yeah.
So you
and
have
when I
like
get
this
the news
one
that you didn't know
adult
about
who's like super
from
cracked
GamePro
at video
magazine,
games, and
yeah.
this kid is
That's
just
the
like,
source for home and
I play
arcade video
Atari.
game knowledge.
So like you had
we
like
did
this
that.
one guy
The
was
JD man
like
over here is ready to book. Think it's time to turn on the
playing
engines and
like
take off
Super
the
Pac-Man, getting like
Hold this for me, man.
trouncing
Okay, man,
this
double
one
psych. I'm ready to
kid.
fly.
And then they got to Super Zaxxon, I think it was. And like that game is just meant to fucking murder you, and even this guy
start it
got
up.
totally murdered.
All right.
Also,
let's get started
Starcade
today.
just as a
I'm
game
hanging
was
here in
completely
Swatwell with the word,
unbalanced, just
the
because like
password. And it's
you'd have
guaranteed to
one
make the
game
NES
where
adventure
like
game Rocketeer from your budget
like,
Bondi a whole lot more
2,000
exciting.
points would
Hey,
just be
check
like
these out.
you know
So,
like
you've
an
mastered
insane
levels
amount
1 and
to
2,
get.
and you are tired of having to replay them time and
Meanwhile,
time
like
again
another
before
game,
you
it would
get to
be
the real
like,
challenge.
oh,
Well, guess what?
like because
Here's
like
the
you know
password
the
that'll
way
rocket
that
you to
games
any
like
level of the game
tallied
you
up
want.
points would
Later.
always be different. It would be like you know one game it would be really easy to get 5,000 points in 30 seconds,
Remember,
and then
dudes, in
another game it would
Rocketeer,
be
each
like
chapter is a
oh
different level
200
for direct
points.
entry into level 5.
So you'd have to like
318,
kind of know these
469,
games in advance,
417.
and so that you could pick them. It was, like, as an actual game, it kind of sucked, but it was a really good time capsule of early, Golden Age arcade games.
If you're ready to challenge the closing chapter in the story, check this one out. 040-473-312.
I guess I'll have to get to video power at some point as well. I don't know too much about that
we also
one.
have the codes for levels 2, 3, and 4. All right, we'll put those on the screen right now so you can copy them down.
But I guess at some point it kind of turned into a game show, and that incarnation I might be more interested in.
Whoa! Hey, I don't know about you, but I just can't seem to whip the Cyclops monster in the NES game Shadowgate. At least I couldn't before the Game Lab Gonzos laid this solid tip on me. So listen up. Okay, so you've made it to the courtyard, and there he is, the Cyclops. He's mean, he's lean, he's one tough.
Oh, I think they
customer.
showed
But if
this
you have
tip
the
like
right
in an
attitude,
earlier
you can
episode,
take out
so I think
this
they're just
one-eyed boss
reusing
bad guy
tips.
with no sweat. All you need is 2 items, and they're located in the closet, in the hallway, at the very beginning of the game. Open up the closet, take the sword and the sling. Also, remember to grab a few stones when you're over by the waterfall, because you're gonna need them for the sling. Now, use stone on sling to put a rock into the sling. Now use sling on the Cyclops to knock this dude for a loop.
These MacVenture games, they're kind of jank, but they're fun. They're kind of endearing jank.
Once he's down and out and feeling pretty lousy, finish him off by using sword. He's history and you are on your way, baby. All right, gamers, let's check it out one more time. Open up the closet and take the sword and the sling. Also, remember to grab a few stones when you're on your way over to the waterfall because you're gonna need them for the sling. Now, use stone on sling.
This is another
to put a
song
rock
I'm
into
gonna
the
have to
sling.
add to my game
All right,
music
use sling on
playlist.
Cyclops to knock
I have a
that
bunch
dude
of
for a
songs
loop.
from these MacVenture games, the NES ports
Check it out.
anyway,
Once
but
he's down and out, all
I
you
keep
need to
forgetting
do is
like
finish him
literally
off
every
by
song
using the
used
sword.
in these games is just 10 out of 10.
Hi, I'm Kilo Lasagna from San Carlos, California, and I have a question on the Immortal from Nintendo. I'm stuck in a room on level 2 with 3 identical designs on the floor. Each design has holes to fit the red gems I have.
Dude, every
Which holes
video
should I put the gems
submitted
in?
to them looks like a hostage
Bud, that was a real tough
situation.
one. Now, I gotta be
I'm
straight
sorry
with you
to
and
these
tell you that
kids,
right
but
up to air
like they are
time,
not
the
TV
Game Lab
ready.
Techno Turkeys haven't quite come up with the big answer that you're looking for, so let's go check it out and see if they worked it out, okay? Follow me. Yo! You guys come up with the answer to that dude's question? All right! Dankeschön. Here we go, bud, we got it. Now here's what you do. If you help the Goblin King by giving him water, he'll give you this clue.
He said Lunar. He said Immortal for
center of
NES.
the-
This is the Genesis
Okay, I know
version.
that's not much to go on, but he's referring to your puzzle.
I mean, I
right?
guess it's the same
Starting
game.
with the left
but
design, put a gem in the upper right hole.
I guess they didn't have the NES version on file.
In the middle design, in the upper left hole. And the right design in the
I
center
guess
hole,
same
in the very
strats
middle
apply.
of the
I
pattern.
don't know.
When the last gem is in place, a secret door will open and you're off to level 3.
They were just obsessed with Immortal for Genesis. They really wanted this game to be a thing.
All right, way to go, bud. Good question. You'll be getting your free GameProTV in the mail. Thank you. Now, if you other gamers have a hot one, put it on video. Send it to us. Get gutsy. We'll give you the address at the end of the show, okay? Stay glued to your seat. We're coming back with a hot tip for Battletoads on GamePro. I think Cousin Psoriasis could use a little demo.
My question for Immortal on NES is, am I automatically a masochist for playing it? Yes, yes you are.
Secret weapons and tactics.
Thank you, and good night.
Die, Toad Face. I've always wanted to do that.
Die, Toadface.
For the NES, die again, pal. The NES Superstar Battletoads that'll start you out with a few extra toads for the road. To start the game with 5 toads in reserve instead of the normal 3, here's what you need to do. Bring up the title screen. Now, at the same time, hold down button A, button B, and down on the controller.
Yeah, they are
Okay,
definitely
cool. Now,
reusing.
hit start to begin the game.
They are definitely
and you should notice a
reusing.
few extra hearts on the scoreboard. Let's run it down.
Yeah,
one
they are
more
definitely
time.
reusing
First,
cheats.
Bring up the title screen. Next, hold down button A, button B, and down on the control pad. Hold them all down at the same time.
I guess that makes
hit
sense
start,
considering
and the
it's a
5
TV
lives are
show,
all
but like
yours,
I'm sure these episodes were reran for a long time.
Batman! Here's a sound test trick for our favorite kid
Yeah,
crusader,
they've shown this one
Batman
too.
for the Game Boy. First, bring up the title screen. Next, hold down the upper right on the control pad. Okay, great. Now, press start and watch sound test appear at the top of the screen. Cool. Select all the different sounds by pressing up and down on the control pad. Check it out. These sounds are totally happening. All right, let's check it out again. First, all you need to do is bring up the title screen. Next, hold down the upper right on the control pad. Now, press start and watch sound test appear at the top of the screen. Select all the different sounds by pressing up or down on the control pad. Check it out because there are some hot sounds.
Hot sounds. Hot sounds for your hot little hands.
Here we go! Jinx! Yeah, now if you're into games based on popular comic books, you might want to check this one out, bud. It's a new cart featuring a rabbit from outer space called Bucky O'Hare. Now this game, like the comic books, based on the heroic hare who takes on the evil toads in what's called Toad Wars. That sounds like some of
Did
the
I
arguments we
watch
had.
this one before? Because they're
Well,
like
our
covering a
technical
lot
decided
of.
to run this
Maybe
game
let's
testing center
let's move
and
on
check
to
it out in the
another.
4 favorite categories: graphics, sound effects, whether the game gives you a monster challenge, and finally the fun factor. That is, just how much fun is this game to play? Now we've rated each of these games with
Move
faces
on,
and numbers.
actually.
Check it out.
What is
2 means
GamePro?
only
Oh, I
average.
think
That
this
was
might
kinda
be.
boring. 3 means
So
good.
later
4
on, this
tells
was
you
syndicated to a couple of other networks, and I think this might be the beginning of that syndicated period. This would have aired on a couple of different networks, like the USA Network, also the Sci-Fi Channel. Whereas I think the original run might have been on network television, like Saturday mornings.
Today on GamePro, our favorite skin rashes return in Battletoads for the NES. A super power-up tip for Bloody Wolf on the T16.
Bloody Wolf? I don't
Hard-hitting
even know
arcade
that
excitement
game.
and super high-impact football.
I hope that wolf is okay.
And learn to fly and pilot wings for the SNES. All this and more on GamePro. Oh yeah.
We have a
Hi,
wolf in our
everybody.
chat. I
I'm
hope he's
JD
not
Rock.
bloody.
Yeah, and I'm Brennan. What's up, buddy? How's it going?
Welcome to GamePro.
That's right, and we are buzzing on the set today because the Game Lab goofballs have been stretched to the max this week, putting together the up-to-the-minute, super fresh stuff you're waiting for, and we know you're waiting for it. So I'll tell you what, dudes, today's stuff is so fresh
Don't assume my
that
gender.
It's still coming in,
Mr. B, man,
even as we take it to the air.
sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Roth, but that 16-bit Castlevania 4 you wanted for today, I'm sorry it's late, but Marvin was assigned to do it.
Hey, it's the Marv man. Marvaroo. Marv Meister.
No.
Doing the Marv thing.
No, you see, Marvin was also assigned to the Asta.
Marvin Hyman.
Well, Marvin didn't make it.
Oh yeah.
Whoa. In fact, Marvin will be leaving the lab shortly.
Rep Marv.
Wow.
Wow.
Can't believe we lost another one, dude. But,
Hey,
Rip.
thanks for bringing me the 16 bits.
Marvin's
You're
dead.
welcome.
But Mr. Roth, what if they ask me
F in
to
chat
do
for
it
Rob.
and ask
Or,
the pros?
Rob.
I have a
F in
wife.
chat
I
for
have
Marv.
2 children, Mr. Roth.
Marvinheimer,
Mr. Beal,
Marvaroo, doing the Marv
What if they ask me to
thing.
do a cutting edge? I
All
don't
of
know what I
those.
do then. I can't do this.
Well, I
Yeah,
guess we've
remember the
tried
world
another
was
Game
fun.
Lab garbanzo beans. And from the look of old George there, yeah, he could be next. Where's?
Remember when you could
that
watch
dude is
TV
weird.
and not have
Major weird.
existential dread?
You know, think he's after my job too, that spud. That's okay though. The game maniacs back in the game lab may be a little bit weird, but I'd say they came through with the goods today, I must admit. So, you know, the goods are coming from GamePro magazine. It's the right stuff at the right time, and we're Studley, so if you're ready to kick off, let's kick it to SWAT. I'm off.
Secret weapons and tactics.
Woo! Here I am right in the middle of my favorite NES game card, Battletoads, with a tip that'll nail down a ton of one-ups. Head for level 2. Now, kick a bird and grab its beak for a weapon. Use the weapon to whack
Kick a
another
bird and
bird
grab
over
its
the
beak
head.
for a
But
weapon,
don't
not the
just hit 'em
strat
once.
I
I'm
recommend
talking major
in
whacking.
real life.
Keep whacking the same
I
bird
don't
over
think
and
you should
over
do that.
again, because the more times you hit the same bird, the more bonus points you're gonna get. And after a while, you'll get a one-up. Good luck. Once again, you gotta keep whacking the same bird over and over again to get more bonus points and tons of one-ups. All right.
Hi, I'm Andrew DeFeo from Rumson, New Jersey, and I have a question on the game Shadowgate. I'm stuck in the tower with the large sphinx. I can't figure out the answer to his riddles. Can you help me?
It's a piece of cake, dude.
Rattlesnake.
Watch this. The Sphinx riddles can be solved with a little bit of common sense. The questions will come at random and will involve giving the Sphinx an item in your inventory in order to get by him. In this riddle, the Sphinx says, long neck, no hands, 100 legs, cannot stand.
I like these games,
Born of a
but you
forest
definitely
nest,
need a
against the wall I
walkthrough to
rest.
get really
Now, the
anywhere
Sphinx is
in
looking
them.
for
They
a
can
broom.
be pretty obtuse.
Give him the broom, and you're on your way. Here's another one. First burnt and beaten, drowned and pierced with nails, then stepped on by long-faced animals. It's a horseshoe. Give it to the Sphinx and he'll let you by. Now watch what happens when you answer a question incorrectly. The Sphinx asks, you look at me, I look back, your right hand raises, I my left. You speak, but I in vain. Now the answer to the riddle is mirror, but if you don't have the mirror, the Sphinx will punish you by sending you back to near the beginning of the game. So make sure you have as many items in your inventory before you face the Sphinx.
I mean, there's definitely
Have any
like
questions,
nostalgia
bud?
blindness,
Now,
but there's
for the rest
also
of you
like
gamer
just
dudes,
things
just
are
keep 'em coming in,
objectively
okay?
worse now.
Watch
in
for the
some
address at the end of the
regards.
show. Go for it, bud.
Secret weapons and tactics.
Oh, hi-ho silver dudes, back in SWAT World with another great password trick for the NES game, The Lone Ranger.
This is a really
Hey, buddy.
underrated
Hey,
game.
later,
It's
dude.
like they basically made it
That'll
like an
teach him.
adventure game.
With this one password, you can send the
I'm
masked
honestly
man out on the
kind
range
of not.
loaded up
I'm
with
honestly a
extra
little bit
cash,
surprised
a
it didn't get
long-barreled
bigger.
gun,
I think
50
Capcom
rounds
was
of
even
standard
behind this
bullets,
one.
50 rounds of
Or was
silver
it
bullets,
Konami?
and 10 sticks of dynamite. In other words, almost
Capcom.
every weapon
Okay,
this
it
game
says
has
right
to
there.
offer. Here's the code. After you bring up the password screen, enter 0810 7830.
I wonder if we should try this as like a one-off game
3,
because
2,
it is
5,
very
1,
fascinating.
2. Be sure to leave the last 3 digits of the password blank. But hold on, my faithful Indian companion.
Oh, is it
There's
Konami?
more.
I thought it said
After
Capcom
you
on the
enter
title
password,
screen.
the message Area 1 Select will appear. Now use up and down on your control pad to select the area. That's right, Kimasabi. You not only get all the weapons, you can select any area in the game to start from. Choose your entry point and hi-ho silver! Away! Just in case you missed it, here's the password again.
One thing I can definitely say nowadays is you don't have to put passwords in
Nice
the video
haircut,
games.
man. Ugh. If
We've
you're
got
looking for more
technology
power
to
in the
where you
adventure
can,
game
like...
Bloody Wolf for the T16,
Well, then
check out
again,
this awesome pad trick.
if they don't have passwords in video games, how are game journalists expected to beat games?
Bring up the title screen on the game and press up, down, right, button 1, button 1, button 2, and then select on the control pad. Now remember, it's gotta happen
Oh
in
yeah,
that
definitely
order.
a Konami sounding
If you
game.
hit it right,
like,
a
after
large
hearing
number 2 will
like
appear on
the
the title screen, and you've
like the
just
sound
souped up
effects
your
and shit, I
character's
probably
speed
should have
big
guessed
time.
Konami as
now,
well.
keep going by pressing down, up, left, button 2, button 1, and then select. Hit
What
run
is
and
bloody
begin the game, and
fight?
you're ready to fly.
Oh, side-scrolling shmup, it seems.
One more time. First, bring up the title screen. Now, press these buttons in this order. Up, down, right, button 1, button 2, and then select. When you see the large number 2 on the screen, you know the increased speed is in the
I see a
bag.
large number
now
2
keep
on
going.
screen.
Press down, up, left, button 2, button 1, and then select. Now you'll be looking at a big 3-hit run, and you'll be flying over those screaming meanies.
What's up, bud? What's up, buddy? Pro review! Now, it's time to check in with the pros back in the game lab over here and get the word on what's hot, what's not, and new in-game cards. You got it, my man. This week, we are looking at a few new adventures for your NES and TurboGrafx 16. Now, you remember how this thing works, right? The Magic 4. We rate the games in 4 categories: graphics, sound, difficulty of the challenge, and the overall fun factor.
I think for me,
First from the game
the
lab
thing I can say is like, I think this is also just more so me being an adult more than like things actually getting worse. Is like now I feel like we're more focused on survivalism.
Today, forget about it, bud.
Back when we were kids, we
2030,
didn't have to
guys are
worry about
cyborgs, and they are
survivalism, and
the
we actually
ultimate
had the
Mondo
mental
metal
capacity
monsters.
to care about others.
So what are they gonna do about these cyberpunks? Well, somebody's got to take the dirty job.
Cyberpunks?
And
Oh, fuck yeah, Shatterhand!
And Steve Herman of the Law and Order
This game is
Regulatory
sick.
Division, also known as Lord.
Lord.
And Steve prepares for this most heinous of assignments by trading in his own flesh and blood mitts for a pair of metal-crushing cybernetic hands. His new code name, Shatterhand. The action takes place over 7 levels of metal-crunching madness as Shatterhand gives a nasty new meaning to the idea of getting punched in the face. That's not all, so check it out, bud. The Shattermeister can also create his own pet robots by putting 3 alpha or beta letters together. And let me tell you, these robots are truly man's best friend because they put out some weapon power that is not to be believed.
Now, how did we score it? Perfection, dude! Ah!
Dude, Shatterhand's good. Is it perfection? I don't know.
Now, the sound is totally and completely cool.
Oh,
you want
okay,
challenge?
the graphics
You got
are
it,
perfection,
bud.
fair enough.
Because every inch of this game is a fight for your life. Now, is it fun? Well, for my money, Shatterhand's rock.
Oh yeah, they just gave it perfect
is as good
vibes.
as it
Honestly, you know what? Shatterhand is a really good game.
So what'd you think of the cart, dude?
I'm not gonna argue
Definitely
that too much.
Thumbs up, man.
Thumb her up, yeah!
It was happening. I pulled it out earlier in the week, and I have not put it down yet. And dude, the graphics, they're like right there.
Yeah, right there.
You see them?
I can feel it.
I thought you could. Well, we do have another card to check out today, so we got to get down to business. It's TV sports hockey, and while it may not be the best hockey card ever to skate on the market, we're thinking it might be the best sports game for the T16, and hey, you know that's worth talking about. International Hockey Play arrives on the small screen in the most
TurboGrafx
realistic
16.
turbo
Americans
sports
are like,
game
what the
to
fuck
date.
is that?
Like NHL hockey for the Genesis system, TV sports hockey uses a vertical overhead view of the rink that keeps you on top of the action as you push the puck down the ice. But the real thrills come with the breakaways, face-offs, and fights because the screen switches to a major close-up so you don't miss a beat of the good stuff. Check it out. Here's a fight. It's a left. It's a right. It's another left. Somebody's going down. Oh!
Boo!
Oh, yeah. And there's there's cracks in the ice, which can send your skates flying in all directions.
Jesus.
And of course, what's a hockey game without penalties? They're here.
There's cracks in the ice. Where the fuck's the Zamboni when you need them?
Because the calls don't seem
Zamboni
to be
workers on strike.
No wonder the players in TV sports hockey fight so much.
I bet you're wondering how we rate this puppy, huh? Here goes. The graphics are solid. The overhead perspective switching into the close-ups for the good parts works big time. You gotta love the realistic sound put into this game. I mean, check out the shushing of the ice when a player hits the brakes. The bone-crushing crashing against the sides. It's major cool. The challenge? I think we hit a problem here. We gotta diss the computer opponent. The players are totally lame, but, well, no big deal. Play with some friends because the game is great for up to 5 players. The fun factor's there as long as you're playing it with a bud. But if you got to rely on the computer opponent, this game is going to be colder than the ice it's built on. Brr. My man Bernan, what'd you think of it, bud?
Hated it.
Oh, man, that's cold.
I'm Robert Ruckert from Germantown, Maryland, and I beat Fantasy Star 2. Hi, my name is David Recker. I live in
These kids are just like making out with the phone receiver. I can't hear you.
This is Greg Recker from Germantown, Maryland. I completed the quest with Sword of Vermilion from the Sega Genesis system.
Sword of Vermilion?
Good score, dudes.
I think I've heard that game is pretty decent.
Weapons and tactics.
Hey, nice view from up here. It's password time in SWAT World, starting out with a couple of free boarding passes to the final 3 levels of the SNES flight simulator, Pilot Wings. Now, I don't know about you junior airmen out there, but I am totally addicted to this new SNES flying thing, and when you get to the later levels of flights, it is awesome. So check it out, because these numbers will put you in the pilot seat with the big boy.
Never really been a fan of Pilot Wings, if I'm being totally honest. Super Nintendo, N64, 3DS, really any of them. Granted, it's probably just because, like, I don't really know how to play them, but... Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
For level 7 and to check out the jetpack, type 773.
That is just a TMNT theme. You can't lie to me and tell me otherwise.
Finally, for level 8 and to pilot this cool biplane, type in 165411. You know, I just couldn't let you go without a free ride to the night helicopter mission. So this one's on me. Punch in 882943 and hit the nighttime skies. Well, since we're doing passwords, here's one that will take you directly to the final round in Herzog's
Oh yeah, Thunder Force 2!
System. Bring up the password screen and type JLJOIGLAOKN. Get through this round, and this game card is history.
Here's that password one more time. JLJOIGLAOKN. Good luck.
This game is fun. Herzog's Will? What's
now, if you're a
that?
football freak like I am, then I know that you've dropped a few more quarters at the arcade on high-impact football.
Oh!
Right? Well, start saving up
I've
your
actually
coins,
never
'cause
heard of
coming
that
this fall
one,
to an
but
arcade
yeah, it
near you
definitely
is
has.
super high-impact
Yeah, it has
football.
like the same sound
And
effects
it
as
is
Thunder
beyond
Force
awesome.
2, so I
Oh
figured
yeah,
it
the
was.
bone-crushing
I'm like
action
one of the
of
weird
high-impact
freaks who
football
actually
is
kind
back,
of likes,
with some new features that
who actually
truly
kind of
deserve
prefers
recognition.
Thunder Force
Check it
2
out. For starters,
over
super
some of the
high-impact football has
sequels,
3
because
different
I
skill
actually
levels
do
to
kind of
choose
like those
from:
overhead
pro,
sections
Championship,
that I think
and
everyone
Ultimate
else
for
hated,
players who
and
think
that's
they
why
can
got
take
rid
on
of
as
them in
much
future
punishment as they can dish out. And if you think your defense is hitting as hard as it gets, check out the hit-o-meter, because this game will tell you whether you're sending receivers
the
to the hospital
shit-o-meter. Got
or
'em.
you're nothing more than a cream puff. Whew, I hate that part. League or tournament play is now totally possible because the machine keeps your lifetime stats, win-loss records, and every other bit of information needed to keep the league going all the way to the Super Bowl.
Oh, dude, you know what I love?
What?
Well, this machine actually spits out Topps collected football cards when you win. Now, that is pretty rad, I must say.
That's as good as it gets. This one is radical. Well, I don't know if the machine is at your local arcade yet, but it's coming up, so line up now. The line starts
Coming up,
behind
whether
me,
you
and
like
the
it or
action
not.
is truly awesome. See it. Let's go, bud. First, there was Castlevania, then Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest, and then Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse for the NES.
Oh, no.
Then they hit you with Castlevania 1 and 2 for the Game Boy. You remember that. And now, the Drac is back, and the blood has never run so red as on this one. The greatest Castlevania of them all.
The greatest Castlevania
4
of
for the
them
Super
all.
Nintendo Entertainment System. All right, check this out. Here's the story. In the small and peaceful country of Transylvania, legend has it
No
that every 100
Castlevania is
years,
ever going to
the
be better
forces
than
of good
this.
become mysteriously weak. Now, when this happens, the power of Dracula revives, and with every time he returns, he's more powerful than before. Now, this keeps making it tougher and tougher on the
I
Belmont
do
family,
maintain,
who take
like,
on the chore
of
whipping
the,
Drac Man back into his
of the,
coffin.
like, straight
listen
left
up,
to right
because it's
2D
Easter egg,
Castlevania's
and while people
Castlevania
of
4 is
Transylvania are
probably
having,
my
like, this
favorite.
big, huge party,
It's a pretty
the evil
fun
ones
game
are
up
holding
until
a
the
black
very
mask,
final
pouring
boss.
blood on Dracula's bones. Ugh, the Drac is back. Yo, man, I'm starting to scare myself here. All right, let's get back to the story. All that stands between Dracula and a good swig of blood is Simon Belmont and his magical whip. And I don't know about you, but I've been really
I used to say
heavily into this game ever
Bloodlines,
since it first
but
appeared. And dudes,
Bloodlines
it never
has
been
limited
better than in
continues.
the
This
new
doesn't.
SNES version. The graphics are unbelievable. I mean, you gotta check out the 3D
It's
rotating
only a
backgrounds.
remake of
It is
Castlevania
awesome.
1. I mean,
If I hadn't seen it for myself,
not
I would
really.
not have
It
believed
kind of,
that
like,
this is such a great
loosely...
home cart. Totally
Awesome.
loosely These Konami dudes have
follows
taken 16-bit
Castlevania
to the
1, but it's
max
its own
with
unique
characters
game, I
and
think.
backgrounds that look like they're really living, breathing Mondo monsters. Ooh, the sound, it's not just the game soundtrack.
Also, like,
it is a
people say,
full-on
like, this is the most
album. Each
gimmicky
level has
one.
its own
Yeah,
theme
but I mean,
music,
I'd say
and
the
it's good enough
gimmicks
to
were
have
at
been
least
cut by
executed
my man,
well,
MC
so...
Hammer. I'm saying plug this game into your stereos, dude, because it will blow you out of the room. Now, it's a good thing that this card is fun, and you can just look at it and listen to it, because once you get hooked, you'll be playing all the time. In fact, you'll be lucky to get Dracula while you're still young enough to enjoy it. If you make it to the end of this one, we'll make you a member of the Pro Challenge Board Hall of Fame. For real. Castlevania 4 for the SNES means fun, and guys, it just doesn't get any better than this one.
More tips! Next!
Mega Man on the NES. There's a great way to register several hits on an enemy with just one
Oh my
shot.
god, I was joking about hostage
Big enemies
videos.
like
That...
Rockman and Dr. Wily's stage. You can fire anyone.
What
in
else
your
could you
weapons,
call
but
that?
The Electman beam works best. Just as the
Again, I'm sorry to
weapon's
these
about to
kids.
hit
I
the enemy,
mean, you know,
push the
like,
select
I
button
don't expect them to
rapidly
be
so it
super TV
pauses
ready,
on
but,
the
like...
game. Doing this will kill the enemy with 2 to 3 shots instead of several.
Very radical tip, dude. We got a free GamePro t-shirt heading your way.
Today on GamePro, the latest word on the Cape Crusader
Alright, let's watch this one. And then I think we're gonna
and the
move
all-new
to
Batman.
something else. We'll see.
Time Traveler has arrived in the arcades with holographic heavens.
Actually, no, we got some
tips
time.
for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And some really awesome sound secrets for all this and more on GamePro.
I heard there aren't too many episodes. Maybe I might go back and rewatch some of the older ones.
Hi,
Especially
everybody.
now that I'm
Welcome to
realizing a
GamePro.
lot of these
I'm
are just
JD
kind of
Rock.
repeats of older
And I'm
episodes.
Brent On.
What's up, pal?
What's up,
How's
buddy?
it going?
Now,
If you're here to find
least
out
that
what's
one
happening
was.
this week in video game land, I think you should put a chill on it, bud, because we've got the stuff you're looking for. That's right, buddy?
He's absolutely right. You see, I just came from the game lab, and the Gonzos back there put together a full plate of awesome tips, tactics, and other great stuff. Where do we get it from? You know where we get it. Emo Magazine, of course. #1 source for home and arcade game information that you need to beat your favorite games. Yes.
Dude, yo, boy, check this out.
Yeah?
I was at the arcade yesterday just partying, you know? Guess what I found?
What?
I found this arcade game that has holograms.
Holograms?
Dude, holograms. No, it's like I could screw it. Okay, I was in there playing the game, and I could touch it, and it was like they were live, you know? So I went over, came back here, and told the game lab dudes about it, right?
Yeah.
And they came over and checked it out, and guess what?
What?
It's Today's Show, bud!
Today's Show?
Today's Show, yeah!
Nice! All right, good
Yeah,
work.
let's go.
That's right. So now I've got some righteous, fast-action coverage of time travel. It's the first arcade game that uses holograms. So, let's get it going, because I think I got my pump going here. So, kick it, dude.
SWAT time?
SWAT time!
I'm going to SWAT World. Yeah.
See you there. Whoa!
Secret weapons and tactics.
Boy, make my day.
So,
That voice line is literally
feel
the best
lucky,
part of that
punk?
entire game.
Well, you oughta. Because I'm hanging here in SWAT World with an awesome tip for the NES game, Dirty Harry. Well, Harry Callahan is as tough as come. A cop can always use a few extra lives. Check out this tip that'll give you unlimited lives. Bring up the title screen and type in Clyde at the beginning of the game. That's it. You're invincible. Hey, I'm sure this tip will make your day.
I love the
Okay,
passwords
once again,
because
at
they're
the
all
title screen,
references to
type
obscure
in
Clint
Clyde.
Eastwood movies.
Whoa. Phew. As long as we're on the subject of
I forget
movies,
what Clyde
you
is a
can never know
reference
too many
to, but
tips for the
some
Game Boy
sort of
version
Eastwood
of the
movie.
Heroes in a Half Shell.
Just
You
like
know
the
it.
devs are
Teenage
just
Mutant
huge
Ninja Turtles
Eastwood
and Foot
fans,
Clan.
so they kind of
Here's
like
a tip that will get you an
had
invisible
some fun
turtle.
with that.
All right, now listen up. It's more than a little bit complicated, so pay close attention. First, bring up the title screen, hold down A, B, and select at the same time. Now, press start. During the configuration
On the other hand, you've
screen,
lived your entire
continue
life
to
never
hold
even
down
seeing a
all
real
4 buttons.
snowflake
When
and
it's time to choose your
expecting the
stage, keep holding A, B,
or
and
experiencing
select,
the
and then hit start
inconvenience
on
of
level
snow.
2.
Yeah, okay,
Play
you want to
the
just
game
brag a
in
little bit
level
more
2
game gear?
and go to
Nah,
the
I'm
second
kidding.
bonus stage. If you're still with me, make sure you only have 1 energy bar. Now, while
Seriously,
it's
I would
flashing,
love to
reset
just,
the
like-
game by pressing A, B, select, and start
Like, I don't know
at
if
the
I would
same
love
time.
living in the
When you're in the
Philippines, but I would
configuration mode
definitely
this
love
time,
living in that
continue to
climate.
hold down A, B, and select. Choose Leonardo. When the screen says Stage 1, press A, B, and right on your control pad until the screen comes on. If you made it through all that, you've achieved the invisible state. And if you want to stay that way, do not enter any bonus stages. Good luck. Let's check this out again. Bring up the title screen, hold down A, B, and select at the same time. Now press start.
I think the only thing that, well, like the one thing I would probably, I would imagine like it gets like really humid, especially like around this time. That's like the one thing I don't think I would really like is like it gets hot, but it's kind of like a wet kind of hot, if that makes sense.
Hold down A, B, and select, and then choose Leonardo. When
basically, I want to live in
stage
Arizona.
1, press
Is
A,
my
B, and
ultimate
right on your
dream.
control pad until the screen
Maybe
comes on.
or I would say like Arizona or maybe like North Texas would probably be like the ideal place I would want to live. Like not like
California.
not like South Texas, like close to the border or like close to the sea, because like hurricanes, tornadoes, shit like that, they scare the shit out of me. Northern Texas, I think, might be kind of like the perfect medium of like
Solid question. You know,
good
I know you
weather
took out
all
at
year
least one
round,
Game Lab
and you
Gonzola
don't
with that
really
one. But hey,
have to
as
worry
always,
about
we got the answer, so check it out. While you're busy fighting the most heinous.
And that's the other reason I probably
keep
wouldn't
firing
want
your
to live in the
shurikens into
Philippines is
gaps
just
on either
because
wall.
like
Now just jam the chains for 3
I've
seconds.
seen on the
You know
news,
you
I've
did it
seen like
right,
the
'cause if you jam the
tsunamis
chains,
and
you'll hear
the
the sound of creaking wood.
and like the typhoons and shit, and it's like that scares the shit out of me, or it would. Anyway, I don't know. I imagine if you grew up in that environment, it's not as...
3 seconds without fail.
It probably isn't as
good one, dude. You got
bad as I'm making it out to be. It's just like, as somebody who lives in the Northeast and like really the only, the worst weather we have is just occasionally like a really bad snowstorm. Like, the worst weather I ever experienced, and maybe Nintendo might know about this, because I think it might have affected, like, the New York area as well, is, like, this one really bad flood around, like, 2012, 2011, something like that.
Run this trick. If you
A lot of my neighbors had their power out for several days. We were relatively lucky, and we were able to get it after like a few hours.
Open them all up until you reach the exit. Next, open the exit and then return.
And then also like that was like right after Hurricane Sandy.
Press down.
So yeah, Sandy would have been 2012. So I think like this would have also been 2012.
Here's a quickie that'll make Devil's
Sandy didn't really hit us too hard, but like it hit certain parts of Pennsylvania pretty hard.
You'll start the game with 924 million points and 73 balls. Hey, get out of there! Here it comes. Bring up the password screen.
It's not. We've had like one actual tsunami, which didn't even hit your area the whole time you've been alive. Really? Okay.
There you go.
I don't know. I always just like it just seems like every so often I read about like every so often I'll see like some headline of just like this like really kind of freak like huge weather event of just like mass flooding and a whole bunch of shit in the Philippines. I guess that's I guess it depends on like what part of the Philippines you're in if that hits that, but like
alright, well said, my friend. Dude, the Techno Turcos.
I don't know, it just seems like every so often I like read like some headline like that.
Vega, a deep space hangout for toads on holiday. Our 3 bad boy amphibious skin rashes, Zits, Rash, and Pimple, get caught up to their eyes in toadacious trouble.
Toadacious trouble.
They've been duped by this hot Thalian thorax dancer. That's a major babe in the toad world. And she turns out to actually be the evil Dark Queen. And while Rash and Pimple are taken prisoner and hustled away to the planet Armageddon and the Gargantua machine.
Game Boy Battletoads, if you want Battletoads but want it a little bit easier, I would recommend the Game Boy Battletoads. I think the Game Boy Battletoads is a little bit more of a fair challenge.
Now, while this card grants you 3 lives and 3 continues, this turns out to just be a spit in the toad pond because the 12 levels of the planet Armageddon can take a lot of life out of a toad. And dude, 1 minute you're running and jumping to avoid death blows from land creatures like the enraged psycho pig or a shark.
The enraged psycho pig?
Totally
oh, I'm
disgusting
sold.
Robomanus mutant. Then the next thing you know,
that's
you're
all you
swinging
needed
from
to say,
ropes or
brother.
riding on a jet ski, dodging logs, rats on rafts, and giant whirlpools. And how did the eggheads rate Battletoads? Remember the system, all right, kids? We rate graphics, sound, challenge, and overall fun factor. Now, for starters, awesome multi-scrolling graphics that are totally happening. A major graphic step forward
totally
for the
happening.
Game Boy. Thumbs up! But with happening tunes on every level, we got no complaints about the sound on this one. The challenge, Mondo Serioso, Mondo indeed. There's a lot of Toad to do with only 3 lives and 3 continues in this game, so you best be putting on your gaming gloves. And Bud, fun
so does a
factor
5
depends on
challenge
what you're made
mean that
of.
like the challenge is really difficult, or does it mean that the challenge is super fair? I'm thinking it means that it's super difficult.
Be warned, difficulty is very intense.
Yeah, okay, I think that's entirely what that means.
To the Toad Asylum.
I don't know, man. Let me see this.
I guess that was just kind of like the mentality of like gaming mags at the time. It's just like, oh, well, the challenge is super hard, so that must mean the game is good.
It's just not, well, it's just not, well, you know, it seems like all you have to do to make a good video game today is kind of like
yeah, probably. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I guess, yeah.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, then we had Battletoads for the Game Boy. What could possibly be next? Give me one.
Like
Go
5
ahead.
is like the most
difficult. Green. Let's go. Give me some green.
Okay. How about
geeking geckos from the planet Gertrude. How about the
I don't know. Game balancing wasn't really a concept back then, so I can
All right,
believe
chill
that.
out, man. Let's leave our character design to the pros. And speaking of pros, let's see what our pros had to say about the return of the Cape Crusader in Batman 1.5 for the Nintendo Entertainment System. Now the Batster is back, and he brings along with him the ever-popular Joker
it's the
for another
Batster,
go-round
but
in
it sounded
Gotham
like he
City.
said bastard.
Now, while you may have seen these two do it to each other before, you have
I beg your
never
pardon?
seen them do it quite so well.
Don't-
the idea
the
is pretty much
phrasing,
the same
phrasing,
old
JD.
Batman-Joker
Phrasing.
storyline, with the Bat Dude dedicated to the destruction of the Clown
This
Prince
game
of
is great,
crime.
by the way.
By this time, the gamekeepers have laid in a whole new Bat combat system, which improves
In my
upon
opinion, this is
Batman
one of the
1
most technically
bare-knuckle
impressive
fighting.
NES
The Cape
games.
Crusader has awesome pistols,
Really good
a
music.
batarang,
Look
and
at
a
that.
whole
Look
lot
at
of
like the
firepower
scrolling
to
backgrounds and
use in order
shit.
to
He was
knock
doing
the
this on
Joker off his
Nintendo.
cathedral perch.
Where does he get those wonderful toys?
Hey, we know where he gets them. From
Remember
the
when
dudes
like
at
people
Sunsoft,
did the
and they
Joker
are
impression
awesome.
and it
A
wasn't the
giant
Dark
bat leap
Knight
forward In the
Joker?
Batman series of video game cards.
Remember when
Same
every
with the dudes
asshole
at
wasn't like,
Sunsoft
let me
are
tell you
using
how I
some
got
new
these
special
scars.
Custom computer chip they're putting in the game, and trust me, it works.
And then there's the concept, the arcade, gameplay.
How'd we rate it? I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah, true,
The graphics
exactly.
are totally excellent, especially when it comes to the visuals of the Batman himself. The size of the characters are nearly 3 times as big as the original game, and when that Bat Dude moves around, it is like the real thing.
Which
The
is
theme
strange
music
for
is
you, as not
happening with new
everyone is some
tunes on every level
NDR
of the
speed
game.
run.
While the
Well, I mean,
cost
like,
of
the
Gordon
idea,
put
I
the
think,
crime
basically
fighting
was
skills to
like,
the
this
test.
game costs
We
you
gotta say,
$50,
weapons
and
are
if the
kinda
game is
cool,
hard,
but the
that
first
means you're
Batman
getting
was
your
more of a
money
thumb
worth, which
sprayer
means
than
the
the new
game is
version.
good.
The fun
I think that
factor
was
is a
kind of the
5, mostly
mentality
because
a
the
lot
super
of
fresh guns in this game
reviewers
deliver
sort of
one of
had
the
back
best
in the
action
day.
games around for
Like,
your
game
buck.
is hard,
A
so
total
therefore
winner.
that means value for money. I think later on, as technology kind of improved and allowed for
it seems like
you to
every time we
actually
show up
have
here to do a
value for
show,
money by
there's some
just
brand
giving
new
you
techie
more
thumb sprayer
game.
which outtext
I think
whatever
that
technological
mentality
treat we
was
tried to reach before, you know? Easy said for you. Well, we've done it again because today we got a terrific tape of technological treat called Time Traveler, and it's running on hot, baby, right at the arcade. That's right, bud. Now, Build is the first hologram game to reach the arcades. This big, true-to-life-like game puts you in the part of a pistol-packing cowboy who's been recruited by the Galactic Federation of Baghdad's renegade scientists from the future. Now, seems that this mad scientist dude has disrupted the time continuum. You're chased.
Oh man, they had to get the handheld cam on this one.
50,000 BC, passing through modern times and going way
Back
forward to
before
2552.
cameras had like
Wherever
any
you
sort of
go,
optical
things
image
are always the same.
stabilization.
Got a whole lot of these bad guys waiting to take you on. You got cavemen and drug dealers and zombies and outlaws and mad magicians, and they materialize out of thin air. So you got to be really quick on your trigger, all right?
That'd be flagged
Now,
as
the
too
game
violent
uses
for
real
kids
live actors and
nowadays,
actresses
yeah.
who move and groove, and the cinema quality images that kind of feel like they're in a play rather than on a TV screen. And one nice thing about having control of a time traveler, if you make a fatal error, you can relive
Yeah,
the
sometimes
time,
$60.
and then
Well,
you
I mean,
get
like
to
the
replay scene.
N64 games, they got to like 80. I think like Donkey Kong 64 was $100 because it included the expansion pack. Like once you got to like N64, PS. Well, that's like one of the main reasons why the PS1 was superior is because like one, you kind of got like a lot more games because more people were developing for it. And two, the cost, the barrier to entry was so much lower, not just for developers, but for consumers. Like, you could have, like I don't think, like, Final Fantasy VII was, like... Well, Final Fantasy VII might have been a bit more expensive because it was a couple of discs long, but even then, I think, if I had to guess, it was probably, like, $40, $50 when it was new, as opposed to, like, if that had come out on N64, it probably would have been, like, $80.
I'm Keith Bond from Mount Ohio, and I'm Jack Nicholas Turbo Golf. For my TurboGrafx 16, I scored a 58. It's just 14 under par.
Mega scores, dude. Your GamePro subscription is in the mail and on its way.
And remember, if you want to win, you gotta send them in.
16-bit super stuff when we return with Gradius 3. So put it on chill, because we'll return to GamePro.
I still have no idea if it's supposed to be Gradius or Gradius. I've heard both pronunciations. I used to say
Mario, how's the weather
Gradius,
down
now
there?
I say Gradius.
Now, you know how
I
I
think,
love to
like,
revisit the classics from
I've
time
heard
to time
people
here in
who
SWAT
know
World.
more about
So how
gaming
about
than
a
I
trip
say
down memory lane
Gradius.
with the always popular Super Mario for the NES? Take a look at the classic flagpole trick. Watch. You can control the number of firework explosions you get at the end of a level. When you reach the
Yeah, everyone
flagpole,
knows this
watch your
trick
timing.
nowadays,
If
but
the right-hand digit is a 6
I mean,
when you jump for the pole,
1990,
you'll get
91,
6
it
firework
probably would have been.
explosions.
It might not have been common knowledge back then.
If the right-hand digit is a 3, you'll get 3 explosions.
This will, like, fuck up speedrunners, by the way. Like, if you get the wrong like, if you get the wrong time on the speed run, or on the clock, it'll fuck your speed run up.
Check this out. First, bring up the title screen. Now, press button B 33 times. That's
Yeah,
right, I'm
running
kidding.
wasn't
33
considered
times. Then hit the start
common
button.
knowledge back
You can
then.
now
Yeah,
raise your
true.
continues up to 9 and check out all the sounds as well.
Oh, this game is bullshit, but it has such good music. I would not say it's a fun game, though. It's kind of just, like, a little bit too bullshit in the gameplay department.
Hey, bud. What's up, man?
A bit too hard.
I don't know. The SNES continues to grab the attention of
It's
gamers
too
everywhere.
hard and it's just
the
not
Game
very
Lab
fun.
Gonzos are burning it at all
But
ends
man,
to
it
keep
has
up
good
with
music
the new
and
carts for this
graphics.
exciting new system. I speak the facts.
For sure.
Thank you. Now, after all, they want to be sure that you get the real deal info on where to spend those hard-to-come-by bucks, right?
Very hard to earn. Very, very hard.
Indeed.
So this week, we got the goods on 2 brand new carts for the SNES, Gradius 3 and Super R-Type. Now, we thought we'd shoot them to you in a quick rundown so you'd really know what's up in video gaming.
You learned
Very
running
smart
was
of
a
you.
thing from
Thank
your
you.
older
Well,
cousin. Yeah.
The peaceful people.
I remember when I
of
found out
Gradius
that
are
you
under
could
extreme
run in
attack from the heinous
Super
dudes
Mario
living in the
Brothers. That,
Bacterian
like,
Empire.
I remember when my
Your
older
mission is
brother,
to man the
like,
modulated
grew up with
artillery
these games
exalter
when he was a
known
kid.
as
Like,
Max,
he showed me you
and
could
then
go
fight
down
off
the pipe,
Bacterian
and my
baddies,
mind
okay?
was fucking blown.
And your goal,
It was like,
save
wait,
Gradius
how did he?
and its surrounding planets.
I was like, wait, how'd you
Now,
get through
while
the
this
warp
may be
zone?
true
How
that
did
you've
you, like,
pretty much
skip,
seen
like, half the
moving
first
ongoing
level?
Gradius video game saga, there's something
My
truly
mind
radical
was
that's happening here, and I am not joshing
absolutely
you. You've never seen this before,
Particles
so
of
check it
brain
out.
everywhere.
For
Actually,
the
that would
first
explain a lot
time,
of
you
that.
can customize the game to suit your own strategies. You're stoked! Stoked! You can assign the buttons on your joypad so that you can choose which button controls firing, which one powers up. And even more awesome is the edit mode, which lets you specifically design the max weapon
Gradius 3
system
is
by
a great
choosing
game.
from a
Even the
selection
Super
of
Nintendo
lasers
port.
and a variety of shields. Totally and completely excellent. Now, once you put together a dream team of weapons and shields, you've got about 10 levels of action with Mondo bosses at the end of
You
each
remember
one,
when you learned
okay?
about
I think you're gonna have to
tent
go for this one,
dial
Judith, for
on
no
your
other reason than
TV?
just check out
Turn
how
the
it feels
purple
to
sky
program your
into
own
blue.
You know, that's
Yeah.
really tough. I always wanted a game where I could
Yeah,
pick my own things to do, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Same
I
here,
like
bud.
fucked
That
with
must be
my,
ESP or something. All right,
like,
let's break down
at
the
one
new
point.
cart Super R-Type. Now, you might remember the R9 Space
And,
Fighter from those R-Type
yeah,
games for the
like,
Sega and
for a
Game Boy
while,
systems.
I was, like,
or
playing
you might even
Super
remember
Mario
from the
Brothers
arcade
3,
game.
and I would
Well,
get to the
this old
point
Space
heaven
Fighter's
and just,
back to
like,
challenge and
the
destroy
sky
the
and the
Fido
water and
Empire.
everything just
Dude,
looked
he has been
polluted.
overhauled big time. Remember the awesome Mega Blast you used to get out of the R9 when you held down the fire button? Hey, that's nothing anymore, because you're not
Hey,
going to
Mike
believe what
Wolf.
you get now. Yeah,
Not
well, you
much.
still
We
get the
are
Mega
just
Blast,
taking a
but if
look
you
at
keep your thumb down on the
GameProTV,
button a little
show
longer,
from the
check
90s
out the
hosted by
devastating
JD Roth,
energy spheres
who
that obliterate just about
you may
everything on the
recognize
screen.
from such shows
Really
as
The
Funhouse,
dude that I
and
ran
later
who made
on
this
he
game
went
told us
to
it took 4 programmers,
he went on to
5
produce
artists,
and
3 music
narrate
programmers, and an editor,
apparently
9
The
months to
Biggest
create
Loser.
Super R-Type. Wow, it really shows, let me tell you. This card has some of the best game graphics ever.
I guess
Oh,
Biggest
yeah,
Loser
I
didn't
gotta
have
warn
like
you.
an actual
If you give up easy
host,
or burn out
or
at a
if
low
it
flash
did have a
point,
host,
you might wanna
JD
pass
Roth
Super
was not
R-Type
that
on to your
host,
dog,
but
because this one is
he
as tough as it
did
gets.
lend his voice to the show. I don't know, I've never seen that.
Move it or you lose it, bud! That's
I know, shocking revelation, I have never seen The Biggest Loser. I know.
Today on GamePro, we're going to the arcades with the all-new Dragon's Lair 2.
Oh, Dragon's Lair 2! Alright, let's watch this
Mega
one.
Man 3. We'll show you how to defeat the dragon in the Immortal. And we're gonna catch with the #1 head knocker of them all, Fox Revenge. All this and more on GamePro. Let's boogie!
Oh, sorry. Hi, everybody. Welcome to GamePro. I'm JD Roth.
Is he at all related to David Lee Roth?
Well, as you can
That would
see,
be cool.
I'm getting here a little late today, and I am really sorry. Sorry, bud.
Dude, what are you late for, man? I was expecting you. What happened?
Well, you see, I was hanging back with the Game Lab guys playing this awesome new
Dude, damn right.
Well, we're going to show it to you later on, and you are going to love it. Anyhow,
You gotta,
here I
like,
am,
stress
with
that
all the video game
dude.
tips
That
and
dude's
talk
gotta
you
go
can
on
expect
for, like,
week in
5
and
minutes.
Week out. And where do we get these globs of gamer knowledge?
Globs
Hey, I'll tell
of
you
gamer
where.
knowledge.
GamePro magazine.
That's
the
what you
#1
get when you
source
watch
for
an
home and
LDP
arcade
stream.
Video game information.
You get
know
globs
it.
of
B-Man,
gamer
what's up?
knowledge.
Wait, dude, what were you and the Gonzo
It'll
dudes
improve
back there
your
in the lab
life.
playing without me for? That's hurtful.
No. Chill, B-Man. I got the game. We kept the game so we can play during commercials. I love this job.
Oh, okay, that's cool. But, dude, no commercial right now, okay? You gotta go. SWAT time, bud. SWAT time.
What are you talking about? This entire show's a
On my way.
commercial.
Let's do it. Here we go. SWAT World. Whoa.
Secret weapons and tactics.
Whoa. Nice ride. Here I am in my home away from home, SWAT World. And here's a tip for the third in the all-time popular game series on NES, Mega Man 3. Huh. I'll get him next time, don't worry. Now, using this tactic takes guts and a friend. So make sure you got both before you try it out.
I don't have either.
Again, I'll get him next time.
That's
if
why
you
I'm a streamer.
execute this tactic correctly, you can achieve limited invincibility and super jumping ability in Mega Man 3. Keep in mind that the invincibility part of this trick works only in the Needle Man, Snake Man, Shadow Man, and Gemini Man levels of the game, so don't bother trying it out on any other level. The super jumping works anywhere. When you're in any of these stages, fall into a hole that would normally kill Mega Man. That's right, fall into a hole that normally kills this dude. But when you fall, hold button A on controller 1 and right on the directional pad on controller 2.
Whoa!
Now, keep both of these buttons down until you run out of energy. You can now let up on the A button on controller 1, but keep the pad down on controller 2. This is where a friend comes in handy, because as long as the right directional pad stays down on controller 2, you have invincibility and super jumping power.
Is that like a glitch in the game? That does not seem like it's intentional.
Now remember, the invincibility trick will only work on the Needle Man, Snake Man, Gemini Man, or Shadow Man levels, but the
That's
super jumping
sick.
works everywhere.
I didn't know that was a thing. That's
Wow,
sick as
that was
fuck.
a lot of stuff. Let's check it out again real quick.
That is a fun
First,
trick, yeah.
Fall down a killer hole on one of the stages I told
might have
you
to
about
try
earlier. Next, while you're falling, push down the A button on controller 1 and right on the pad on
didn't bring
controller
my
number
Steam
2
Deck in
at the
here. I
same
did
time.
not. Oh, well.
Now wait until you're drained of energy. Now, have a friend hold down the controller 2 right pad for you.
Yeah,
while
this is
you
where
play
having
the
a little
game.
brother comes in
You
handy.
now have invincibility plus
Little
super
brother,
jumping
just
power
tell him to
throughout
hold
the
down
entire
right on the
game.
shitty Mad Catz controller. Or what was the Mad Catz equivalent back then?
Can you
STD?
guys tell me how to beat the dragon in the game Immortal? My friend and I have been stuck for months.
In what game?
Hey, you don't take any prisoners, do you, bud? I think you fried at least 2 or 3 of the Game Lab's best over here, but we got the answer, so check it out.
Use the blink spell
Oh,
6
the
times
Immortal,
to
of
avoid
fucking
the dragon's
course.
First 6 flame bursts.
Just everyone had a hard-on
This
for the
will tire
Immortal
him out.
back then.
He's not done yet because there's still one final long blast to come.
Yeah, it definitely sounds
Wait
like a
for second
glitch.
inhale, and then use the flame protection scroll. Next, hold the amulet up to the light, but dude, do not read the runes.
Actually, I think everyone just covered the Immortal
Okay, I
because
know
the
you may be
game was
asking,
just so
"Dude, what's a
inscrutable
rune?"
otherwise.
I bet you guys thought I said prunes. Psych! I didn't.
Psych.
I said runes. And I happened to check in with our runologist, and I learned that runes are ancient inscriptions which tell you your future. And if I don't get on with answering your question, I think I know what my future's gonna be. Ouch. So as I was saying, hold the amulet up to the light, but do not read the runes. This will frighten the dragon and keep him from attacking
You're
you while you
really,
deal with
you're
your
really
next
proud of
problem.
that joke,
The
aren't you,
wizard
JD?
Mortimer, who's gonna try and fry your behind with his lightning bolts. Bogus.
Sorry.
Now here's how you handle this punk. Use the statue scroll 3 consecutive times to defend against the lightning bolts. Morty will do his best to fake you out after the first 3 bolts. You can always tell when the fakes are coming if you watch the dragon's head, because the dragon will always follow the direction of the lightning. See? Mortimer still has another 2 bolts in his arsenal, and one more nasty trick. So again, use your statue scroll 3 times to defend. Thinking he's got you by the power cord, Mortimer will declare, "You have no more defenses. Prepare to die." Right after he lays that one on you, use the magnetic hand spell to suck the amulet from his hand to yours, and sit back and watch as the dragon cooks a Mortimer shish kebab.
All right, way to go, bud. Good question. You'll be getting your free GamePro tee in the mail. Thank you. Now, if you other gamers have a hot one, put it on video. Send
Wonder
it to
how
us.
many
Keep
people
gutsy.
still
We'll
have
give you
those
the address at the end of the show,
GamePro
okay?
They are probably faded beyond
You gain
recognition at this
invincibility
point.
in Target Earth when we return on GamePro.
Target Earth is a game that a lot of people really seem to like nowadays, and I will never understand why. It just kind of looks a bit generic.
Oh, sorry, wrong game. If you're a Genesis player, then you gotta be a fan of Target Earth, one of the all-time
Yeah,
greats for
yeah,
the 16-bit
even then, I
game.
guess it was just
Players
like a
can
game
make
everyone
picks that'll
hyped
keep
up
your
back in the
space
day,
cruiser
and it's
business
just like,
for
it's
as
not
long
that
as you want to
good.
play the game. The first tip is major easy pull off. Now, even though Target Earth is a one-player game, plug in the Player 2 controller. Once your spaceship is moving, just hit the start
Like this
button
game,
on the Player
like
2
even
controller.
looking at the
I
game,
now
it kind of
pronounce
doesn't
you
look that good. It
invincible.
just
You'll
looks.
still take on some damage from the hits, but your ship will never blow up.
Looks like some
If
weird
you prefer
Amiga
the challenge
shit.
of a destructible spaceship, but want to keep the game going forever, here's a Target Earth tip that'll give you all the continues you want. Okay, check it out. To make this trick happen, you have to at least make it to level 2. Now, here's the part that takes some nerve, so listen up. You gotta take the plunge and die on purpose, that's right. Next, go back to the options screen and press start. When you see the babe appear with the words continue up, leave the options screen.
Babe-O-Rama!
Back in the title
Norman's
screen, and if you
beats
did this one
Babe-O-Rama.
right, you should
I'm
have
pretty sure
9
JD
continues.
Roth
Way to
himself
go.
made that
By
game.
the way, when you get down to 2 continues, you can run this trick all over again for another 9. Yes, Brendan and I have gone where no man has gone before,
Where
right?
no Pepsi bath has gone
Absolutely.
before.
All right, let's check out what the gumballs in the lab have to say about our Star Trek for the NES. Now, if you're a Trekkie or an ex-Trekkie or a recovering Trekkie, or even if you've gone through Trekkie rehab, listen up, because there's no question that you need to
Trekkie
get your thumb
rehab
on
is
this part
probably
for
a
another
real
dose
thing.
of Starship Enterprise. Here is the story. The Enterprise has been sucked through a rip in the fabric of space and is now boldly traveling where no man has gone before. Kirk and the crew's mission is to repair the space hull and make it back to Federation space. Of course, the ship's dilithium crystals have burned out, and there isn't enough power to warp out of the unknown zone. Or for that matter, to even maintain orbit for 2 hours. Okay, the only hope for Spock, Uhura, Chekhov, Sulu, Bones, and the rest of the crew is to explore the closest
I've
planet
heard
they can
this
find
game
in
isn't
search of the
very
crystals they
good,
need
but
to
it looks
continue their
fine.
journey.
It looks like a decent enough adventure game if you're into this sort of thing.
In
Definitely
the game,
has a lot
you'll
of
visit at least 4
fan
planets,
service.
engage Romulans in battle, make
Fan
off with a
service in the
cloaking
traditional
device,
sense of
and
it
run
follows
through a
the show
number of
very
other
closely.
missions necessary for success.
Very closely.
All of this happens over 7 sections involving time travel, exploration, detective work, and major battles with familiar Star Trek baddies. So, how did our crack team of Game Lab gargantuans rate Star Trek? Remember, the Game Labbers check our games out for graphics, sound, challenge, and fun factor. Now, while the Game Lab garbanzo beans like the graphics, especially the characters representing the original Star Trek cast, they were kind of disappointed with the backgrounds. Factor. Now, while the Game Lab garbanzo beans like the graphics, especially the characters representing the original Star Trek cast, they were kind of disappointed with the backgrounds. A lot of the planets look the same, and some levels are nothing more than a graphic where you walk off on one side and reappear on the other. The sound effects are totally cool, but the music's kind of average. The game will give you a workout and ought to keep you entertained for many hours of play, though. Finally, while the guys in the Game Lab wouldn't say that this is the coolest game in the galaxy, they do say you're going to have a pretty
Star
good
Trek,
time.
that's for
Now,
nerds.
Speaking for myself, I have to say, well, I was kind of disappointed. Yeah.
Honestly, Star
No
Trek
way,
kind of is for
dude.
nerds.
Really?
It's for people
Yeah,
with
it was.
way bigger brains than I.
Game, you know, I'm like sort of a Trekkie, you know. Like, well, I like the Trekkie part of it, but I was just okay. It's fair enough, but you know, well, it's okay we disagree a little, right? One thing we don't disagree on, though, is Bonk's Revenge for their TurboGrafx 16 game system, and we both agree it is awesome.
That's right, bud.
Hell yeah.
I definitely agree with you. Get a fist for that? Yeah. Everybody bonkers for the Bonk Man when he first appeared.
The Bonkenheimer.
The head crusher's back.
Bonkaroo.
Bonk's old enemy, King Drool, is also back, and he's brought with him a new and nasty plan. You see, it seems old Drool has cut Moonland in half.
Oh no, Bonk is patient zero for something.
To do this, Bonk has to make it through 7 perilous levels, bashing Drool's bad guys as he goes. You're gonna meet up with some old adversaries in this game, like the dreaded Chicken Army. You also check out some new screaming meanies, like the fire-breathing lizards and rampaging dinosaurs. Bogus. Now, you remember in the first Bonk how the Bonkster would power up when he gobbled up the meat? Well, in this one, he does a whole lot more than power up, because, dude, when he gets his jaws around the second piece of meat, Bonkmeister goes totally bonkers. Yeah, he does like 3 times as much damage with his headbutts than he used to do.
I guess this isn't the one where he becomes like gigantic Bonk.
And then when
What
he
am I
lands on his
thinking
bucket on his
of?
cart,
Was there like a
every
third Bonk
on-screen
game on
takes
the?
total damage.
Oh no, there was one on like the PC Engine. What was that one? Or on the PC Engine CD, the Turbo CD. Which one was that? That was the one that had like huge Bonk.
How do the Game Lab techie towheads rate this one? Well, have to say perfection comes to mind. Yes, victory! The graphics are
Fair enough.
some great-looking prehistoric landscapes, and be sure to catch the animation on the boss characters, because, see, you've never seen it done better. Sound? I don't know. I gotta think for the sound of Bonk's massive head thumps. They just kind of go thunk, you know? It's really cool. And the gamers of all ages and skill levels can play along.
Super Bonk?
Finally,
Oh, maybe
when it
that
comes
is
to
what I'm
music,
thinking
well, I'd have
of.
to say
It was
that
just the
that's
Super
pretty good,
Nintendo
too.
Bonk.
The gameplay's challenging, though not impossible, and it's fun.
Yeah, I
Bonk's
might
a
be
classic
thinking of
video
Super
game,
Bonk.
And it's Bonk! It's Bonk! Bonk on dudes! Bonk!
Bonk! Bonk! Buy Bonk! Everybody, right now, buy a copy of Bonk. Everybody in chat right now, buy 15, 20 copies of Bonk. Get excited about Bonk! Bonk,
Hey,
hey!
Bud, this is my favorite part of the show, so stop playing, let's do it.
Oh, yeah, okay. Now, with most of the action in the Arcade Center and CD-ROM live action games, we thought
Oh,
you
Big
might
and
like
Bonk
to
3,
take
maybe
a look
that's
at
what
the
I'm
new
thinking of
arcade
then.
game that uses animation. Yeah, and they do use it. It's Dragon's Lair 2, bud. And if you were into the first game in the series, you better get down to the arcade quick to check this one out, because I must say, it is happening.
We've been playing it all day. Now, if you're wondering why the animation quality on this game is so awesome to the point of blowing out every other animation game in the universe, you gotta understand that the dudes behind this game are the very same people who brought you The Land Before Time, An American Tale, and All Dogs Go to Heaven. The company's Sullivan Bluth, and they're supposed to be the #1 dudes in
All
animation.
Dogs Go to Heaven.
Check
You
out
know, the
gameplay.
movie itself
Princess
contradicts
Daphne
the
has been kidnapped by the
title.
heinous evil wizard
There were
Murdoch.
definitely dogs that did not go to
Mother is
heaven.
ticked off big time and makes Daphne's husband, Dirk the Daring, go after Morty to bail out the princess. Not an easy chore, dudes. Murdoch has a time traveler and is jumping all around history to avoid Dirk and his happening sword. Now, since all the Dirkster could put together is this busted-up time machine he got from this old used time machine car lot, it's not going well for Dirk the Daring. This game is equipped with total state-of-the-art laser technology with a monster 25-inch monitor. And you're gonna need lightning-fast reflexes to compete in this one because the action is fast and non-stop.
On the money, bud.
Nice.
And speaking of money, if you're gonna go to the arcade and play Dragon's Lair 2, you better bring lots of money, bud, because there's
Yeah, like didn't the
no
one
turning
villain,
back.
like at the end of All Dogs Go to Heaven, like clearly go to hell? Or I think they didn't actually call it hell, they called it like the other world or something. The other side.
And I managed to score 240,630 big points on Dynamite Duke, the Sega Genesis.
Hi, I'm John Meister from
All Dogs Go to Heaven is a good movie. You know, I had All Dogs Go to Heaven 2 on DVD for as long as I remember. Like, I've always just had that DVD. I literally do not think I've ever seen that movie. And I've heard All Dogs Go to Heaven 2 is not nearly as good.
Mail, so check it out. And remember, if you want to win, you gotta send
It is a
it
good
in.
movie, yeah.
Hot tips and tactics for Valis 3.
The direct-to-video sequel was good too. Okay then, maybe I'll have to actually try that.
Pause, okay?
Okay.
Later, bud.
Got it.
No, he went to heaven in part 2. Oh, well, there you go. They did rectify that.
Whoa!
They made the title accurate.
Dudes,
They
I think
finally
I'm
sent
stuck.
him to heaven.
Hopefully, we're back in SWAT world. So stick with me, because I have a happening level selector for the Genesis game Valis 3. Okay, here goes nothing.
Oh,
Here's what
Valis
you do.
3. This is for the true anime sickos out here.
Bring up the title screen. Now, hold down button A, button B, button C, up and start all at the same time. I'm talking a real finger
By the way,
stretch.
speaking
If you
of,
do this
I
correctly,
downloaded
the screen will display, select
Game
map.
Gear. I did
Using
download
up or down on your
BlueStacks.
control
How
pad to
do
select your level.
I...
Finally.
First of all,
Start
where the
and
hell
you'll be
is
exactly where you want to be.
the file for that Wonder Momo game? Second of all, how do I get BlueStacks to
Let's
open
run that
it?
down one more time. First,
Or is
bring
it
up the
just
title
gonna
screen.
like...
Now, hold down button A.
Do I just
button
like
B,
open with
button C,
BlueStacks,
up,
or how does
and
that
the start
work?
button all at the same time. When you see select map, choose the level you want. Finally, hit start, and you'll start at that level.
What game is this?
How about a classic trick for powering up any of your turtles in the Game Boy version of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? It's easy. Watch. You're smack in the middle of doing battle with the Foot Clan. Michelangelo is tiring
Isn't
out.
archive.org?
What's a turtle to
Okay.
do? No
Wolfman.
sweat, dude.
Yeah.
First, press the start
Oh,
button to
Wolf
halt
Team
the
Jank.
action.
Oh, okay.
Next, press up,
Yeah.
up,
Wolf
down,
Team
down,
Jank is the...
left, right,
Wolf Team
left,
Jank
right,
is the epitome
B
of
and A.
Jank.
And be sure to do it
Like
in
Ernest
order.
Evans, that is
Go back
just
to the
like
game
the...
totally powered up.
That is just
Here's the order one more
beautiful,
time.
charming
First,
Jank.
Put the game on pause. Next, hit up, up, down, down, left, right, B and A. That's all there is to it, turtles.
Oh, Valis 3, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah, Valis 3 is turbo Jank for sure.
All right. Now, we don't know if this cart's even in the stores yet, but the Game Lab eggheadsters managed to get their mitts on Ultraman! Yes, for the SNES. Here's a preview. Now, for those of you who may not be hip to who this dude is, Ultraman is this megastar in Japan on the Japanese
Oh, this
tube, and
game is
he even
ass.
did some time in the USA on the tube in about the 70s. Disco era, yeah.
Anybody ever play the
Now, he's
Ultraman
the ultimate
SNES
warrior
game?
and
This game is
protector of peace in the
turbo
universe,
ass.
And for eons, he's been fighting
It's like, it's a fighting game, but it's the most, like, stupid interpretation thereof.
Different than him, right?
Like,
In the Ultraman game,
like you can, like, imagine a fighting game where the CPU can just regenerate health at a whim.
heinously ugly.
And that's
Ultraman wants to
Ultraman
do
on Super
battle with the
Nintendo.
Gudis virus and his mutant bad guys, but the atmosphere on Earth is so polluted that he can't even handle it in his Ultraman form. So, he transforms himself into this human guy named Jack Shindo. And then he sets out to save the world from these monster mutant bosses, right? The good news is, Jack can become Ultraman when he needs to, but he can only do it for 3 minutes at a time. And the game, it lets you use all kinds of gamer skills. You know, you get these special
You gotta buy
weapons
the
along
long-lasting
with, like,
Ultraman.
hand-to-hand stuff. You get martial arts, you get wrestling, you get street brawling. Oh, yeah! Oh, there's one thing I forgot to tell you. Ultraman is 197 feet tall, and he weighs in at about 58,000 tons. So I guess the dude can handle himself if you get my drift.
I don't get your drift. What do you mean by that?
As long as you don't get stuck with the check at dinner. Now, the action's happening, the graphics are cool, the game
If you
is hot,
can't beat
so
it,
look
it's
for
still a
because it's
skill
one part that
issue.
you're definitely gonna want to get friendly with.
Bring Nate back from the dead with a cool tip for Phantasy Star 2. Coming up.
Phantasy Star 2. I actually... Okay, real talk. If I were to get into if I were to play like any Phantasy Star game, what would you recommend? Anybody who knows anything about Phantasy Star.
Still Moondew. Gives it any character except Nia. When Nia is killed, you can use the Moondew to bring her back to life.
Now that was a great tip. I'm sending you your GamePro t-shirt personally.
4 is the best? Okay, got it. Thank you. 4 was on, was 4 a Genesis one?
Comes from, bud. The #1 source for home and arcade game information, GamePro Magazine, yeah! Down the hatch, SWAT time.
Secret weapons and tactics.
Things are as hot as always here in SWAT World, where we lead off with America's favorite underachiever, the Bart Man. What's up, Bart, dude? How's it going? Hey, Bart. Let's go party, bud. Hey, dude, I'm in the middle of a kid.
The PS2 Sega remake. Oh, yeah, that's right. They did remake. I think it was Phantasy Star 1.
Now, if you're tired of running out of lives before you make it to the
It was Genesis, okay.
That'll get you 100 lives. Watch. Enter the first building on the 3rd level and keep walking until you reach the first platform under the air-blowing pipes. Now, wait until the coins start to shoot out at you. Okay, here's the deal. For every 15 coins you collect, you earn an extra life.
It was going to be a Sega CD game originally.
You can hang out as
Go to the PS2 games, you say 2. Alright.
Collect coins because there's no limit, man. Now, as long as we're into Bart Mania, we thought we'd answer a little question that has plagued the fan of the Simpsons video game since the
Bart
day
vs.
the
the
card
Space
first appeared.
Mutants. That's a skill issue on the developer's
Have
part.
you ever wondered what to do with them?
No.
Well, wonder no more.
They
To use
probably
the
did their
whistle,
best.
go to the last pair of windows at the retirement home and blow it. Good old Grandpa Simpson will
4 is
appear in the
bad.
top
Okay,
window
I'll play
and
4 on the
shower you
Genesis.
with a ton of coins. Pretty cool, huh? Then, go to the door off the Springfield retirement home where Grandpa lives and use the key.
I might have to play the PS2 remakes. I didn't know they remade 2. I thought it was just the first
Where you'll
one.
have another chance to buy some more of the things that you're gonna need, like bottle rockets and cherry bombs. Okay,
Honestly, like, Bart vs. the Space Mutants at least kind of had an interesting idea behind it.
Use these passwords to get to any of these stages.
But
For stage
now,
50, enter
it's not a good game.
WX. Stage 60, enter YTKX.
I think it's like it's showing like a bunch of this stuff again.
Stage 70, enter She2. That's right, SHE2.
Alright, bye, artists.
And for stage 80, enter XHO2. Let's flash those again. For stage 50, enter 2TWX. For stage 60, enter YTKX. For stage 70, enter SHE2. For stage 80, enter XHO2.
I'm Seth Thompson from Gal Police Ohio. I have a question on Heavy Barrel for Nintendo. I was wondering if you could show me where the 6 pieces to a Heavy Barrel are.
It's no big deal, dude. The Game Maniacs have the answer for this one, so check it out.
Come on, you could have just called them Gamiacs. It was
You'll
right
find one at
there.
the beginning of the bridge. Then you'll find one at the end of the bridge. There's one right where the yellow tank appears. And at the base of the building to the right of where the tank appears. In perimeter 2, there's one piece in the last locker before you reach the second elevator. You'll find the 6th piece located in the first locker on the right-hand side in perimeter 3. And there you go, bud! A fully powered heavy barrel! Happening question, bud.
That game is
now,
like
for the rest of
turbo
you
stupid.
gamer
I gotta
dudes,
play it
just keep them coming in,
someday.
okay? Watch for the address at the end of the show. An awesome tip to get your hidden treasures in Fantasia.
Awesome tip, don't play this fucking game.
So stick around, bud. It's GamePro. Hard, dude. Shady's a stud.
Secret weapons and tactics.
Wow, very awesome. As we start to get into the new SNES games, we're catching on to some totally hot, cool tricks. This stuff is so super fresh that when we figure it out, you will be the first to know. Here's one for the Darius twin. Whoa!
It's actually Darius.
Oh, yeah. Now, if you're finding this game tough to master, and who isn't? Here's a trick that'll let you start the game with 50 men. All right, here's what
50
you do.
men.
Now, you may need a friend to help you with this one.
We need to go back to calling extra lives
so
free
up.
men.
First, bring up the title screen. Now, hold down the
Free
top
they
left
thems.
and top right buttons. Okay, at the same time, hold down the select buttons on both controller 1 and 2. Cool. That's where your friend may come in handy. Now, if you did this right, you can begin the game with 50 men. Let's try that out one more time. First, bring up the title screen. Next,
Oh, what? Yeah, sorry, these transfers are not the best.
all right. Very cool. You know, here's a hot one for Fantasia for the Genesis game system that'll net you a whole bunch of hidden items. Watch this. While you're in level 1, wait for the first marching broom to come out. Once you see it, lead it to the far left of the screen. Okay, now when it gets all the way to the left, leap in the air and bounce on top of the broomstick. A spell book with 3 extra magic blasts and 5 bonus items will appear on the stairs. Go, Mickey.
Go, Mickey.
Nice! Now, here's one that's hot off the screen, okay, bud? This game is barely hitting the stores, but the Game Lab Gizmo gods managed to get their hands on Wizardry 2, bud. Knight of Diamonds. Yeah, that's for the NES. Now, remember that our techies check these carts out in 4 different categories, okay? That's right, dude. You know it. They check for graphics, sound effects, whether the game gives you monster challenge, and finally, the fun factor. That is, just how much fun is this game to play? Well, dude, I hope it's majorly fun, you know what I'm saying? It better be. Yeah, we've been waiting for this cart to make it to the screen, and now that we've got it between our thumbs, we're stoked to report that Wizardry fans, you will not be disappointed. No.
For this cart to make any sense, you need to understand the legend of the Staff of Nilda. So here's how it goes. The action occurs in the city of Ligamen, a town which was once invulnerable to bad guys due to the magical powers of the Staff of Nilda.
Honestly, Might and Magic on NES, I think, was kind of a better version of this game.
Anyone who was born in the city of Ligamen was not affected by the staff's magical powers.
But,
so as long as the dudes were
I
born
mean,
in
if
the
you
city,
wanted a
cool,
first-person
no
dungeon
problemo.
crawler on NES, this
If there was
was
a
one
bad
of the
guy born in the
options.
city, well, you know the story. One bad apple can ruin a whole city of Ligamen. So that's where Davenport comes in. You see, Davenport staged a coup.
Yeah, they're
knocked
just
out
like
the entire
rerunning
family,
the
with exception
entire
of Princess
review
Marga
of this
and her
game.
brother Prince Alavic, who got away. Now, Alavic was able to beat up the bad dude Davenport in the castle of Ligamen. So you think the story's over now, right, bud? Wrong! No way! As Davenport fell, he uttered a curse so heinous that he took out himself, the castle, Alavic, and the magic staff, and that is where you come in. It's up to you to rescue the staff or the city's history. You do this by leading a party of 6 down and dirty brawlers, each with his own special skill. Now, some of these skills are pretty cool, like the fighter who does some awesome head bashing, and the mage who has the power to roast monsters alive. who does some awesome head bashing, and the mage who has the power to roast monsters alive.
So how did the ratings come out? I'll tell you what the boys in the hood thought. While the story may be happening, the graphics are most definitely not. All in all,
really?
I gotta say that, well, they're pretty average. Just like in Wizardry 1, the tunes get pretty repetitive after spending some time.
Did Wizardry 1 come out on the NES? I didn't know any of the Wizardry games came out in America.
Takes an average of 150 hours of gameplay time to complete. Wow. This is not a game for the impatient or lighthearted, but if you do like to take on a major gamer project,
it's
go for
okay.
It. When it comes to an awesome role-playing game, Wizardry 2 is actually one of the best around. We just wish that maybe the designers had spent as much time on the graphics as they did developing this totally cool story. You must agree with me, B-Man.
Yeah.
We are in total agreement.
Yeah. I agree with whatever you say, JD.
Oh man. Yes. What are these? Nice. Oh, this is the best time. Atari is back in the arcades with a happening new game called
Pet the Cat.
Riot 4-Wheel Drive. Let's check it out. With sizzling graphics of the cars, crowds, ambulances, and the animals, Road Riot 4-Wheel Drive puts you behind the wheel of a killer 4-wheel drive vehicle with a simple objective: beat the computer, or you're Bud in a race that takes you through tough terrain and terrifying tracks.
Right on. Doesn't sound too tough now, does it? Now, the drive's not as smooth as it might seem, particularly when you introduce the stun gun into competition, so check it out. You take your aim at your competition here with the stun gun. You slow the dude down with the direct hit, okay? Now, while you have to whip your way through the electable tracks in one piece, gotta tell you that you just gotta go for a crash scene every once in a while, like so. Ah, totally awesome. And besides, when you live through a crash, you get this bonus play at the end of the game. And winning allows you to go to the next round free of charge, but if you don't finish first, have another quarter ready, because it's going to kind of cost you, bud.
Oh. Now, there's one feature I haven't told you about just because I'm into saving the best for last. Road Riot 4-Wheel Drive comes with a rump thump. You heard me. That means you can actually feel the shakes, the rattles, the rolls you encounter during the course competition in your seat and in the steering wheel. It's very tough. You like that?
Yeah, rump thump, I did.
Yeah, they would just like rerun the same old reviews in like other episodes. They kind of... I guess that's one way to... I guess that's one way to kind of minimize on the production costs. Just rerun old reviews.
Hi, I'm Mike McArdle from Aurora, Illinois, and I finished Ultimate 2 Avatar for the Nintendo.
Hi, I'm Randy Green from Marysville, Michigan, and I scored a fantastic score of 104,020 on Splatterhouse on a TurboGrafx 16.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm Callistus.
That kid grew up to be Dyer 51, by the way.
Whoa, major league scores, dudes. Your GamePro subscriptions are in the mail. You can't win unless you send it.
GamePro, we'll be back.
You can't win unless you send.
Whoa, hold up, pal. It's time for me to head down and take a bite at SWAT World. And if I got it right, I am going to be doing some serious submarine time.
Submarine time. You better be careful, okay? Because there's a lot of scary
I don't think
things
it
in the
is.
ocean, bud.
Hey, come on. What could happen to me? All right, I'll see you later.
Okay.
They just ran out of time to make the record. Yeah, I think that's kind of what it is too. That's what I was saying. Is I think I kind of feel like a lot of the reason why this didn't,
good plan.
why there weren't more shows like this is because like you kind of have to do a lot of production work in a very short amount of
One of my favorite movies in
time.
the past year was The Hunt for
Like
Red October.
usually
and I
shows
gotta
like
tell
this,
I
you would
enjoy the
kind of
Game
have
Boy
like
version
a
almost as
couple
much
of
as the
months
movie.
to kind
Here's
of
a tip
like
that'll increase your
you know
firing
film
power big
everything, bring it into the editing room. Like a game show, for example, like, you know, like Jeopardy, Wheel of Fortune, something like that. That's usually about like that's usually like taped about 4 or 5 months ahead of time.
Your game log will show 25
Gives them enough time to
missiles.
like
Not bad, huh? Let's run that one down
edit it
again.
down,
During the stage
do
when you
whatever
see
they
the
need
map
to
of the
do,
Atlantic Ocean,
build up a nice
push the
backlog
A
in
and
case,
B
you know,
buttons down at the same
something
time. All right,
were
so
to
far so good.
happen,
Now,
you know, like a
while holding
major
down A and B, hit
worldwide
up,
pandemic,
then down.
hypothetically.
And when that game begins, the 25 missiles are yours.
But Here, you couldn't. You wouldn't have much time to tape these
Now, if you've been playing Fact Xanadu like I have for a long time,
you know, if you
wish you could figure out how to finish the game, check this out.
If you take too long to edit these brand new, hot off the presses games aren't going to be so brand new anymore.
N, question
like the
comma,
brand new,
capital G, capital M,
like
M, capital Y,
like the
X,
hot new, like,
U,
look at this brand
Q,
new Super
H,
Castlevania
period,
4 game isn't going to be so brand
C,
new once the game releases
I,
5 months later.
Q, G. Okay, enter this password and tell them what they've won, Don.
And I think that's kind of why there weren't many shows like this.
You'll also receive a Sapphire Elf Ring, a Demon's Ring, a Magical Rod, and 8 red potions. JD?
Thank you, Don. Now, with all that stuff, you can't help but make it to the end of the game. Good luck. Let's run that one down again.
GameSack makes new productions like 1 to 2 times a month.
Capital U, N, question mark,
and sometimes not. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, like...
M, capital Y, X, capital U,
well,
capital Q, H,
if you've, like, spent any amount of time in, like, video production, you'll know, like, even on, like, an amateur scale, like, you know... Like, even on an amateur scale, like, I'll tell you, like, I did, like, a Commodore 64 video once that took, like, a month to edit, and it wasn't even that much. It wasn't even, like, that difficult of a thing. You're doing, like, all these, like, Beekman World edits and shit like that,
super
like...
sneak preview of the SNES game Rocketeer based on the Disney movie. Now, remember, this game is still being worked on even as I talk about it, so it is truly the early word.
Hush, hush, my friend.
Okay, I think, yeah, I think this might just be, like, kind of rerunning. So, this is GameProTV. It lasted... Well, again, it said 91 to 92. Actually, I think that might be right. I saw something that said they aired some episodes in 1990. I'm now realizing that might be false. So 91 to 92. And then GameProTV ceased to exist entirely. Except it didn't. Because in 1996, on the Fox Sports Network... Why Fox Sports? I could not tell you. GameProTV came back. Now, there are 3 episodes. This is one that perplexes me. Right. So, Wikipedia says this aired from 1998 to 1999. These 3 episodes say 1996. And, in fact, I've seen other things that claim to have more episodes from 96. So... What I think the actual reality is there were 2 seasons of this show. One that would have been from 96 to 97, and one that would have been from 98 to 99. I think that is what is the case. But there aren't too many episodes of this version, so we're just going to watch them all. Or wait, 90... Is this the 96? This is the 96 one. Okay, yeah. Let's watch the 96 one first.
Epitomizes how far home video games have come. You have the ability...
Oh, and by the way, completely different host. And, I'm just gonna warn you up front. This host is a bit of a downgrade to JD Roth. Why is it doing the thing? What is it doing? What did it just do? Hang on, I'm gonna restart this because I don't know what's going on. Okay, here we go. There we go. Okay. So here's the 96 version. Starts with... Okay, version 2. Okay, I guess episode... Oh, there's episode 1. Got it. So this is the 96 series. That's what I'm saying is... I think these... Because I looked at the 98 one a little bit and this one a little bit, and they seem like they are the same version. So I think they might be 2 seasons of the same show.
On this edition of GameProTV, we'll give you your first look at a couple of Nintendo 64 games, take you behind the scenes of Big Hurt Baseball, and see if Konami's got what it takes to win the gold in their latest game. International
Not
Track
only
and
was
Field.
this only on Fox
Since this is our
Sports,
first show, we thought it might be a good idea to explain you what we're all about.
It was only on Fox Sports in a few metropolitan U.S. cities. Chicago, the Bay Area,
Pong was the only home video game around.
So that's why, like,
that was then.
Even people who were around at the time may not know that this
The video
existed.
game market has grown up, producing games with incredible graphics, high production budget, and enhanced gaming capabilities.
And obviously, this isn't going to be
some games are awesome. And before
this
you
is
plug down your cash,
maybe a little
we'll tell you
bit
which ones are
geared
which.
towards...
We'll show you the fighting games, the action games, the racing games.
This is
and
maybe
on the
geared
sports channel,
towards,
of course.
I think, maybe
We're going to give you as much slam dunk and hard hitting
demographic. So
out of the park sports coverage
it's
that
not
you
going to
can cram
have that
into a
kind
show.
of like
Plus,
in your
we'll give you
face,
tips
wow,
and
radical
strategies in our
kind of
Swap Pro
energy to
segment.
it.
And even show you how some of your favorite games are made.
Although I think you'll kind of agree with me, maybe
games
that's
have come a
not
long way since
necessarily
the
for the
days of
best in
Pong,
this case.
and are poised to even go further. Here at GameProTV, we'll keep you up to date every step of the way. All right, now let's talk about pain. The kind of pain you feel after a full swing knuckle slap or a knee check to the face. Virtua Fighter 2 epitomizes how far home video games have
shit,
come.
is it not? Hold on, I'm sorry.
Hey, Logan. Hey, listen. Logan.
Thank you. There we go. I will restart.
On this edition of GameProTV, we'll give you your first look at a couple of Nintendo 64 games, take you behind the scenes of Big Hurt Baseball, and see if Konami's got what it takes to win the gold in their latest game, International Track and Field. But first, since this is our first show, we thought it might be a good idea to explain to you what we're all about. Almost 20 years ago, Pong was the only home video game around. That was then, this is now. The video game market has grown up, producing games with incredible graphics, high production budget, and enhanced gaming capabilities. Some games suck, some games are awesome. And before you plug down your cash, we'll tell you which ones are which. We'll show you the fighting games, the action games, the racing games, and since we're on the sports channel, of course, we're going to give you as much slam dunk and hard hit and high flying out of the park sports coverage as we can cram into a show. Plus, we'll give you tips and strategies in our SWAT Pro segment, and even show you how
it's just
some of
such
your
a
favorite games are
weird idea making this for a sports channel.
Games have come a long way since the days of Pong.
I mean, I guess it's not completely incompatible,
We'll keep you up to
but
date every step of the way. All right, now let's talk about pain. The kind of
I guess
pain
they
you
just
feel
wanted
after a
this
full
show to
swing knuckle
succeed
slap.
again, but
Or a
like
knee check to the face.
Fox Sports was the
Virtua
only
Fighter
one
2
who wanted to pick
epitomizes
it
how
up.
far
Why did they
home
want to
video
pick it
games
up?
have
I
come.
don't know.
You have the ability to play with 10 different characters, each with their own unique style of fighting. There's Wolf Hawkfield, who looks like he fell straight out of a wrestling ring. Or you can try Cage with his ninja assassin techniques, with over 30 attacks to master. In fact, all of the characters average over 30 attacks, and mastering one fighter alone will be enough to keep you busy for a while. There's no other genre of gaming that's more saturated than the fighting genre. But if you only want to buy the best one, you've got to buy Virtua Fighter 2. Flat out, it's the best fighting game ever made. The fighters are deep in their abilities
Virtua
and
Fighter
diverse
2,
in their
best
characteristics.
fighting game ever made.
And unlike some of the other fighting games on the market, there are
Video
no
games have
fireballs and
esports.
deadly
Yeah,
strikes to
that's
use.
true.
Virtua
Maybe they
Fighter
were
2
just ahead of the
relies on
curve.
realistic hand-to-hand combat. Everything about the game screams
They saw
classic.
the
The graphics are incredible,
genre
the sound is believable, and the control is absolutely idiot-proof. Bottom line, if you own a
Absolutely.
Sega Saturn,
You
you've
know
got
what?
to have
Having played Virtua Fighter 2, yeah, I kind of agree with that. It kind of is a bit idiot-proof. Maybe
Gone
a
are the
little
days
bit
when a
too
big-time ball player like Frank Thomas could simply put their names on a home baseball game and expect to sell it. Nowadays, savvy video gamers want to see the stars get more involved. Well, you don't get more involved than this. This is Acclaim's motion capture studio, where Frank helped
You
with
know
the making
what?
of his very own baseball game.
I might
Motion
be
capture
jumping
is
the
a
gun on
technology
this, but I
used to
think I
record
actually
the actual
prefer
movement
this
of a
incarnation
living
of
character
GameProTV.
to translate
Like I
directly
said,
into
it
the game.
definitely doesn't have like that kind of like
allows you to change the camera.
like I kind of described
so
before,
now you
like
can get some of the
jingling
same
keys in
benefits
front of your
that,
head to
Hollywood has
entertain
always
you
used
sort of
to
vibe. This
create a more
seems like
interesting
a more
scene, but we can do
straightforward
this
kind of
in
video
real
game
time in these new platforms to
related,
where this cinematic touch can change the whole way that
focused
we
on like gaming
played games in
news,
the
gaming
past.
reviews, opinions.
The
stuff
designers
like
at
that.
Acclaim had Frank slip into something a little
Not as
bit
much
uncomfortable.
just
A specially designed suit with sensors placed
purely
strategically all over his
aimed
body
at
in order
kids,
to
which,
record
you know,
his every muscle twist.
Nothing wrong with being
including
aimed
the
at
Big
kids. That
Hurt's
was the
big
market
trot.
they were going for.
What we're dealing with here
I
is
think
the
just
complete
as
package.
an adult,
We
this
have
show is a
the
little
Big
bit
Hurt.
less
We
tiring.
are the best ball
to
player
watch.
going right now. And besides that, he's a video game fan. So not only is he the license, but he's also helping us design the game. He's helping us create and add the baseball flavor to it. We've got technology that hasn't been used before. The motion capture that we're working with will give us a visual result at the end that game players haven't seen in the past. And in addition to that, we've got the game of baseball.
The goal is to give you the most realistic baseball experience imaginable. Well, let's see if they were able to pull it off. Baseball may be one of the most diverse sports to translate to a video game. Designers can go the route of creating a hardcore, statistic-heavy simulation, or they can go the other route and have everyone smashing the ball out of the park on a constant basis. A good game tries to combine both, and that was Acclaim's goal with Big Hurt Baseball. Frank Thomas isn't the only stud available in this game. Equipped with the blessing of the Major League Players Association, Big Hurt's got all the other big guys. For instance, Albert Bell, Ken Griffey Jr., and pitchers like Greg Maddox, who like all the other hurlers in the game suffer from fatigue as the innings wear on. The
Funny
control of
thing-
Big Hurt Baseball is fairly easy to understand. When you're on the mound, there are 8
Among
basic pitches to
hardcore
choose
fighting
from. And when you're at
games,
the plate, you can do everything from
community,
bunting to aiming for the gates with a hefty swing.
Virtua
Big Hurt
Fighter
also throws in a
4
few other play modes,
was
like
considered
the home run
better
derby,
than
where 10
Tekken
players
5
compete against
and
each other in a
yeah, well, I mean,
three-round
like
slugfest
by
to
Virtua
see who
Fighter
can knock the
4,
ball
I
out
think
the
they
park the
kind
most.
of
And there's also a quick play mode.
by like Virtua
where
Fighter
one
4,
strikes
I
and
think
out.
they made the games a little bit
Overall,
more
Big Hurt
complex.
Baseball steps up to the
I did
plate and
play
delivers.
Virtua Fighter
And though it
4. I
doesn't
forget
smash
what
the ball out of the
what was
park,
that for?
it's
Was
still
that,
a pretty enjoyable game to play.
that was the
When we
PS2
come back, we'll
one,
take a look
wasn't
at what
it?
your
I
local arcade will look like in the future. And we'll give you helpful hints on how to become the #1 tennis player in the world in Acclaim's V-Tennis. If you love video games, you need GamePro magazine. Each monthly issue is packed full of tips
Buy
and
GamePro.
reviews, previews, secret codes, hot news, passwords, game-winning strategy guides, next-generation game systems, and home PC games.
Oh, this is
Plus
24
regular features on
minutes.
sports,
I wondered
role-playing,
if
and
this would
fighting
have
games.
like
Call GamePro's Hot Tips Hotline at
I wonder if this was like an actual like 30 minutes. I wonder if it would have like
online.
commercials.
Keyword GamePro. GamePro, the
Just
#1
occasional,
multi-platform
like,
gaming magazine. Pick one up wherever
GamePro
magazines are sold.
TV-related ads.
There's never been a game like Sega Saturn's Knights. Never been a game that's allowed you to fly, fluid and free.
I've never really been a fan of this game.
Never.
I understand the appeal of it.
But
I just
especially
kind
not
of
on that other system. Simply because, with only one processor, it doesn't have the power to do it. Fly, plaything, fly. You're not ready.
Stay up! Buy GamePro so you can beat Dark Souls. Do you think JD Roth could beat Dark Souls?
For years, the video arcade was a dominant force in the video game industry. If you wanted to experience awesome graphics, 3D animation, and superb gameplay, there was only one place to find it.
Ristar needs to come back. I agree.
Now you can have all that right at home without spending a single token. So the question is, what will the arcade industry do to stay ahead of the game?
They only ever did that one Ristar game, right? The one on the Genesis, and I guess like the Game Gear version, which is a remake of that.
Multiplayer virtual reality games. Okay, so up to 8 players at one time can compete or interact with each other in the 2 virtual reality games that we offer.
Players have the choice of racing through the mine canals of Mars in Red Planet, or battling each other with 30-foot walking tanks in Battletech.
But the cool thing is each pilot, and up to 8 pilots, is each actually piloting and controlling their own vehicle. He's got a throttle and a joystick controlling the steering, up and down motion. He's got the weapons, he's got the rocket boosters, okay? And like I said, he is actually controlling his vehicle, and so are the other pilots that he sees on his screen. The scenario behind it is basically Mars has become a slave labor colony. And at night, we hold these races to try and determine who gets their freedom. So if you win the race, come out with the highest
This
score,
probably played SK.
you get your freedom. Everybody else dies. What you're seeing right now is
SK
it's
in
our
VR
combat game, where each person is actually
Do we
piloting
dare
and
to even
controlling a
dream?
4-story humanoid robot. Now my objective is to destroy that opponent before he destroys me. Got a secondary screen, which is a 360-degree radar. It shows me exactly where he is, okay, in relation to everything else. And like I said, just like Red Planet, this is a multiple of up to 8 players. So you can imagine what it's like, 8 guys running around in their own robots trying to blow each other up.
This is one of the best immersions in a virtual environment I've seen. Just a quantum leap above anything you can play at home.
You get a major adrenaline rush, and it's also, if it makes sense, a stress-relieving activity at the same time because you can take out your frustrations on your opponents. So it's like good combat fun.
It always is better to play against a human opponent rather than a, like a droid or artificial intelligence controlled opponent.
It gives a chance for the people to interact. It's a place for them to come, meet new people, experience new things. And
VR, they keep trying to do VR every couple of decades or so, and they keep kind of missing the entire point of why VR might be something that people want.
For a handful of tokens, a player has virtually
Basically, they keep releasing VR and then not really a lot of games that take advantage of the VR.
Nothing compares to hitting the arcade.
Like when VR was a thing like a couple of years ago, it was like, oh, you can play all of the games that you were playing, but in VR. And it's just like, no, I feel like the reason VR keeps failing is because they should make more games specifically tailored for VR. More Sims, more...
I come in here all the time and it's always
Like Steel Battalion VR, make that. That would shift some units.
I mean, everyone I know has got a home system. Everybody in here has probably got more than one, so, but they still come out. Can't play pinball at home.
The arcade
Review
SK
SK next, yeah.
And the competition really doesn't
Graphics,
anywhere
perfect
with home
fine.
market and video arcade. Because the only thing that the home games offer are just the graphics.
Oh yeah,
The video
boobs!
arcade offers the competition, offers the atmosphere, offers a challenge, the whole game itself, challenges of other new players.
So whether it be at home in virtual reality or down the street, the video game industry is still the #1 entertainment business to date.
What they come up with
Booba
nowadays is
Rama,
something else.
Bubenheimer, the Boobster.
In Acclaim's V-Tennis, you choose from 16 players, 8 men, 8 women, all with different strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah,
One
we're
of those
definitely
characters
seeing
is
a
bandana-wearing Andre Agassi type character named Falls.
we're definitely
We're gonna show you how to make him
seeing
the
a
best player in the world.
bent
Falls'
towards
strength is playing close to
sports
the net.
games.
If you're not pushing
I
it
don't
into
think
your
they're all
opponent's
going to be
face,
sports
you're not
games. Well, we've
utilizing
already
your
seen
skills.
some fighting games, but even then, like,
Rush to the net and hit the triangle button
I
to
think
volleyball. to
fighting
block the
games
top
you can
spin.
kind of generously
It'll be a
lump in
forehand
with
or a
sports
backhand
games.
based upon the direction you point the directional pad. Either way, it'll be a tough shot
Fighting
for
is a
your opponent
sport.
to contend with. He has the deadliest forehand and backhand in the game. Overall, Falls is probably the most well-rounded player. He's got good foot speed and pretty impressive power. If you choose to play tournament mode, he may be the best one to win you the title. Hey, is that a Nike logo on his bandana? Stay with us. Your first look at the long-awaited Nintendo 64 game is next.
Minnesota Twins Brad Radke. Last season, he struck out 75 batters, pitched 2 complete games, and gave up 32 home runs.
Chihuahua. Chihuahua.
All new stats, all 28 ballparks. Sega Sports World Series Baseball 2. Authentic as Wrigley, real as Radke.
Let's play Hell yeah, let's play baseball with Chihuahuas. Wait, no, don't do that. I don't think you should do that. Is this a 1-900 number? Is this 1-900 Talks? Oh.
City of Hope.
Oh.
Join us in touching the lives of millions.
Oh.
Call 1-800-260-HOPE.
Oh, okay.
A woman's place is in the home.
What? I beg your fucking pardon? What?
Doing the dishes is a woman's job.
Heading down the middle, dishes off the Stevens.
Oh.
Women don't know how to drive.
Fuck yeah.
Women don't know how to play the game. Support the Women's Sports Foundation.
Oh. Oh, that's what they're doing. Okay.
Capcom's Resident Evil defies typical
Fair
genre
enough.
description. It's more than an action game. It's also a puzzle game. But it's more than a puzzle
I mean,
game.
I like that this
It's
has
also an adventure
commercials.
game. And it's more than all of the above. It's a great game. In fact, it may be one of the greatest action puzzle adventure games ever made. In Resident Evil, you'll choose from 2 different characters.
Resident
Chris
Evil,
Redfield,
that's never
the
gonna
Star's
catch
Alpha
on.
Team Marksman, and Jill Valentine,
Yeah,
the team's
I
machine
get it
and
now.
lockpick expert. The goal is to explore a mansion teeming with undead soldiers and find out what happened to the Star's Bravo team that disappeared in action.
There is 3 minutes until explosion.
And if that weren't enough, you also got to get to the root of the Resident Evil that dwells within the haunted house.
Resident Evil.
Sound eerie enough? Well, if it isn't, the horror-style camera angles should darken the mood even more. Plus, the creepy music will have you looking over your shoulder while you play. Throughout the game, your character adds a number of weapons to assist in getting through the adventure. Watching the results of some of your firepower is almost as fun as playing the game itself. Bottom line, Capcom may have created a whole new gaming genre with Resident Evil. There's simply no other game it compares to. Not only is it fun
No,
to
I
play,
get I
but
get what
Resident
they
Evil
were
is
doing.
a true testament to the power of next-generation gaming and has snatched the honor of becoming an instant classic. But one bit of advice, don't play it with the lights out.
I think I kind of like this
The
a
Nintendo
little bit
64
better
is
than
scheduled
the
to hit
original
shelves in
one.
the US on September 30th, but in Japan, June 23rd was a big day. Nintendo blitzed Japanese stores with 300,000 units on the first day. But most of these guys standing in line were pretty much out of luck because the machines were sold mostly on a reservation basis.
We expect to sell all the 64s we have in stock on the first day. Besides the many 64s we will have available to sell on the 23rd, we've been accepting reservations.
I have
since
trouble believing that
Some
anyone believed
reservations
Resident
out there.
Evil was scary.
Customers
It's like
have
the
been
same
camped
thing
out
with
in
like
front of
Friday the
store since they
13th.
closed the
Like
night before.
I get
300,000 units were gone
sensitivities
after the
weren't as
first day.
strong as
3
they
days
are
later,
now in like the
200,000 units were
80s,
shipped
but
out.
like,
They flew out
or
the
in the
stores just as
90s, but it's
fast.
just like, how can you
Here in the
look at
US,
Resident
retailers are
Evil
set for
and
the
have
September
any sort of
30th launch.
emotion other
And
than
like Japan, most units can only
like
be
laughter
purchased by reservation.
I don't
What
know.
we're offering right
I
now
guess
is
it was
a
a
pre-sale
simpler
for the
time. I don't know.
Nintendo 64 system. You put down $25, and that will guarantee you a Nintendo system. Also, it doesn't come with a game.
True,
so
Alone in the
we're
Dark
also
did do
offering,
that style
the,
first.
The game that'll come with it for $10 per
I mean,
The
well,
Nintendo
for what it's
64
worth
is scheduled
though,
to
like
be
I think
released at a $250
Resident
price
Evil
tag.
probably
As a
still
result,
had better
Sony and
graphics.
Sega have slashed their prices in order to compete.
Once they sliced their prices, sales just took off.
Actually, the Sony and Saturn both dropped their prices within the.
No, I mean, yeah, that's
and
true.
N64.
I guess it was.
It's been a
Yeah,
boost
that's
as far as
true. It
both
had the
systems.
jump scares, I
Sony
guess.
still
All right, fair
outsells
enough.
Sega 4-1, but by
It's just
Nintendo
hard to
dropping their
take it
system to
seriously when
$199,
that's the
Nintendo's
voice
actually picked
acting.
up a lot of
But
people
again, it
interest,
was different
which
times.
is something that was hard to do at $249 with no package.
So the question is, will we see lines like this in the States?
It won't be as big as it was in Japan, but there'll be a lot of people here looking
I think ironically the N64 was actually bigger here than it was in Japan.
But I guarantee the same area to which that name comes
Like as big as Final Fantasy
So let's
VII
take a look
was
now at what the
in
hoopla is all
America,
about.
it was like triple the size in Japan.
The 64 will be the new home
It
of the
killed
world's
the
most popular
Sega Saturn
product,
and
never
then
has it looked so
basically
good.
killed the N64.
The Nintendo 64 really struck its stuff with Super Mario 64. The animation is more lifelike and fluid than anything ever seen in the home system, with colors and complex backgrounds that explode all over your screen.
True, I guess it was
longer
sparse
is Mario
enough to not be
restricted to moving
off-putting.
from
Fair
left to
enough.
right, or vice versa. In Mario 64, he can move and explore anywhere he wants. Which brings
Anywhere.
you, the player, much further into his enormous world. There will be 25 worlds to explore, adding up to hours and hours of game time.
I mean,
Super Mario 64 hasn't been
I
released
say
yet,
the game
and
is
it's
kind of
probably already
jank by
the leading
today's
candidate for the
standards,
video
but
game
I
of the
mean,
year.
like, it definitely was a game changer
Mario
when it came
64
out.
hits the shelves at the end of the
And
month.
still kind of is. I mean, modern games owe so much to this.
Another Nintendo 64 game will be the latest from LucasArts, Star Wars.
I
Shadows
think,
of the
like,
Empire.
Super Mario 64, like,
This
I
Star
don't
Wars
really
adventure
like the
takes
whole
place between The
collectathon
Empire Strikes
element,
Back
but
and
I
Return of the
admit
Jedi,
that's a
and
me
looks to have
thing.
all
A
the
lot of
action
people
and
were
adventure
kind of
Star
doing
Wars
that,
fans are
especially
used
around
to.
this time.
The perspective changes throughout the game from Final
Mainly
Pilot
because
point of
Mario
view
64
to
did
a
it.
first-person Doom style. Shadows of the Empire will be available September 30th. When the Super NES was released years ago, Pilot Wings hit the shelves the same day. In keeping with tradition, Nintendo intends to do the same with Pilot Wings 64. Pilot Wings is basically a flight simulator in which you fly 3 different aircraft, the gyrocopter, a hang glider, and a rocket pad over and above 27 different courses.
I think Pilot Wings has always
won't
kind
knock
of
you
just
over with
been a
fast-paced
neat
arcade
sort of
action.
tech
It will give you
demo
a true sense of
and
flight through a
not
number
really
of
much
beautifully
beyond
rendered
that.
worlds. Pilot Wings will be available the day the video game industry has waited years for, September 30th, the release date of the Nintendo 64. So you've been saving civilization from the forces of the evil Krill Empire. Yeah, hitting them where it counts, showing off some of your best skills in the heat of extreme battle. A one-man army. But unfortunately, you can't even get past the gauntlet level. What kind of hero are you anyway? Just go to the special access window and hit triangle X, triangle, square, circle, X, circle, circle, and head off to Stormland, the final level of the game. If you thought the gauntlet was tough, wait until you see the nightmare waiting
I think
for
the
you in this dark and
unintended
stormy night.
issue with Sony,
Again, triangle
like,
X, triangle, square,
having like
circle,
these
X, circle,
weird
circle.
symbols
Good
as
luck.
their controller layout is that it makes it almost impossible to like
This isn't just a
actually
gym. Look at what it does.
show like cheat codes or
changes
anything
lives.
on a website because you would
This
have to
isn't just
write
a
that out.
coach.
You can't just like
This coach helps build muscles, self-esteem.
you can't
This
just
isn't just
like
a ball.
press the circle
It
button
improves
on your keyboard.
concentration.
I guess nowadays we've got emoticons.
This isn't just a sport. It's
Yeah,
the
DJ
revolution
Ronnie approved.
for life.
3D action games existed before Mario 64, though, did they? And if they did, were they really as immersive as in Mario 64? Like, yeah, they might have existed, but, like, Mario 64 really kind of, like, set the standard for, like, how 3D games should control.
Championing women in sports.
Even to a lesser degree, how the camera should work. Like,
When I
there
was
were
young,
so
I
many
discovered
3D
music,
games and,
practiced to
like...
become a musician. Later,
I mean, like,
joined the
even,
Navy,
like, Tomb
became an
Raider and
officer,
Resident
learned about
Evil
discipline
and
and
games
teamwork
that
and doing
kind
your
of
best.
came out around the
Then playing
time or
pro ball,
afterwards,
the
like...
dream of a lifetime.
They just...
These are the things I love. These are my choices.
didn't control
But
as
none
well as
of them
Mario
would have come
64.
true if I hadn't made an important decision a long time ago. I don't do drugs. That's what's worked for me. Think about it.
Think about it. Don't do drugs, kids.
Hey, tell us what you think of the show. Write us at GamePro Magazine, Dear Editor, P.O. Box 5828, San Mateo, California, 94402. Or email us through America Online.
America Online.
You feel your legs propelling you to move faster as the crowd cheers louder. You want to jump higher. You want to swim faster. You want to throw further. Who will be the best in the world? Well, it won't be you unless you get a lot of practice. this is Konami's hit, International Track and Field, one of the most addictive games available on the Sony PlayStation. Track and Field allows you to compete in 11 events representing several different
Graphics
countries.
were pretty good
Each
for
sport
PS1
forces you to
around
qualify
this time.
a certain speed,
Especially
with the
early
events,
PS1
a certain
games
distance
didn't
in throwing events, and simply doing that
usually
can take a lot
do
of time.
like the polygonal 3D
If you
thing.
do qualify, then you can go after the
this
world
much.
record in that event. Every event
Like,
calls
within,
for a
like,
different technique
Like, it
in order
kinda,
to
like
be
the
successful.
PS1
For
was
example, in the 100-meter dash,
more
you
than
pretty much
capable of
tap the run
standing
buttons as
toe-to-toe
frantically
with
as
the
you can
N64.
to run as
Just
fast as you
usually
can.
kind of
Some of
took
the
a
other
little
events are a
while
little
for
trickier.
devs to
With
sort
the
of
hammer
come
toss,
to that
you have to
same
hit the run button
realization.
for a while, and then hit the
For a
throw
little
button.
while, the N64
Getting the timing
did
down
kind
will
of
take a little
best
while,
the PS1
but it's best to use the
graphically.
game practice mode before
And I
trying
mean,
to
it had higher
Track and
graphic
Field is a great game to play by yourself,
not as much
but when you hook up with
storage
3
as
other
a
friends, the game reaches another level of excitement. Konami's Track and Field comes right off the success of this year's Olympics and does a good job of capturing the feel of going for the gold. If you're a fan of Track and Field,
Finally.
this is definitely the game to get a hold of.
Congratulations, you are the winner.
Well, that's all the time we have.
Resident
for our
Evil
first show.
isn't 3.
Check
I
your
mean,
local listeners to find out when this one.
I guess,
replays.
yeah, I guess it's not
In October's
3D,
edition,
but
we'll review Super
it's-
Mario 64 and Pilot Wing.
Well, it's,
Also,
I
we'll
don't
give you the
know.
latest tips
What
and hints
would you
and
consider
much, much
Resident
more.
Evil?
Until
Because,
then,
like, it's
play
not
on.
2D. It's definitely not 2D. It's like, I don't know. It's like 2.75D, maybe? Like some weird hybrid, like not quite 2D, but also not quite 3D. It's 3D character models on a 2D engine, or on 2D images. Alright, fair enough.
This is Sports Channel.
If you love video games, you need GamePro magazine. Each monthly issue is packed full of tips and tactics.
All right,
Reviews,
everybody, go
previews,
buy
secret codes,
GamePro
hot news,
magazine.
Passwords, game-winning strategy guides,
Television
next
says
generation
to do
game
so,
systems,
so
and
you
home
must.
PC games. Plus regular features on sports, role-playing, and fighting games. Call GamePro's Hot Tips hotline at 1-900-860-TIPS. Visit GamePro on the World Wide Web or America Online at keyword GamePro. GamePro, the #1 multi-platform gaming magazine.
I mean, you could do
Pick one
that.
up
You
wherever
could also
magazines
just
are sold.
call 1-900-L-Talks. There's definitely game pro tips on the other end of that line. All right, let's watch episode 2. We won't watch as much of this, but I do want to get to like the 98 episodes as well.
Welcome back to another edition of GameProTV. In the next 30 minutes, we'll review Sony's Crash Bandicoot, Sega's Knights, and Nintendo 64, Super Mario 64. Plus, we'll show you just what it took to make EA's Madden 97. That's all coming up.
I've
first,
said this
rules and
before. I
regulations.
think Crash Bandicoot kind of did the whole 3D
This is how our
platformer
review
thing
system
a
works.
little bit better than Mario
Each game that we
64.
review is judged
Yeah,
and
it
rated
was
in
not
4 categories.
nearly as ambitious, but I
Graphics,
think
in
that
which we
kind of
focus
makes
on the
it
look
more
and feel
fun
of the
to play
game.
nowadays.
Control, in which we tell you how easy or difficult it is to perform the game character's action. Sound, in which we tell you if the audio action keeps up with the visual. And fun factor, where we sum up the entire game and
Graphically, the
tell you
difference
quite
between
frankly
PS1
if it's
and
enjoyable enough.
N64 was
Each category of the game
nuanced.
receives a rating that can go from 1.0
And it's
to
not
5.0.
that straight. Yeah,
1
exactly.
being
Like the
absolutely horrible,
N64
and 5
definitely
being
had better
absolutely
graphical
awesome.
power.
The actual
But
rating
just
will
kind
appear at
of
the
the
end
lack
of the
of
review,
storage
where we'll
sort
sum
of
up the whole
prevented
game.
a lot of games from looking as good as they
So
really
now that you
could
understand
have.
how the system works, now let's put it into action with Sega's latest game,
And
Knights
definitely
into
by
Dreams.
like the
As soon
by
as you
the
start
time,
to play
like,
Knights
the
into
PS1
Dreams,
was
you'll
kind
find a
of
world
rolling
unlike
down,
anything
like,
you've ever
around,
seen
like,
on the home system,
99,
and it'll take you a while to get your bearings straight.
2001. You definitely
Not only because
saw,
of the
like,
game's
some
unorthodox playing
really
structure,
good-looking
but simply
PS1
because you'll be
games that
distracted
look
by the
just
pure
as
beauty
good,
of the
if not
animation.
better than what
In Knights,
was
you can
coming
choose
out on the
between
N64.
Claris, who has 3 dream worlds to explore, or Elliot, who must explore 3 different ones. Whichever character you choose, you must save a series of dream worlds that are under attack by Wise Man, the Wicked. In order to do that, Claris or Elliot must transform into Knights, an aerial acrobat who looks as though he doesn't have a care in the world as he flies freely through lush dreamscapes,
Like
waterfalls, and powerful air
C12.
traffic.
for example. That's a really good
The goal is to gather 20 blue spheres and place
there were
them
a couple,
into an ideal capture
like, what was
machine,
the
which in return
Alien...
gives you one of the 4 orbs you need to progress to the next level.
No, Alien Trilogy was
After
like
all
the
the
earlier
orbs have been
Alien
collected,
game. What was
return
like the
to the Idea
one
Palace
that was
to
like
face
after
that
Alien
stage's
Trilogy?
boss.
Was that Isolation? That was a good looking
In a game that is absolutely stunning visually, the boss stages really stand out as the most impressive.
And definitely
Each
a lot of
boss level is
sports
full of
games.
vibrant
Sports
elements and
games,
dreamy
interestingly enough,
In fact,
tended
the
to
whole
be
game captures the essence
always
of being in
kind
a
of
dream state
historically
with
be,
lullaby
like,
music and effortless
the
flight.
big graphical
Overall, Sega's
system
put their best foot
showcases.
forward with Knights of the
Especially
Dream
driving
in the
games,
upcoming platform battle with Sony and Nintendo. Knights is an imaginative freefall with beautiful animation, dreamy sound, and engaging characters. In fact, it's difficult to think such a carefree character could harm anybody. But Crash Bandicoot and Super Mario, beware, Knights means business. All right, so now we go from the harmless, dreamy world of Knights to the tough, take-no-prisoners gridiron of Madden 97.
I need to give Knights another try.
Madden Football, one of the
Maybe
most
I
popular
do.
football series ever, has been revamped and retooled this season with motion capture technology to create realistic animation. And they have the expertise of football's most creative minds in John Madden.
The playbook and the plays that we use are the plays that I used as a coach as a Raider, are the plays that teams are using now. Cowboys use.
Even in 1996, he just looked and sounded like a geriatric old
real
man.
Situation. And it's the combination of being real, like the NFL is real, and then being a game that you can play as a video game.
I'm constantly and continually, no matter how many times I do it, I'm amazed at how well it's put together and how well the game fits so closely to what really goes on Sunday afternoon on the field.
Well, this week the Atlanta Falcons take on the Carolina Panthers in their...
Yeah, true. Like, the N64 might have been capable of more than the PS1, but the cartridge and limited, like, storage space, I think, kind of, like,
opening game comments
it a
are brought
bit.
to you by the play-by-play team of John Madden and Pat Summerall. In the late 80s, the John Madden football series revolutionized the way football video games were made and played. Now, almost 10 years later, they're trying to start the revolution all over again.
It used to be that, everything was slower moving. The graphics
It looked better, but the textures looked so blurry too. Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair though, like, the textures being blurry, I think is more a side effect of, like, modern televisions, not really. Like, old TVs, I think, were kind of able to mask that.
And what do the NFL players think of the game?
Almost every stop we make, every game we do.
I think
the players are
N64
either
games
late because
probably
they've been playing
looked
this
fine
game,
for the time.
or
It's
they're
just
talking about
modern
who's winning this
TVs
game, or who the best player is.
with, like,
All the
increased
players,
resolution
they all
don't
use
really
the word
play
juice,
nice with them.
that They want more juice. They don't give them enough juice. That they're not fast enough.
N64 is
There's
kind of
only
like the
one player
interesting case
that
where,
ever
like,
told
the
me he's
better
too
you,
good.
the
That's
more you
Emerson for the
upscale
Cowboys.
it and,
Because
like, the
they-
higher quality
he said, "They
television
can't
you're
tackle
running
me,
it
they
on,
can't
the worse
stop
the
me." He
game's
said,
kind of
They
look.
stopped me and tackled me in the
want
game.
to, like-
He said, but in your game, he said, I'm just too
Like,
good.
you want to play, like,
The
N64
gridiron's going to
games
be
and have
pretty
them look
crowded
the
this
best,
winter with
just,
the
like,
number of football games fighting for
either
the share
play
of the
them on an
sports
old
market.
school CRT
With the star power of
television,
John
or
Madden
if
and
you
the
don't
proven
have
track
one of
record of the
those,
whole
grab
Madden
an
series,
emulator,
EA Sports looks
slap
like
a
the leader of the
CRT
pack.
filter on it, and it'll look pretty decent.
Stay with us. When we come back, we'll take you to school and show you how you can pursue a career in the video game industry. If you love video games, you need GamePro magazine. Each monthly
You
issue
felt that
is
way
full of tips
even
and
back when you had a
tactics,
CRT.
reviews, previews,
Okay.
secret codes, hot news, passwords, game-winning strategy guides, advanced game systems, home PC games, plus regular features on sports, role-playing, and fighting games. Call GamePro's Hot Tips hotline at 1-900-860-TIPS. Visit GamePro on the World Wide Web or America Online at keyword GamePro. GamePro, the #1 multi-platform gaming magazine. Pick one up wherever magazines are sold.
Minnesota Twins Brad Radke. Last season, he struck out 75 batters, pitched 2 complete games, and gave up 32 home runs.
We've seen this ad.
Located in the heart of downtown Vancouver, a handful of the top students in North America are hard at work, 13 hours a day. These students are the future computer programmers, designers, and animators of the video game industry. They travel far and wide to attend Digipin, the only school in North America that teaches students specifically how to design and create video games.
The amount of stuff that I learned here, I would never have learned probably in 3 years of college education. It's been way above my expectations.
But if you think just because you're the best fighter on your block, or can master the 500 level of any platform game you're in, think again.
I think a lot of times students assume that because they're good at playing games, they're going to be good at making games. I think that's really wrong. There aren't too many similarities between the two. You don't sit here and plug in a couple of neat graphics and you have a game. You have to sit down.
Tighten up the graphics on level 3.
It's a long process and it takes a lot of work. And if you're not used to that, it is overwhelming.
Last year, 12,000 hopeful students applied to DigiPen, and only 77 were accepted into the intense program. And for the small percentage who are accepted, they soon realized it's not all fun and games.
I think that the first initial reaction would be surprise, because a lot of people don't expect to see serious mathematics and being taught at this level, but at the same time, after they get over the initial surprise, they actually very interested in it because it's the first time that they see the results of taking those mathematical equations and see the results on the screen. And that's the applied part that they're very interested in.
I mean, when you're playing the game, you're just seeing what's there on the screen. But when you're programming, there's a whole world out there that you gotta think about, worry about. It's like playing God. I mean, it's like you're making your own little world in there. And nobody else can change it but you. And you get to control everything in there. The players get to play in that world, but you get to control that world. So you can make it extremely difficult or extremely easy for everybody to play.
The volume of information packed into the 2-year course is enough to boggle the mind.
DigiPen was
Students
working
must
on a
take computer programming,
Castlevania-style
physics, calculus,
game.
and
Yeah.
scores of other applied sciences.
In a
They
Reader's
then must apply
Digest
these concepts in lab work
article
for
you
another
read.
7 hours.
Who's
That's
DigPen? I
just
don't
the
know
first
who
year.
they are.
Here,
Or
we don't force
DigiPen.
our students to learn the
I don't know.
concepts. When
I don't know if
students
I was
see
ever
a cool game
finished.
on the market, they wonder how the effect is made. So we tell them this
I guess,
requires
yeah,
matrices.
these are DigiPen. I
you
don't
need
know
to
of
manipulate
anything they've
3D matrices
developed.
for the character to flip in the air, for example. So they get interested and they want to come and learn this particular concept. So this is something that is really different that we can see, that where students are coming to us to ask us to learn more.
It was a little bit overwhelming, just the amount of information coming at us. It was incredible. It was so much stuff, but to me, it's like.
Oh yeah, the school, right? Yeah.
This morning we studied the tokenizer.
I mean, they
Next,
might have just
and so
developed a
this
Castlevania
afternoon,
game for
we
all
are
I
going
know.
to check the parser, make a grammar out of all these tokens, and see how we check them.
In 1988, Claude Comer, a top engineer in the defense industry, had a dream to use his vast knowledge of computer science and mathematics for entertainment purposes. And with the help of Nintendo, he was able to turn his dream into reality.
I remember when I met with Mr. Arakawa for the first time, the president of Nintendo of America. His main concern was, my concern as well, is that we would create a school for the industry. Here, I would like them to produce games, exactly the same kind of quality of games that you see on the market. Therefore, they have to come up with their ideas. They have to come up with their books, with their game bibles, and timelines, and development lines, development routines, technical routines, etc.
Vampire Survivors.
Standard among the groups. How do they talk to each other? The protocols. They have to learn all this.
As you can see from the quality of these student projects, it's no wonder the top video game companies in the world are quickly snatching up DigiPen's graduates.
Our goal is actually to provide trained personnel to enter into this industry.
It's not just trivial stuff at all. And in order to be good at it, you need the right kind of training, you need the right kind of background in order to be excellent. It is just as professional as any other.
With the continuous support from Nintendo and the superior instruction and guidance from the instructors at DigiPen, the video game companies can be rest assured that the future of the industry is in the right hands.
I'm doing something that I love. They are doing something
Until
that
it
they
wasn't.
love. And my aim is for them to learn sciences and solid bases that they can use in other portions of their life or whatever. They don't have to be just gamers. They could be anything they want.
Move over, Mario. Make way, Sonic. There's a new kid on the platform block. Sony's long-awaited Crash Bandicoot.
How many times has Mario been told to move
over? Platform gaming world.
You think he gets tired of it by now?
Crash through the jungle. Your goal is to save his beloved Shauna from the hands of the sinister Dr. Neo Cortez. To do this, you must clear over 30 beautiful levels located on 3 different islands.
I do like
each
Crash
with a
Bandicoot.
variety of treacherous obstacles.
I like Crash
You face
Bandicoot,
falling
but the
pits,
sequels
giant crabs,
really
killer
improved
skunks,
it.
snapping plants, rolling gates, and even
Added
Indiana
a lot
Jones style
more level
gigantic
variety and
boulders.
such, but the first one's
You can
still
attack
fine.
these obstacles by either jumping or
Although I
with the
would
task
say
like spin
nowadays
move.
play the Insane Trilogy.
As in other
They're
platform
just
games,
kind
each
of-
level gets increasingly more challenging.
They're
But free lives
massively
are readily
expanded,
available,
better
hidden in numerous
graphics,
crates
better
along the
sound.
way. Free lives can
kinda
also be
control
earned by
better.
gathering fruit inside
Nowadays,
these crates or in
play
bonus
the
rounds.
Insane Trilogy.
But as you collect these lives,
There's
don't get
definitely
too
nothing
confident.
wrong with the
As you play
original.
Crash, you'll discover how quickly you'll lose those free lives. Sony went all the way out to capture the true feel of a jungle adventure, with some of the most brilliant graphics anywhere on a 32-bit system. Added with the sounds of monkeys chanting, birds chirping, and elephants blaring, Crash Bandicoot pulls the gamer deeper and deeper into the mystic forest. The gameplay is pretty basic. You can either run, jump, or spin, but the controls are highly sensitive. And if you're not careful, you can easily make a wrong move.
Yeah,
Another
and that's a
fault with this controller
little
is
bit
it's
of
tough in
a.
this 3D world
That's a
to
little
gauge
bit
just
of a
how far
problem
to jump
with
from place to
Crash,
place,
it was
which
like
can
a
be
little
very
bit
frustrating.
too sensitive.
Although Crash Bandicoot may not be the ultimate platform game, there are enough levels and obstacles to challenge the avid platform gamer. If you're into platform gaming, you
Again,
gotta
I
check out
think
Sony's
kind
Crash
of like
Bandicoot.
future
But
games
remember,
sort of touched.
don't spin into that TNT
kind of like
box.
fine-tune the controls a little bit better. Crash Bandicoot 2, I think, was just a fantastic game. It kind of had like the ideal. I think Crash Bandicoot 3 was good too. I haven't played much of 3, but it does seem like more of 2, so I might actually have to check that out. I should like play a bit of Crash. I should look and see if the Insane Trilogy ever goes on sale again on Steam, because then I can buy it there. I have it on PS4
When I was young,
and
I discovered
Switch.
music and practiced
But
to become
now
a
I like
musician.
play on the Steam Deck
Later,
more so
I
than
joined the
anything,
Navy,
so I might
became
just
an
wanna do
officer,
that.
and learned about discipline and teamwork and doing your best. Then playing pro
Do I
ball.
really want to play the game a
dream
third
of a
time,
lifetime.
though? I don't know.
These are the
Probably
things
not.
I love. These are my choices. But none of them would have come true if I hadn't made an important decision a long time ago. I don't do drugs. That's what's worked for me. Think about it.
The ladies and I used to sit around and play cards, knit, and watch the soaps. We made quite a team. Then one day, Helen heard about strength training. She got a free fact sheet just by calling 1-800-222-2225. We found lifting weights builds muscles and bones. It improves our balance, too. So now when we get together, we exercise. It really gives us a lift. Give yourself a lift. Call for a free fact sheet.
Hey, tell us what you think of the show. Write us at GamePro Magazine, Dear Editor, P.O. Box 5828, San Mateo, California, 94402, or email us through America Online. Now let's take a look at 4 new games from Activision, which will be available just in time for the holidays. How would you react if your every move could mean life or death? In Blast Chamber, a bomb is strapped to the back of each player, and they have 60 seconds to place a glowing crystal in one of 4 color-coded areas. Once a player reaches its goal, the bomb will temporarily deactivate, and the player moves onto the next chamber.
How do you behave when you have a bomb on your chest? How do you behave when you have 10 seconds left to live and you need to travel this distance? How do you behave when you've got 3 other opponents in the same chamber as you and they're trying to live and survive as well? It became really easy to design from that point.
Once inside these chambers, the player faces an onslaught of deadly obstacles. Get through in the allotted time, you move on, and if you don't, you're history.
The last one standing is the winner.
Complete all 60 chambers, you win. Sound easy? Yeah, right. Mech Warrior 2 combines realistic fight simulation with beautiful
Mech
3D
Warrior
graphics,
2, this is a
propelling the player
DJ
into
Ronnie
combat-rich
approved game if I've
environment.
ever
It
seen
took
one.
over 2 years to make.
This is a
And
Ronnie
the
ass
reason it took so
game.
long is, again, Activision's very committed to making the best title every time out, and that's how long it took to make that title just spectacular.
The player controls one of 12 different battle mechs, each with its own type of weaponry.
It's pretty violent, it's pretty combative, but not as gory.
Mech Warrior 2 takes fight simulation to a new level and should be a hit with the action-adventure gamers. Wrestling fans, get ready for the ultimate challenge when Power Move Pro Wrestling hits the stores this November.
If you like watching wrestling on TV, you're gonna like playing this game, because what we've done is we've brought the pile drivers, the body slams, the Frankensteiners, the top rope moves into your house by
I feel like you just
by bringing
made
it into
up
the game.
like 5 of those
And what we
words
did
already.
is we motion captured a bunch of different wrestlers, so it's real time. You know, when you play it, you feel like you get this like visceral feel, you know, body slamming the guy you're playing or the girl you're playing.
Power Move Pro Wrestling offers awesome graphics, realistic wrestling moves, and brings the feel and sound of the pro wrestling arena straight into your living room. Into the world of the undead as Activision goes right for the jugular and Blood Omen.
We created a huge, rich world, and we populated it with lots of interesting things to do and neat people to kill.
A hunting vampire mystery in which you, the vampire, must uncover hidden secrets as you take a bite out of characters you meet along the way. From pro wrestling to combat simulation and even killer vampires, Activision is going all out this holiday season with some of the hottest new games on the market. Are you ready to meet the ultimate challenge? Tekken 2 is here. If you thought
Tekken
those
2.
other fighting games were cool, you haven't seen anything until you've experienced Namco's Tekken 2 for the Sony PlayStation. It tears up any other fighting game.
Honestly, I've not really played much of the
Tekken 2,
Tekken
you have the
games, but
choice
they
of 10 different characters.
definitely from this
Each packed with a
footage at
full
least, it
arsenal of
looks
killer
like
combos and counterattacks.
it moves a lot
Trying to master
faster
just
than
one
Virtua
character will
Fighter
have you
did
fighting
around
for
this
hours.
time.
And with
Like,
bonus
you didn't
rounds,
really,
you'll have up to 30
it seems like you
characters at
didn't
your
really
disposal.
have like as much of
There's
the
Law
move
with his
gravity
lightning fast
as
Bruce
you
Lee
kinda
style
did
of
with
fighting,
Virtua Fighter.
able to annihilate his opponent in a matter of seconds. If
Honestly,
you're into
for
killer
96,
combos,
this game
check
is
out King with his power-driving, high-flying, bone-crunching wrestling moves. Or if you're into sledgehammer 1-2 knockout combos, Jack is the
Like,
man.
it looks like it could have come out
The
like a
graphics
few
in Tekken
years
2
later,
are
and
arcade
still
quality
would've been pretty
all the way.
contemporary.
Each character has his own beautifully designed fighting arena. The sound is so realistic, the bone-snapping attacks will send shivers down your spine. And for the control, it's amazing as the fighters move seamlessly.
I
from
love
one
how
fighting
game
combo to the
journos
next.
just like
With a little practice and some quick
overemphasize
fingers,
literally everything.
you'll be pulling off killer combos like these in no time. After playing Tekken 2, you won't even bother to load up any other fighting game.
Did
Tekken 2
Game
knocks out the
Digi Pro
competition.
ever produce any game? Oh yeah, it seems like they
Stay
did.
with us when we come back. We'll review
I mean,
Mario 64.
From that thing, it seems like there was like a lot of people
To
from
stop drug
DigiPen
use,
who just ended up working
I
with
think it's going to take
Nintendo and
more than
working
just
on
say
stuff
no
like
campaign.
Mario
It's
64.
so easy to tell
So-
somebody just say no, but you've got to
I
give
mean, it
them
just
the
seems
power
like a
to say
gamer
no. You have to decide whether to
university,
compromise
so
yourself or not. You have to
I
decide whether you're
imagine
going to
there's
help people
probably
or whether you're going to
several
hurt people. You have to
people
decide
who got into the dev
what's
industry.
important to you. Where are your priorities? I'm no stronger than the next guy. I've got to be able to make wise decisions in my own life and know that that's what I want to do.
This isn't just a gym. Look at what it does. It changes lives. This isn't just a coach. This coach helps build muscles, self-esteem. This isn't just a ball. It improves concentration, teamwork. This isn't just a sport. It's the way we train for life.
The Women's Sports Foundation, championing women in sports. Call and see how far you can go.
And now it's time for GameProTV's Top 10 Games of the Month. Ready?
Okay.
Here we go.
What is that? Aphrodite Racing? On Saturn. Okay. Triple Play for PlayStation. Or wait, did that say... No. Oh, Age Ready. Or is that... No, Andretti. Oh, like Mario Andretti. Got it. Crash Bandicoot. Fair enough. Virtua Fighter 2, right? Yeah, Virtua Fighter 3 they were up to on Saturn. Okay. Track and field, fair enough. Pilot Wings, N64. The game wasn't even out yet. What are you talking about? Resident Evil, fair enough. Tekken 2. Man, this was banner month for games. A lot of heavy hitters coming out. And then Knights for Sega Saturn.
And the #1 game of the month.
Virtua Fighter 3 never came
Super
out
Mario
on Saturn? Hold on, did they? Did I misread that? Yeah, it says Virtua Fighter 3 on Saturn. Okay, cool. Well, the game doesn't exist, but this non-existent game is number 7 of this month.
Mario. Super Mario 64 is the most technologically advanced game ever produced for any home system. The animation moves at a smooth 30 frames a second, and the world that Mario inhabits is completely 3D. And it's also not
They made a mistake and called 2-3. That's great.
Mario can go anywhere and everywhere that he chooses. The animation of Mario alone is incredible and breathtaking to watch. And getting him to perform all his moves is almost as fun as playing the game itself.
That's like some stupid shit I would
from all
do.
the technical wonders, Super Mario is also a pure joy to play. The platform wars have heated up with Sony's Crash Bandicoot, Sega's Knights, and Nintendo's Super Mario 64.
Now, Virtua Fighter 2 is just
contest.
so cutting edge and
Mario 64 is a
revolutionary, it
milestone
skips a
for the video
level,
game
it
player
skips a
and the video game
generation.
industry. No game to date has been
Just
able
wait
to
till you
combine
see
technology
Virtua Fighter
and fun
7, that's
the way
gonna
this
blow
game
your
does.
mind.
Nintendo
when it
needed a
releases
game that
on the
showcased
Sega
power of their
Dreamcast.
64-bit machine and show just how different it is from Sega and Sony's 32-bit boxes. And Mario does that and more. In terms of genre description, Mario 64 falls into the platform category, but its levels of excellence exceeds all boundaries. Across the board, Mario 64 receives 5.0s all around.
Fair enough.
Everything about the game is awesome, and just proves that even though the machine and the game itself
Nintendo 64!
Release date, Nintendo was
Nintendo
right in making
64
sure
hype!
the quality would be worth the wait.
Go crazy, it's the fucking N64!
Well, that'll just
You
about
can't
do
even
it for this
handle
show.
that many
Check your
bits.
local listings to see
64
when this
bits?
one
That's
replays.
like...
And join us
That's
next
like
month
double
when
the
we'll bring you
bits
all
that
the
you're
latest
used
games,
to with
plus
your
tips and hints as well.
PlayStation
This has
and
been
your
Rick Party, and I'll see you
Saturn
next
and your
month. Until then, play on.
3DO. Just 2 years earlier, you had to spend $700 for 32 bits. Now you can get N64 bits. Get in or get out. Okay. Now let's watch this one, and then we'll watch the last 3 episodes of 98. I might be overdoing it by doing that, but yeah. Or actually, no, let's just move on to 98. Because there's 3 episodes in that playlist, and we'll watch all 3. See, like, this is the same series, so I'm inclined to believe this is just, like, season 2 of the first series. It had no RPGs or 2D games, but it's the N64! RPGs are just too pussy for 64 bits.
Enter the world of medieval, and we're going to take you to a place where you get paid to play video games all day long.
Welcome to another edition of GameProTV.
Oh my god, this is even more quiet.
We're here at Dave & Buster's to give you more reviews and previews of the hottest video games. So far this season, the game companies have released an onslaught of action-adventure role-playing games, like Metal Gear Solid and Tomb Raider 3. Well, Sony has just added another of this type to the mix. Let's take a look at adding another of this.
Testing, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Games set to hit the shelves this year for the Sony
Okay,
PlayStation.
you can still
And many
kind
of
of
them
hear it, I
spent
guess.
$1 billion on promotion. Good for them. But it'll be easy for great games to slip through the cracks unnoticed. Games, for example, like Medieval by Sony Computer Entertainment. In terms of genre classification, Medieval is your typical action
Medieval?
but in terms of style and delivery, it's
I want to play this game at some point. It looks good, but it also looks like kind of hard.
He does this, of course, by killing a bunch of other people.
Didn't they remake this game like not too long ago, like a couple of years ago? Maybe I need to play the Medieval remake.
It forces you to conduct your battles up close and personal. As you advance, your weapons will upgrade.
Or was it just a sequel to this? I don't remember.
Every detail is intricate and has a flair of character. This game touts some of the most creative stage bosses you're going to find on the PlayStation this year. Every character in the game is a joy to watch, including Sir Daniel himself. Medieval also does a great job of visually recreating an ancient environment.
This game honestly looks sick. I gotta play this at some point.
The overall goal of Medieval is to get
Yeah, for PS4, I'm pretty sure they made a Medieval game.
One of the most successful elements Sony used to accomplish this goal.
I wonder if that's PS4 exclusive or if I can download it on Steam. Yeah, it might be
has come over the past few years. The Nightmare Before Christmas style is ideal for the game setting. Sony used the PlayStation's audio power to the fullest. In addition to the great music, the characters in this title don't just walk around aimlessly. They actually have things to say.
Back from the battle so soon. It must think it is a hero by now.
I gotta actually,
So go out,
play
pick up
this
Metal
game.
Gear
It does
Solid and
look
Tomb
kind of
Raider
sick.
and all the other big games of the season. But give Medieval a try as well. The other games may end up collecting dust on your shelf, while Medieval is giving you goosebumps on your couch.
Ooh. Alright. Alright, chat, go invest in Medieval. Medieval.
But we're going to show you a place where people play video games for a living. It's time to take a look at one of the coolest places to work. Check it out.
Welcome to a place where you can find any home video game system right at your desk. You have access to a library.
Like, even just, like, beyond, like, kind of having a more kind of adult theme to it, not just being, like, totally radical and in your face, like,
playing video games.
I think the other benefit to this show is it's just kind of more about video games. Like, it's definitely a more informative thing. It really feels like kind of the GamePro magazine coming to life on television. I feel like it's like the original vision of GamePro TV kind of come to life, you know?
Well, GamePro magazine's been around for 9 years, in fact.
I actually really do like this. I wish it was more successful, but again, for the reasons I've stated earlier, I kind of understand why it wasn't. It just seems like it would have been way too much of a hassle to actually
as to how to spend your money, what are the best games to buy, and then once you buy them, how to beat them.
With an experienced editorial staff of some of the most avid gamers and writers you'll find anywhere, it's up to these editors to guide the consumers in the right direction.
The trick is to make sure that it's fun for you. If you're having fun, then the player's going to have fun, and you really have to put yourself in their shoes and consider that you play. I mean, we get.
And for the record, I don't think these are the last 3 GamePro TVs out there. I think the show did run up until '99. But
given the biggest ratings to.
These are the last 3 we're gonna watch tonight.
Is it still fun? Is it still fun to still play this game over and over again, even after we played it for 3 days? If it's still fun after we've torn it to shreds for 3 days doing strategies and reviews and pro tips, then it's a good game.
I look for a game that I can keep playing for more than just, you know, what would be, if I were a home player, what would be a rental, you know, something that would play for more than a day or more than a weekend and still have fun with it long enough that I want to keep playing more and more.
The 4 criteria that we use to rate games, fun factor, controls, sound, and graphics are all very important. But of those 4, I think the fun
what the
factor
hell?
is the most important.
Is he witness protection program? Why do they have to? Okay.
Because the fun factor is really an overall score. What we look for are those 4 factors.
It's probably like some weird NDA thing.
Really great sound, but if a game has all that and it's not fun to play, then really, I mean, a low fun factor score is the death of a game. We're such jaded gamers here, you know, we take very few games home with us because we do so much work in the office, but the ones that we do take home with us are the ones that we really want to play.
At times, they spend over 18 hours a day playing and reviewing dozens of video games. And if you think just because you're the best fighter on your block, or can master the 100th level of any platform game, you're qualified to work at GamePro. Think again.
Good writing and good game playing skills pretty much go hand in hand. Try to have pretty much a balance of both. Too much of one or the other, and you really need to have, like I said, the excellent gaming skills along with the good writing skills.
You can always get better at games, but if you can't communicate...
GamePro probably would have been... GamePro was probably a fun job, but I would imagine, like, well, with any kind of writing job, you'd have to really crunch hard for deadline time, like...
But how does a reviewer stay objective when game companies are pouring out
well, you gotta somehow fill, like, 200 pages over a month, so...
We'll get a phone call from that
I
company.
mean, it helps that 100 of those pages are basically ads, but...
As we should. So we invite that.
I would imagine it's a fun job, but probably very stressful.
But understand that's our business, and you know, we'll have our point of view.
Don't go away. We'll continue our tour of GamePro magazine and take a look at one of the all-time great fighting games, Capcom's Rival Schools. That's all coming up.
Oh hell yeah, Rival Schools.
One of
Ganbare!
the most popular arcade games made its debut on the home system last week. Let's see how Capcom's Rival Schools translates to the Sony PlayStation.
Rival Schools, a game that's enjoyed a fair amount of
Ew, it's 2D, 0 out of
ported
10.
over to the PlayStation with a few extras. If you're familiar with Street Fighter Alpha's control,
Oh wait, actually it's not 2D. I thought this game was 2D.
the graphics are smooth and vibrant, and the fighting mechanics are both easy to learn and at the same time deep enough to give fighting veterans replay value. The gameplay for the most part is 2D, but you have the ability to do things like sidestep your opponent.
Oh, I
using the
see.
game of
Okay,
slight
that's how
freeze.
that works.
One of the coolest features is the tag team mode, where you can call in your partner to help you take out your opponent. Every one of the fighters comes equipped with a special attack to fit their personality. Gamers can slip into Rival Schools gameplay like a comfortable glove, and it won't take long before you're able to pull off cool moves like this one with perfection. Now that's a benefit for some, but could be considered a negative for others who are used to the learning curve being a little steeper. Another thing that Rival Schools gets right is the diversity of its fighters. The criticism of most fighting games is that the fighters are too similar to each other, or similar to fighters from other titles. The guys over at Capcom did an excellent job of making sure
2D fighter,
each one of
3D
these fighters
rendered.
has a
Okay.
distinct look and style of fighting. Rival Schools is a welcome diversion in a year packed full of
Honestly, this game
action
seems
adventure
silly
titles.
enough that I might
If
enjoy
you're into
it.
fighters, this game is a must for your PlayStation library.
Rival Schools, a must for all you fighting fans. For all you sports nuts out there, NHL 99 by EA Sports is necessary for your collection. Last week we took a look at the PlayStation version. This week we'll give you our review of NHL 99 for the N64.
A couple of weeks ago, we showed you the making of NHL 99 by EA Sports. Now let's see the results of all that hard work. If you want to list the elements of this game's greatness, you've obviously got to start with the graphics. By far, this is the best looking hockey game on the Nintendo 64. The animation is so realistic.
I don't know why all the game footage is so blown out.
You can tell how the motion capturing really paid off in the way the players skate, shoot,
Kind of
and
looks
check
like they
other
just
players to
filmed the
But more than that,
TV
it's
while they
rendered
were
perfect.
playing it.
So
Like
with
they
the
didn't
stadium,
get like
check
direct
out the
footage from a
reflection on the ice.
VCR or something.
NHL 99 is great, but far from perfect. It's a game that you would rather sometimes see than hear.
Rival
You
Schools
commend
follows
the
2D
momentum energy
Capcom
you brought to the making
style.
of the
Okay,
game,
that makes
But
sense.
talk about being a complete waste of time. The play-by-play can be repetitive and, worse yet, irritating. The poor sound that the Nintendo 64 generates doesn't help matters much either. The hard checks and other in-game sounds just aren't as crisp as they are on the exact same title for the
This isn't the one. No, that's the NFL Olympics game. That's the one game that IGN gave a 0 out of 10.
Is in its fun factor. The gameplay is absolutely addictive. Not only can you play with your favorite team, but you also have access to international teams and the expansion Predators. Plus, if you want to add more punch to the game, you can even create your own player. There are a few other hockey titles available for the Nintendo 64 this year, but forget about them. If you want to own the best, you're looking at it right now. NHL 99 is the one to own. Now let's get a sneak peek at Knockout Kings. The Sony PlayStation has more than its share of fighting games, but believe it or not, there's room for at least one more. This system has been screaming for a realistic boxing simulation game. Knockout Kings hopes to satisfy that need with its release later this month. The standout feature in this game? The impressive roll call of fighters. Over 30 of boxing's greatest champions are at your disposal. Everyone from Rocky Marciano to Oscar De La Hoya, who along with Sugar Ray Leonard helped design the game. The list of fighters allows you to have dream bouts like this one, between Muhammad Ali and Evander Holyfield. You can view the action from the typical ringside camera angle, or get up close and personal with the first-person point of view. Plus, the pain of your fighter experience shows up with cuts and bruises on the face and body. The concept of the game itself is pretty cool, but the version we received here at GameProTV needed a little work. First of all, the character animation was a bit too blocky and stiff. Plus, at times it seemed way too easy to record a knockdown with shots to the body. If these problems can be corrected before the game's release, Knockout Kings could be a sleeper hit this holiday season. We'll have our review in the coming weeks. Stick with us. The college football season heats up with 989 Studios Game Breaker 99. Get set to go head-to-head.
That's so many
WCW,
nines.
NWO Revenge, and WWF Warzone. Welcome back. It's this time of year that the college football season really...
There was, I just remember this one N64 ad where they were like,
It's time to take a look at Game Breaker 99.
Turok's great, South Park's good, something should be mine. WCW versus NWO knockout rules should be mine. Like, they tried to, like, fit the entire game's name in that.
Game Breaker had to release with enough cool features to convince those buyers to disregard what they already owned and spend another $50 on another college game. Is it worth it? Probably not. The graphic machine...
Like, this is right around the time when sports games started looking really good.
Life and very lifelike. But there's more to a great game than good looks. Same criticisms that
Like,
for game day.
like this is around the time where, like, if you didn't know this was a game and you were looking at this on your TV, you could probably be fooled, at least from a distance. You could probably be fooled into thinking this was like an actual football game on
Too
TV.
unrealistic. A cool feature in Game Breaker, it's a carryover from all the games in the Game Breaker series, is the highlighting of the standout players for each team. The icons for your great players are a different color than those for your average players. To make it even easier on you, as you select your teams, your Game Breakers are listed on the menu screen. Now, of course, it would be easy to choose the team with the most Game Breakers, but come on now, what fun would that be?
What fun would that
It's a
be?
good news, bad news scenario. Good news. The quintessential voice of college football, Keith Jackson, calls the game.
Welcome to Columbus, Ohio. The horseshoe always full as the faithful come to cheer for their Ohio State Buckeye.
The bad news is that at times he appears to have no idea what he's talking about. It's not uncommon to hear him call out the names of teams that aren't even on the field.
For Air Force.
I'm guessing that's just like a glitch in the pre-production
On top of all that,
mode.
you'd think that with the long delay in the release date of the game, they'd get the little details right. But 989 Studios fails in that department.
Oh no, the game is out? Okay, never mind.
These Iowa
That's
Hawkeye
kind
uniforms
of
changed at
fucked.
least 2 years ago. Game Breaker 99 isn't a brutal title, but if you already own NCAA 99, why bother? If you're into more
Why even
simulation
bother?
style, NCAA 99's the game for you. But if you want a game that's got more of an arcade style, Game Breaker 99 will surely keep you busy for a while. Earlier in the show, we took you inside GamePro. Now let's continue our tour of the world's largest multi-platform gaming magazine. GamePro has some of the most creative and artistic covers of any magazine today.
Here at GamePro, the most important thing we feel is the cover, because that's the first thing the readers see. That's the first thing that will grab your attention at the newsstand to say, hey, check out this issue. The most important thing for us is to choose a character in a game that's hot and that will appeal to the readers. If you see here this past year's worth of covers, we've hit all the hot games of the year: Mortal Kombat 4, Resident Evil 2, Duke Nukem, Tekken, WWF Warzone, NFL Blitz. The thing that makes GamePro covers different from all of our other competitors is the fact that we always use one singular image. And we want everybody to know that this is a video game magazine. We don't try to get too creative. We throw as much stuff on it. It's exciting, it's interesting, just like the video games. And for example here's a cover of the GamePro's special one-shot, The Fighter's Edge. And
We take all the various images that we are given, and we basically assemble all the pieces on the computer. Putting the magazine together roughly takes about, let's say, 3 weeks from beginning to end, but in reality it's an ongoing process. The editors will actually start writing an issue, let's say 4 to 5 weeks before the actual issue hits production. We're constantly planning at least 2 to 3 issues ahead. Coming up in our December issue, we're going to feature Tomb Raider 3, and this is a sneak peek for all you GamePro readers. We sketched up a concept here, showing Laura walking up to the sled, showing the tracks, showing exactly what we were hoping that the cover could be, and then the artist at IDOS took our notes and created this image here. So the actual image that you'll see on the newsstands will be
Oh, so like they give notes to a publisher, and then the publisher can
Gamers can
okay.
be sure that GamePro will remain on the cutting edge of the $15 billion industry.
Wonder how big the video game industry is now. Probably several times that.
NWO Revenge by THQ for the N64. Well, let's see how this game stacks up against its arch rival, WWF Warzone by Acclaim, when both games go head-to-head. First off, if size truly matters, Revenge definitely has the edge, with over 60 wrestlers from the
Harold.
WCW and NWO to choose from, compared to only 16 from the WWF. But if you're
We
looking
are
for
taking a
quality
look
rather
at
than quantity,
GamePro
you've gotta give
TV.
the graphics and the overall look of the game to Warzone.
We're gonna be doing this for maybe like another hour and a half, but we've got like 3 more episodes left that I want to cover.
Warzone simply looks better. Now in each game the control is fast and furious. You'll have no problem performing all the killer wrestling moves from the backbreaker to the atomic pile driver. But one cool
The
thing in
atomic
Revenge,
pile driver.
after you pummel your opponent, the wrestlers react like in real wrestling, bobbing around all dazed and confused. In both games you have the choice of several fighting arenas. Wrestlers can battle it out for several titles, from tag team to the all-out battle royale where it's every man for himself. But for some reason the all-out steel cage match was missing. This is one feature that totally sets WCW NWO apart from WWF Warzone. What's a wrestling game without a steel cage match? In both games, the sounds of bone-crunching hits fill the ring. But one thing
WCW NWO Revenge should be mine.
In Warzone, one of the best features is when you're annihilating your opponent and the crowd is urging you on. In Revenge, there's no ring announce, cheers from the crowd, and very limited sound from the wrestlers. Warzone definitely scores in the sound category. Now, Revenge may have over 60 wrestlers to choose from. But what if you want to create your own? Sorry. This is one option that definitely brings Warzone up a notch. One of the coolest features in
That's
Warzone
kind
is
of
the
a
ability to invent
pretty
your
big
own
omission,
wrestler.
especially
Gamers
around
can have
that
a blast
time.
making a wrestler any size, shape, skin color, costume, etc. In Revenge, you can change costumes, but that's about it. In both
I guess
games,
character
wrestlers can be
creations
used in the
weren't
ring.
necessarily standardized by this point in wrestling games, but they would be like right after this.
WCW NWO Revenge may have more wrestlers to choose from, but WWF Warzone definitely has a much better look, sound, and fighting options. You gotta give the title to WWF Warzone by Acclaim. Don't go away.
Fuck all those games. Play ECW Anarchy Rules for Dreamcast. I do think that game came out on other platforms. I would like to see if they are just as stupidly bad as ECW Anarchy Rules on Dreamcast. All right, episode 2.
The N64 has finally got it. Get set for our review of Wipeout 64.
Wipeout 64!
Locked you out, but get your basketball fixed through the N64.
¿Cómo estás? Bien. ¿Y tú?
And it's time to hop into the nearest X-Wing fighter and fight for the rebellion in Rogue Squadron. That, plus more, coming up.
Hello everybody and welcome to another edition of GameProTV. I'm your host, Michael Commissar. If you're a fan of video games, then you are definitely a fan of this time of the year. Over the next few weeks, the stores will be swarmed with titles. Some good, some a complete waste of time. Let's see how this one fares. Wipeout 64.
The lines are beginning to blur between the Sony PlayStation and the Nintendo 64. The Wipeout series is one that was found exclusively on the Sony PlayStation. More than a few N64 owners wavered back and forth on the issue of buying the Sony machine just to own this futuristic racer. Well, now they don't have to bother, because Wipeout is now on the N64. The speed of this game is
honestly, in my opinion, Extreme G is better. Extreme G is kind of just a better version of Wipeout.
It's definitely not the machine's fault. The graphics in this title fly past so fast that you'll find yourself taking a deep breath after the race is finished. One criticism about the graphics are the enormous pop-up problems on some of the faster tracks. But the action is flying by so fast that you barely have time to even notice them. The track design is another plus for this title. You can't help but feel this is what the future will look like. The detailed and colorful courses are a huge step up from the bland retro look of F-Zero X. Plus, the hovercrafts themselves are cool to look at, but real racers are going to want to take their action up close. The cockpit point of view is as intense as any racer on any system. Even seasoned racing veterans will find themselves swaying back and forth to handle these...
Honestly, it seems like Extreme G just kind of moves faster even anyway.
Wipeout 64 has a number of unique...
I mean, this moves smoothly, just not as fast as Extreme G. Bottom line, if you want to play a future racer, fuck all whatever they're talking about, play Extreme G. Also Extreme G2, which I think would have also been out around this time.
Speaking of destruction, there's plenty of it. The explosion graphics on this title are well...
Oh, you can't do this in Extreme G, never mind.
Firepower is what sets this game apart from the other racers. Each weapon is a joy to unleash. This was a game that...
I mean, you kind of can in Extreme G, it's just not as good.
All Midway had to do was to duplicate performance of its previous version. They have done that and more. This is not just a simple translation. They have taken an already superior game and made it better. Wipeout 64 is, without question, the game to own. It'll be interesting to see which title N64 owners enjoy more, Wipeout 64 or F-Zero X. Both are futuristic racing titles with very similar styles. And speaking of the future, no one has any idea what it holds for the NBA. But if you're sick of being locked out, the folks over at Acclaim Sports are working on a solution. Keith Van Horn joined the long list of pro athletes who have contributed to the making of their own video games. Acclaim Sports called upon the services of the New Jersey Nets forward to help put together NBA Jam 99. Acclaim is
NBA Jam!
Video game companies everywhere are using high-caliber athletes to give their titles a bigger profile and more authenticity. EA Sports did it with a number of pro athletes, including Sugar Ray Leonard and Oscar De La Hoya, in the making of their boxing title, Knockout King.
Sugar Ray Leonard, wasn't he a boxer?
The same strategy with probably the most impressive roll call of athletes. Everyone from Gary Sheffield, who helped with MLB 99, to Terrell Davis, who along with Jason Sehorn, Ryan Leaf, and a number of other players were motion captured for NFL Game Day 99. In fact, Davies even helped design plays. It's in the game. This isn't the first year for this celebrity-driven trend. This decade, some of the biggest names in sports have lent their expertise to the construction of video games. But for Van Horn, this experience was completely new.
I really didn't know. I guess they notified me about 10 minutes before I did it that I'd be wearing this outfit, and then when I got here and I saw it, I felt I was on the set of Star Trek or something.
The NBA Jam name may conjure up memories of the classic 2-on-2 titles of the past years. But this year's NBA Jam isn't like that at all. It's 5-on-5.
NBA Jam was a really good original game, and from what I've heard, a lot of the sequels just do not recapture that same magic. I have not played any of the NBA Jam sequels, but I've heard they just aren't really as good as the original arcade. Mainly because like they were farmed off to a different studio, so it wasn't like... Well, because Acclaim basically took the NBA Jam license away from Midway, so... You were just kind of left with like two competing arcadey basketball games, neither of which were really good. Were really as good as the original NBA Jam, is what I've heard.
The overall look of the game is very bland and repetitive. After a while, you'll get tired of battling the same mutant creatures over and over again along very similar, unimaginative landscapes. Although the overall look
What game is this?
revamping, control of the vehicles is very smooth. You'll effortlessly cruise along in a variety of vehicles, from killer tanks to motorcycles.
Oh, is this that DMA game? What is it? Body Harvest. I've heard okay things about this game, but yeah, it does look a bit bland and repetitive. Considering like the development history of it, that doesn't surprise me too much, but yeah. Even for N64, it kind of just looks a bit bland. I've heard it's good, though.
Very sluggish and hard to manage. Overall, the gameplay is just average. The graphics are so-so, especially for a game on the N64. And the control is hard to handle in fighting sequences. There are some cool elements in Body Harvest, but if you're looking for an action-adventure puzzle game, I would stick with games like GoldenEye, which offer a much better overall package.
I mean, compared to GoldenEye, that's kind of bold. It's not really... It's not really comparable, I would say.
When we come back, join us as we head out to LucasArts in San Francisco to get the latest on Rogue Squadron for the N64. Plus, we'll give you a few helpful hints that'll help you progress through Metal Gear Solid.
They use only the train.
I've actually never played Rogue Squadron.
Spraying of water or any substance whatsoever is...
I played Shadows of the Empire. I'll tell you what, I bought Shadows of the Empire on N64. I played it, I absolutely hated it, and I returned it. I understand a lot of people love Shadows of the Empire. I was expecting like more of like a platformy style thing. And then when I got what I got, I was just like, no, I don't want this. It was only like $8 too, and I just returned it. I was just like, nah, I'm not interested. It's not that good.
Absolutely got to be Tempest for the arcade by Atari. Old school, serious shooter action, color vector graphics. Has never
Tempest, that's a good game.
EA Sports NHL series. It's just too much fun with too much hockey for too long now. Really love the series.
One of my all-time favorite video games has recently been Super Mario 64. Great game, a lot of action. I think it broke a lot of barriers for video game players, and it harkened back to the old days of Super Mario games. That's why I've liked it.
If you do not locate the key in time. I didn't know Jigsaw was doing reviews at GamePro. I'm glad he found some steady work, at least for a little while.
Everyone's been telling you how awesome this game is, but you wouldn't know it because you keep wandering around on the first level. Well, we're gonna give you a little help. Objective number 1, get into the tank hangar. This is where you really have to practice your stealth skills. At this point in the game, if you alert a guard of your presence, he calls in reinforcements and there aren't a lot of hiding places.
I wish I could play Metal Gear Solid. I really cannot.
If they spot you, all heck breaks loose. Once you make it past the guards, you'll have to crawl into this ventilation duct to get inside. There are a couple of routes that you can take through the duct system. The upper route lets you out of the tank hangar on the second floor. Be careful. There's a surveillance camera to your right, so don't go wandering around aimlessly. To your left, behind the crate, you'll find a set of shaft grenades. These can be used to temporarily shut down those cameras. This level has more significance later in the game when you can get past these locked doors. But for now, your goal is to grab as much ammunition as possible and get to the elevator downstairs. An effective strategy is to crawl under the tanks to avoid being seen by the guards. But keep in mind that while you're under those tanks, your radar in the right-hand corner is temporarily
Colonel,
disconnected.
I'm trying to be stealthy, but I'm dummy thick, and the clap of my ass is alerting the guards.
Now once you get to the elevator, press the action button. A quick hint, if the elevator doesn't respond immediately, hit the action button again, and it will always instantly open. Now head to level B1. The prime objective in this level is to rescue the DARPA chief. You'll have to go to the far end of the floor, climb this ladder, then crawl through the air ducts to get to his cell. Once there, you'll have a pretty long-winded conversation with the chief. 5 minutes later, you're in a gunfight with a mysterious female partner. During this gunfight, keep your life bar at its maximum level. The guards that you kill will leave either more ammunition behind or rations for your health. After the gunfight, there's another jaw-dropping plot twist. Now you find yourself alone in the hallway, but your objective is complete. You've received the level 1 security card from the chief, which opens a few previously locked doors. Most of them packed full of firepower. Now head down to level B2, the armory. There are a few storage rooms that you have access to. Grab as much C4 plastic explosives you can find. Now head back to the wall where you exited the elevator and place 2 plastic explosives on the cracked part of the wall to the left and to the right of the elevator. Hit the action button to make them blow up and help yourself to a few other goodies. Be careful of those trapdoors though. Now head to the other end of the armory and blow a hole in this wall. Walk down the hall and trash this wall as well. Don't worry about running out of C4. Just head back to the room where you originally found it and there will be more waiting. Now you've got one more wall to blow through and the action really heats up. Keep a lookout for future episodes of GameProTV for hints on how to get past this guy and move further through the game. Enjoy.
I've been waiting for you, Solid Snake.
Metal Gear Solid is so good that a lot of copycat games are starting to come out of the woodwork. Well, that used to be the case with PlayStation racing games, but now the genre is way overcrowded. In fact, it's really pretty tough to stand out. It's time to give you our review of a game that's trying to do just that.
Get ready to rumble. Rallycross 2 by 989 Studios will take you on a wild 4-wheeling thrill ride. With a new 3D engine, gamers can experience off-road racing like never before. If you liked Rallycross, you'll love Rallycross 2 for the Sony PlayStation. With its new polygon design, gamers will find the cars faster and more realistic than ever. Notice how mud and other debris accumulate against your car as you race. You have the choice of several killer cars and trucks which you can customize to your personal preference. From the brakes, shocks, steering, paint style, and much more. Once you set up your car, you can tear up one of 8 wicked tracks. You can blaze through mud, snow, mountain, jungle, and desert terrains. And if you don't like any one of these tracks, create your own. With a new track editor, gamers can design their own killer courses. The control is a bit tight as you fly over hills and railroad tracks and splash through mud pits. And if you're not careful, you could be toppling end over end in no time.
This game looks pretty good.
And with the dual shock, you definitely feel every bump and grind of the road.
Oh my god, a game that actually took advantage of the DualShock when the DualShock was out? There weren't many of them. Hell, even into the PS2 era, there were very few games that even used the... Well, like, early PS2 games didn't even use the right thumbstick. And even in, like, this generation, I think there was, like, maybe 2 games I can think of that ever used the right thumbstick. It was, like, C12 and also, like, Alien, I think it was Isolation was the one that used it.
We'll hit the dance floor with Sony's Bust a Groove. Stick with us.
Oh, hell yeah, Bust a Groove.
I think one of the games that I was most disappointed with was, that's a hard one because I really do like a lot of games. Masters of Terras Kasai, which I had touted.
Fair enough. Terras Kasai was... I can see that being kind of a disappointment.
Battle Arena Shinden URA, whatever, depending on who bought it. That was just one of the absolute worst games that I played in recent memory.
Battle Arena Shinden URA? I don't even know what that is.
It was a dreadful top-down driving game that featured no map. You couldn't tell where you were going. You didn't feel like you were going fast. It was just absolute garbage.
I'd have to say the worst game of all time is Fantastic Four from Acclaim. It's
Fair enough. That game is... Oh, that game is funny, though.
Platform game. It's a real disappointment.
Well, that's one list no game wants to be on. One game that
what was the top-down game?
That's really...
I'd have to say the dreadful worst game of all time has to be Combat Cars by Accolade.
Oh, yeah.
It's a real disappointment.
Well, that's one list no game wants to be on. One game that received mixed reviews a few years ago was Shadows of the Empire by LucasArts. Well, this year the producers expanded on what worked and threw out what didn't. The result is Rogue Squadron. It's time to give you a first look.
Luke Skywalker and his X-Wing ally, Wedge Antilles, take flight against the evil Empire in Star Wars' newest release, Rogue Squadron for the N64.
Alright, fair enough. It just kind of looks like more Shadows of the Empire.
Play as Luke Skywalker and lead your team of X-Wing fighters in some of the most awesome and high-speed adventures to ever hit the home system.
The game actually takes place between New Hope, the first movie, and Empire Strikes Back. You're playing Luke Skywalker and flying with the rest of the Rogue Squadron, and we thought it was a really good time because a lot hadn't been written about that area, which gave us some freedom to create some cool missions for the game.
If you thought the gameplay in Shadows of the Empire was action-packed, you'll love it even more in Rogue Squadron. According to the developers down at LucasArts,
I'm not really a fan. Well, like I said, I didn't like Shadows of the Empire, and this kind of just looks like more of that, so actually I'm probably not interested.
We let you play other characters just to give us more freedom to create, you know, a new story and a new experience. But with this...
Maybe I also need to give Shadows of the Empire another chance, because I kind of just, like, had a knee-jerk, like, I don't like this reaction when I popped it into my N64, and then I immediately returned it.
As you can see, the graphics and gameplay have been greatly enhanced to truly bring the game to life.
This looks okay. Kind of looks a bit Star Fox-esque, maybe. Just kind of like a semi-decent rail shooter for the time.
The music is interactive, and the gameplay, which is the core of the game. We spent a lot of time making each mission different, each mission interesting and fun. So there's a lot of new challenges in there.
Rogue Squadron is set to be released later this month. This year you've got your shooters, your fighters, your epic role players, and of course your hot and hectic sports titles. Now you've got a game that can help you with your dance moves. One thing that Bust a Groove by 989 Studios has going for it is its uniqueness. There aren't many dance-oriented fighting games on the market.
Dance-oriented fighting game, you say?
The better you tear up the dance floor, the more your competition...
I'll be honest, I never played Bust a Groove because it just seems like... It just seemed like something I would immediately hate. And I still think that would be the case because I don't like fighting games either, but... Combine two things I hate, maybe I will like it.
To give the game a realistic feel, actual dancers were motion captured at 989 Studios. Now, it might seem like a silly concept.
This game is legendary for fight sim enthusiasts.
Believe it or not, you can easily get...
Have I played this? Oh, I don't know then.
Is set to be released early next week. Stick with us. GameProTV will be right back.
Then I probably didn't like it.
Battle for supremacy on the N64 gridiron is between two players, Madden 99 and Brett Favre's Quarterback Club 99. We've told you what we think of
I
Madden.
couldn't count to
Now it's
4.
time for the
Okay.
competitor's turn.
That sounds about right, unfortunately.
One edge QB Club has over its EA rivals are its looks. A few years ago, this is how the...
Oh, is that... Okay. Oh, is that what it... Okay. Maybe I need to try this game again then, because clearly I wasn't being fair to it.
The player animations are a sight to behold, especially on the running plays. But whether you want to pound the ball up the middle or unleash your vicious air attack, QB99 has a good balance of both. A few weeks ago, we caught up with three-time MVP Brett Favre, who keyed us in on the input that he lent to the game.
I got to design some plays that actually...
Brett Favre.
It'll be somewhat similar. It'll be fun when I get to play this game and my daughter will get to play.
You know what? I'll add that to my list. I'll play that on Saturday.
And it will be, because they allowed me to put some of my plays in.
Because I at least owe the game a better playthrough than that.
If you find yourself unsatisfied with the schemes, you have the ability to create your own custom playbook. But it doesn't stop there. You can create your own team, your own players, and even your own jerseys. So those are the good sides of QB Club. The question is, how does this title compare with Madden 99? Well, Madden still holds the crown in terms of replay value. Of course, in Quarterback Club, you have the ability to make front office decisions and manage your team's roster. But these features don't even come close to the franchise mode in Madden. The sound in QB Club is on par with what you'll find in Madden's title, close to worthless. The sound of hard hits and in-game action should have been more substantial. One really cool feature available in QB Club 99 is the ability to recreate pivotal moments from every Super Bowl game in history. From the miraculous New York Jets victory over the Baltimore Colts in Super Bowl III to John Elway's gutsy plays in Super Bowl 32. In reality, it's not fair to say that in the race between Madden 99 and QB Club 99, that one game's better than the other. Both are outstanding titles. Madden 99's probably got the better features, but QB Club's got the better looks. Probably the deciding factor in the whole equation is QB Club's late release. Madden's been out for over a month, and most gamers have already made their N64 football decision. If you have been waiting for QB Club's release, you'll find that it was well worth the wait.
All right.
Well,
It's Sports Ball.
Next week, the holiday shopping season officially begins. And we'll give you the 411 on games you should put on your most wanted list and games you should definitely avoid.
FBI Most Wanted.
GameProTV. So until then, play on.
Joy. For it the big, we'll go right to the source, the man that made it. GPTV talks to the man they call the Spielberg of video games. Plus,
The Spielberg of video games, who? Hideo Kojima?
Tomb Raider 3. And we'll take you to the brink of destruction with our review of Twisted Metal 3. And if that's not enough for you, we'll get warped with Crash Bandicoot. That's all coming up.
Hello everybody and welcome to another edition of GameProTV. Well, the holiday shopping season is officially underway, and the list of blockbuster games is longer than usual. But none may be able to compare to a game that's set to break all kinds of sale records, Zelda 64. It's time to take an inside look at one of Nintendo's biggest and most important games.
The movie industry has its event films. Films that are the highlight of the season.
Ooh, Ocarina of Time.
Is no different. Zelda 64 will redefine how video games.
Oh, it wasn't even called Ocarina of Time at this point. It was just called Zelda 64.
Phenomenal graphics and serious gameplay make this the game that is sure to impress any and everyone that gets in its way, including the maker of the game itself. Shigeru Miyamoto is considered the Spielberg of video games.
Oh, Miyamoto. That's also fair enough.
And a number of other hit titles for the Nintendo, he's raised the level of gaming over and over again. But this time, he's even impressed himself.
I mean, it's an amazing looking game. I never really liked how it played. Although, for what it's worth, I'm not really a fan of Zelda in general.
Inside of this new three-dimensional
world. I've even tried the Ocarina of Time 3D, kind of hoping that would fix some of the issues I had with the game, and it did a little bit, but not really.
I like most is the character called Dodongo, and that's a kind of rhino character, but he's very scary. He looks at you with a menacing eyes, and you have to face it squarely, and you have to use your brain to destroy him. That's the best I could tell about this Dodongo character.
Playing The Legend of Zelda is almost like reading a good book. You can't put it down. You want to get to the end to find out how it all turns out. It has a compelling storyline. It has a very interesting character. There's a compelling world, a world that makes you want to walk around in it and explore. You also get elements of puzzles, strategy, and conflict, which are classic elements in any good video game.
The hype is justified. The game pushes the power of the Nintendo 64.
Literally nobody you knew had an N64. Yeah, because I would imagine they're fucking expensive. That and like...
We'll have a review of Zelda 64.
Especially in like the Philippines, where like piracy was kind of a necessary evil. Like you couldn't really like easily pirate N64 cards.
Does it have enough to compete the third time around? It's time to give you our review of Crash Bandicoot Warped.
Bandicoot?
Especially if it's this crazy.
I really like Crash 2 Warped. I've not played much of Crash 3. Honestly, Crash 3 looks pretty sick as well, so I probably should play that. I might have to. I'm gonna have to like, play through the Insane trilogy again.
The graphics have been totally revamped, giving Crash a much more realistic and smoother look. Forget about dropouts and pop-ups with every turn of the road. Naughty Dog Studios took extra care to provide Crash with a seamless array of color and texture. Notice the detail in this scene as you become totally immersed in the adventure. Not only have the graphics been enhanced,
you don't think N64 bootlegs existed here? Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying is like...
and jumps from place to place. And the game is not only limited to its traditional...
Like, it's not even really worth it. Like, bootlegging an N64 game isn't going to be any cheaper than just buying the thing officially. Because it's a cartridge.
But you are able to warp through time and space.
It's not like, you know, like back in the days of the Famicom where you could get, like, 10,000 games in one XD.
For example, let's say you keep getting...
You know, that would kind of be the value.
If you keep playing, you'll find more continues and extra lives than an advanced gamer. This added feature was meant to keep novice gamers from getting frustrated and ditching the whole game.
Oh yeah, that's true. Game Boy, Famicom, oh even Game Boy Advance, like GBA flash cards were kind of a thing for a while.
A zillion new tricks in the 3rd installment of this amazing series.
There were some pretty decent ones too, apparently.
When we come back, what's up with Lara Croft these days? You'll find out now.
What is up with Lara Croft these days? Lara Croft, where are they now?
Don't go away.
Welcome back to the show. One drawback of success is that it's never permanent. You have to go out and prove that you're worthy of praise again and again. Well, that's a challenge for IDOS this year as they released the 3rd game in their incredibly successful Tomb Raider series. The video game world has definitely
yeah, you can't just rest on your laurels unless you're a writer, in which case, yes, you 100% can do that, and most of them do.
Lara Croft is back, and probably her best adventure to date. Right off the top, the most notable improvement in this title are in its graphics. The producers over at IDOS have gone high.
Actually, come to think of it, if you're just in any creative industry, you can kind of just rest on your laurels and make money on your back catalog because of copyright law. Anyway.
And shell casings falling to the ground while she's shooting. All of these touches add to the overall effect of the game.
That's the thing, if you're a creative, you can just be successful once and coast off that for the rest of your life.
More realistic look. Plus, gone are the brown murky environments of the first 2 games. TR3's
I don't get it. Like, there were 4 Tomb Raider games and they all just kind of looked exactly the same.
And swing from way up high, monkey bar style. All of these new tricks can be worked on in Lara's massive house. A house that is a testament to how much money she's made over the years. There's the infamous indoor pool, the walk-in freezer stacked with meat, and of course, the workout room. Here you can work on all of her moves. She'll need the practice. The game starts off in the jungles of India. This is when
yeah, they are all on the same engine. That stands to
lighting
reason.
effects are awesome. Check out the fog.
They're saying like, oh, this one is so much better than the other games. It's probably literally the same
Area
game.
51 in Nevada or the South Pacific Islands.
Granted, though, like, they did release, like, what, 4 games? I think actually 5 games on the PS1, right?
And unique. Plus, it creates the feeling that the plot isn't being
They released, like, 5 games over, like, 5 years, so stands to reason they wouldn't have much time to
TR3 is more of a puzzle
innovate,
than its action
really.
oriented predecessor. In any other year, TR3 would be the biggest title of the season. But with Metal Gear Solid and Zelda making huge waves, it'll be tough for Lara to dominate the way that she used to. But don't be turned off by the fact that this is the 3rd game.
4? Okay.
Not only is it the 3rd one, it's also probably the best one. Make it a point to fit
Okay, there
into
were
the
only
video
4.
gaming schedule.
Last Revelation was the 4th and last PS1 Tomb Raider. Got it.
This holiday season. At first glance, the graphics in TM3 are subpar compared to Twisted Metal 2. As you can see, the cars and environments are heavily pixeled and a bit ratty looking. But despite this,
And then there was, I think it was Angel of Darkness. That was the one that was on PS2, which everyone hated.
Thumper, Axel, Hammerhead, and Warthog. Plus a few more Road Ragers have been added to the Chaotic Frenzy. They have all been retooled and revamped with even more firepower and realistic driving sensations. With the dual shot,
She apparently dies here, except she doesn't.
explosions, you tear up any one of 8 cities around the world. In TM3, you'll have a blast creating utter chaos in the North Pole, London, and through the Great Pyramids. With its new 3D engine, you'll have no problem performing killer combo moves from freeze and blast, rear attacks, and many more, which should be a lot easier than in Twisted Metal 2. Another bonus in Twisted Metal 3 is the all-new artificial intelligence. In TM3, after you annihilate
AI. Oh,
you
no.
remember what you did to track you down with no remorse. The gameplay of Twisted Metal 3 is no longer point.
Tomb Raider Legend was a remake. Okay.
And strategy. Your opponents are smarter, faster, and much more powerful.
Oh, Tomb Raider Legend. That was another one. Okay. Well, yeah, no, I know Angel of Darkness was the PS2 one that everyone hated.
This holiday season, get set for the ultimate road rage with
It's kind of funny, too, because they, like, released that Tomb Raider collection last year, and they, like, quote-unquote updated Angel of Darkness, except then they just added a whole bunch of other problems, so it's just like, now it's bad in a completely different language.
Well, if you've been having a tough time making your way past this old-school sharpshooter, we're gonna give you a helping hand.
I've been waiting for you, Solid Snake.
In your battle with Revolver, the crucial point to keep in mind is that your main objective is to rescue the AT president. Of course, that's difficult due to the fact that he's wired to enough C4 explosives to blow the entire room.
Again, I wish I could play Metal Gear Solid, but I feel like that's just kind of...
The best way to beat Revolver is to pay close attention to his shooting range. He can only fire off 6 bullets before having to reload. While he's blasting away, dodge his shots from the opposite side of the room. Once he runs out of ammo...
Because it's like, it's got like so many weird gameplay quirks, like having to like plug the controller into the second port to defeat the boss. That's clever, but I'm never gonna get that far. Can I see it? Nope.
Now head to the tank hangar on level 1.
And the major thing, too, is, like, stealth. I can't really do either.
The 3 things to keep in mind when facing this big fella are the tank shells fired at you, getting run over, and the machine gun fire you'll encounter when you get up close. First things first. Use your shaft grenades to disrupt the main tank cannon. Now you can move in for the kill. Now your goal is to avoid getting squashed by the tank. At the same time, you're going to need to whip out some of your serious explosives. The best way to blow the tank to smithereens by tossing grenades right on top. This may take some time, because not only are you still trying to avoid the tank, but there's also a machine gunner taking shots at you as well. After a couple of explosions, this tank will be history. The next boss you'll encounter will be the Cyber Ninja in the laboratory on level B2. The ninja is quick, has stealth, a sword that can be used to slice you down in size and block anything you shoot at. Guns are worth
This is bad advice. Wow.
For any explosive. The only tactic for success is to put away all your firepower and start swinging.
Oh my god, that must have been unbelievably loud for you as well. Like I said, the game audio is just quiet, so like redeems are going to probably blast your eardrums.
But don't get too cocky. He can sneak up on you and take you out pretty quick. Unfortunately for the ninja, the stealth technology isn't all that good. Look out for the ripple effect it creates, and you'll notice that he isn't too hard to spot. Once you tag him a couple of times in this mode, he'll enter probably his most devastating attack of the fight, a teleport/sucker punch attack. His punch pack's a pretty good wallet, so stay clear with quick punches of your own. A few punches from you, and the ninja will find himself in a world of hurt. Whip out your gun and blast him 3 times to end the
Don't use weapons, and the ninja will put away his weapons too.
It gets tougher.
I mean, yeah, you gotta fight with honor.
For more tips, and enjoy.
No shortcuts.
When we come back, the fate of the world as we know it rests in the hands of actors James Earl Jones and Michael Biehn. We'll take you behind the scenes of the making of Command & Conquer, Tiberian Sun.
James Earl Jones was in Command & Conquer too. Man, I gotta play the Command & Conquer games.
This is a time of year when most gamers are absolutely overwhelmed by the amount of titles being released. As a result, your focus shifts to the bigger ones and can possibly allow smaller...
They just got everyone in Command & Conquer.
It's time to give you a review of a game that may not be up to par with Zelda 64, but one you might want to at least check out.
Buck Bumble is one of those games that must have been difficult.
More like Fuck Fumble now.
It's a shooter along the scale of Star Fox. It stars a cyborg Bumble.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't have, like, the visceral hatred that some people do for this game, but it's not really my thing.
Blow them to bits. If you're afraid the game may be a little too childish, don't worry about it. Action in this title is frantic and non-stop. Plus, it's downright hard to finish. In fact, it may be almost too difficult to finish. Buck Bumble only has
Tiberian Sun, that's the one with James Earl Jones, apparently.
The graphics are solid, and for the most part,
wait,
pretty impressive.
I just realized, I think that's supposed to be is that really how Siberia is spelled? It's spelled like Tiberia?
It may have been an attempt by the game's producers to set the mood for the game, but what results is a drab, muddy look. Buck Bumble is a solid shooter-slasher adventure game, and was very well produced.
With the biggity Buck Bumble. All I know about this game is the weird intro song. Oh no, it's not Siberia. Tiberia, I guess, is somewhere different. I was gonna say, is that like actually how Siberia is spelled? No, it's not. It's a fictional place in the game. Got it.
This is the third installment in the successful Command & Conquer series by Westwood Studios. Take the cinematic intermissions to the next level, the producers brought in the heavy hitters.
Oh man, Command & Conquer looks sick. I gotta actually play Command & Conquer. I don't know if I would get very far in it, but man, I would enjoy whatever time I had.
I'm rolling video. The Command & Conquer world has
I will enjoy as much of I will enjoy Command & Conquer right up until the point where I have to play the game.
It was number one on everybody's list in terms of who we wanted to play our hero, who we wanted in that McNeil role. We were so pleased when we got him, and all of our expectations of what Michael was going to deliver for us have been met superbly. He's just a very exciting actor and great fun to work with. We're just having a great time.
We're just telling a story inside of the game, and we're just like, it seems to me what we're doing is we're leading the game player up to a point and say, okay, now you take over, and they take over with the game playing. They cut back to me and go, whew, man, attacking that supply base is really tough. Now I think we should, go rescue Umagan.
It was the first time either Michael Biehn and James Earl
On
Jones
Wonder
had
Momo? Okay,
video
got
game.
it.
But for Jones, it does have some similarities to a few other of his projects.
Now there's a thing called voice acting. You get great actors playing Disney cartoons, and other kinds of cartoons, and it's a lot of fun. And one learns a great deal too. But that craft is a special craft, and so I suspect that'll happen with the CD round too.
As far as the acting goes, no, I mean, the camera's the same,
God
the sound's
damn.
the same. The lighting.
That
the
dude could
way,
narrate the phone book and
the
would be
call
entertaining.
times, the caterer, the lunch.
As a director, it's a joy to work with such actors, mostly from a lazy point of view, because it makes my job so much easier. I pretty much plan on sitting in the motorhome and just phoning all my directions in, because they're going to be so good. How much of me do they really need?
Command & Conquer: Tiberian Sun, set to be released later this month. 1998 has been a great year for all types of racing games. From Gran Turismo to Test Drive 5 to off-road wheeling and Rallycross 2. Well,
I'm gonna think this would have been right around the time that CGR kind of started, so a bit of like a cross-generational, like between television and the internet, kind of going on around this time.
Midway totally revamped Rush 2 compared to Rush 1, with much improved graphics and paid particular attention to detail.
And I think one of the first games they actually reviewed was Gran Turismo, so.
The control in Rush 2 has also been upgraded, providing gamers with a much more fluid feel compared to Rush 1, which was a bit sluggish. Another improvement from Rush 1 is that before you race, you can set up your car any which way you see fit. You can adjust the acceleration, tires, steering, or if you simply want, a new paint job. The possibilities are endless. If you're looking for another racing game to add to your collection, or feel like tearing up the Las Vegas Strip, check out Rush 2 Extreme Racing USA by Midway. Stick with us, GameProTV will be right back.
Logan! Hey! Listen!
Supercomputer animal
Logan!
simulation.
What do I call a smart TV?
You've seen all the racing games out there. Think again. Venture into the 31st century, where computers rule the world.
What do you mean, a smart TV? Is this a joke? I don't get this.
In your race for supremacy, you'll blaze across beautifully rendered landscapes, picking up several weapons, power-ups,
Wait, hold on.
bombs,
Is it like
missiles,
cutting
and
something
shields.
off?
And similar to Mario Kart, up to 4 people can
No,
join in on
yeah.
the
What do I
added
call a
frenzy.
smart TV? I just call it a smart
Control
TV.
starts right on as you effortlessly fly across the futuristic environment and blast your opponents at will. Similar to titles like Twisted Metal and Vigilante Ace, you'll spend hours battling it out and racing on a variety of killer courses. If you're looking for a Mario Kart-style game with a definite edge, take a bite out of Scars by Ubisoft for the Sony PlayStation.
Twisted Metal. Oh no, Vigilante 8, actually, I think they were covering there. Fair enough.
For more reviews, previews, and tips of the hottest video games. So until then, play on.
Play on. Alright, that'll be it for tonight. After this, by the time 1999 rolled around, GameProTV was completely done. There was just no more to it. Completely done. Except that's... Wait a second. November 4th? Oh, GameSpot TV. Okay, right. Except that's not true. Because in 2003, GameProTV kinda came back, except it was a much smaller, more condensed segment called GamePro Minute. Now, unfortunately, I have no video of this. This very well might be lost media. If it's not, it's definitely not anywhere that I've seen. I might have to look at GameSpot TV. I didn't know that was a thing. But after that, GameProTV actually did finally go away. Except that's not true, because in 2020, it actually did come back for as part of the social media platform Quibi. That is the essentially. No, that didn't happen. It actually was dead. It actually was dead. GamePro Minute was the last thing. Oh, right. So, I personally think I like the second incarnation of GameProTV more. Although, it definitely is kind of like a... It's kind of interesting, like, how just, like, over the course of a decade, video games kind of just... The sort of generational shift of video games really kind of changed. Like, we started the decade by, you know, like, these kind of... This very, like, overly kidified kind of style of show, you know? It's video game tips and tricks for kids, so you gotta be all cool and edgy with... Well, not really edgy, but cool and radical. And then we kind of ended the decade by being a lot more informative. We kind of realized, like, hey, adults are playing video games too, and they're making games specifically for them, so maybe treat our audience with respect. Maybe treat them like adults. And I personally think I like the second incarnation better. However, I will admit that the first generation does kind of get by on its kind of quirky, cheesy charm. So I definitely think both incarnations kind of have their own little place in the world. But GameProTV was no more. Get it? Intellivision? Oh, yeah. Fair enough. Alright, but... Now, I will say, there is, I think, a Spanish language version of GameProTV that existed sometime in the late 90s. That was called Que Pasa Es GameProTV. I don't know if that's actually associated with GamePro magazine. And then there's also another YouTube channel out there called GameProTV. I don't know if that's associated with GamePro magazine at all either, but they did have like some E3 coverage. I'm just kind of like skimming through their channel. They had like ancient E3 coverage. They had like some reviews of smartphone games. I'm not sure that's related, but that could possibly be a third incarnation of GameProTV that was like, or where they kind of used that branding to promote like GamePro's YouTube page. I'm not 100% sure, honestly. But what I do know is, as far as we're concerned, we are done with GameProTV. So, who is live? Who can we raid? It's Thursday night. Ronnie might be live, is he? He is. All right. Let's raid Ronnie.
I like turtles.
All right. Raid him. He is... What's he doing? A thing. I guess. I don't know what he's playing, but... Or... No, it looks like he's looking at like some satellite footage, maybe? No, this is a game. I don't know what it is. But go raid him. It's great, I promise, maybe. So, tomorrow night, Sonic the Hedgehog 4, Episode 1. I'll look and see if I can get the 360 version running, but if not, the Wii version should do. Saturday, Rompori for you and me to see. Hip hip hooray. Sunday, Advance Wars for the Game Boy Advance. Monday, more Game Boy Advance games beginning with the letter K. We are up to part 3 now. Tuesday, Lunar, the Silver Star Story complete. We did just get through the soap or the whatever scene, the hot spring scene. That was kind of funny because it was just like, for all of that work, you get like a 2 seconds long FMV that's like kind of vaguely erotic. The 90s were, you know what? The 90s were kind of just objectively worse times, weren't they? Thursday, and then next Thursday, I think I am going to... I've kind of done a bit of experimenting tonight with this sort of watch party format. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back, just do something that everyone enjoys. I'm going to go back to PlayStation Magazine. Not sure what issue or when, but I'm going to be doing another issue of PlayStation Magazine. Anyway, thank you guys so very much for watching. Always super appreciated. Special thank you to my members, Arus218, DJ Ronnie G, and LCX. And thank you to everybody for watching me tonight. Thank you, Arus218, Daniel Barry Sports Highlights, Cerulean, DJ Ronnie G, LCX, Karumim Good Gamer, Harold, Jeremiah Thomas, Mike Wolf, Renee W, Nintendo Vaults, and Wolfpack1. Thank you guys so very much for watching. Good night. And thank you for going to my TikTok. Bye, everyone.
It's the outro, and here's the outro freeze. Freddy Freak of into presentation, sweeping the nation, doing his thing. But wait, if you wanna see more of me, become a member. Watching movies on LDM Cinema, play some games on Rum Roulette and request to be part of the community. Join the Discord, talking about games, music, round requests, and more. Join now. That's all of the plugs that I've made. Thank you all for watching. Now let's raid!